Hello everyone, welcome! It is a Monday and we're playing some more Factorio Planetary Pioneers, and we're still on the weird blue planet of Cubium, where everything is made with cubes as a catalyst, and well, it's leading to some interesting headaches. And as you probably saw last week, we've done quite a lot of stuff on this planet so far. So let's have a quick run through it before we start actually working on everything else. So, as a summary, we're pulling up stone and ultra-dense lava, making that into this stuff, which we can then make into the cubes, and that gives us a plentiful supply of these things. But the thing is, these cubes go off after 30 minutes and turn into the grey cubes, but the grey cubes go off after an hour and turn back into the blue cubes. So they'll switch back and forth generally all by themselves, but we're trying to keep a supply of the blue cubes available as much as possible, because the blue cubes are then used in order to make all kinds of other things. So along here, for example, we're turning blue cubes into... oh, no, we're not. That's a bad example. But we're able to make jelly in various ways. Then here, we're turning blue... So yes, here we go. This is what I was looking for. We're turning blue cubes into jelly and grey cubes. And then here, we're turning blue cubes and more in jelly into more jelly and grey cubes. So we're able to make quite a lot of jelly here if we want to. That then flows around. These then flow along the system. And then there are many other recipes that use them in similar ways. Also, when the jelly goes off, it turns first into this blue waste stuff, and Mike is still coughing into the microphone. And then
sorry, apologies, I'm on the wrong microphone. That's it. That's why I'm confused. I had to turn the microphone off, but my stupid Discord.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
I should just leave it muted,
also the
shouldn't
reason
I?
why you sounded like.
How about now? Is that better?
Yes.
Probably.
That worked when I turned myself. So
Yeah,
I'm
you
going to apologise for that, everyone.
Popped a little bit.
Thought
So anyway,
We didn't
moving
mention it
onwards,
before.
the blue stuff then turns into these dreams, but we've got a bit of a clog of those going on because we've got basically we've got a huge quantity of these flowing in, and then it's all jamming up down here because we don't have enough throughput because we didn't plan ahead far enough. Basically, the inserter is getting dominated by all the blue things that are flowing in, the waste matter, and not dealing with the dreams. So that's going to be something to deal with. But those are a useful resource that can be turned into ice and into liquid dreams and yada 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 down here. We can then make iron and copper from jellies, strangely enough, but it does take the power of cubes in order to do so. But then there's a bit of a problem in here, which I think is going to lead to some issues in the future. So we might need to have an alternative disposal system coming out of here. Where did all of the FUPs go? Mark, what are you doing?
Blueprints.
So we need a better disposal system there as well. And then, just to make things even more weird, you can turn blue cubes into yellow cubes by smashing them up and then using the little pieces to reassemble them in a different order. But that's a very, very slow process, so we haven't got enough of those yellow cubes yet. Thing is, though, these cubes are, because they're catalysts, you don't really use them up. So we're through most of last week's stream, we're very, very short of blue cubes, and now we have almost too many. We have a lot of them anyway. I wouldn't say too many, but we have an enormous number of them. And I feel like we're going to end up with the same sort of thing with the yellow cubes as well. So I don't want to say, yes, make 10 times as many, because then we'll go, oh no, we're making too many, shut it all down, or we'll just have a load of wasted machines. It's just not worth it. So hopefully over time we'll get enough of these in that we'll actually start to have some of them available. Making iron and copper, as I said. We're recharging the yellow cubes over here, yada yada yada, and it goes on and on. You'll pick it. I think you'll pick most of it up as we get started. So, hello everyone. Hello Doopy. Hello Riddler. Hello Nogard. Hello Kaizen. Yes, Discord can be a bit of an issue. I'm mostly dealing with that by only having one microphone plugged in. Actually, technically that's not true because there's the one on my webcam as well. But fortunately, nothing is rude enough to use my webcam's microphone because it is that bad. Hello HPTD and did I say regular? No, I didn't say regular. Hello regular as well. Good to have you all here. Right, so the singular trash belt is absolutely fine, except that we're not dealing with the stuff coming along it fast enough. So if we're taking the dreams straight round to this belt, then it would probably be fine. But because we've got one inserter trying to unload it here, it is a problem. Right, so your microphone, your webcam microphone is a lot better than my webcam microphone then, Mike, I can tell you that much.
I mean, it was a decent webcam upon a time. I think one of my kids has rubbed greasy fingers over the lens, so it's a bit blurry, but what I should do in fairness is just unplug it when I'm not using it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Right, so the first thing on my list I think has already been done. I was going to ask Mike to fix up the carbon production up here because it was
Done.
bad and jamming up and generally generally having issues. So he's done that. Excellent. The next thing was I was thinking we might as well bring in a second belt of coal and bring that round to the power station rather than running the power station off carbon, because I don't think there's much point in running it off carbon really. We might as well run it from coal. I don't care too strongly either way about that, but it was a sort of a vague sort of this seems like it might be a good idea kind of feeling.
How much carbon do we get from each coal?
And how much fuel is there in each? These are good questions.
Because carbon is half the fuel value of coal.
Right. So coal crushes into 1 to 2 crushed coal, and then carbon takes 4 crushed coal to make 1 carbon. So it's slightly worse, but there is the productivity of the crushers in there. So it's probably slightly better turning it into carbon. So I suppose if we have enough carbon, then we could just leave it on that.
Yeah, so you're roughly doubling. You're doing
Tristan, next thing for you. So I mentioned I see you've been already started working on the dreams problem down there. Oh, I see. You're just chucking either stuff away to try and make a bit more space on that belt. Okay, I guess that's one way to do it. Yeah, that could well work. Although it seems to have jammed, probably because of what I was saying earlier. Yes, it's now jammed because there's too much carbon in the boiler area. So what I would suggest doing is having the dream burning separate from the power production. You will need to have a little bit of water available in the boiler, but it'll probably never boil. So just stick that in somewhere else because we're not going to get any actual useful power out of it. But have it on a different belt. The easiest way to do that might be exactly to do that, and then remove the splitter.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Speed up. That's that one. Right, I reckon this
So you actually want to use crushed coal for fuel. It's got the highest energy density. No, sorry, it's 3.2 megajoule energy density rather than 4, so it's slightly less, but you get 2.5 crushed coal per coal, and then 1 carbon for 4 crushed coal. So carbon is terrible.
Yes, spot on HPTD. The burning area is deadlocked, as you say, because we're basically producing... during the day, our solar can produce all the power we need. During the night, our accumulators might be able to, but we switch over to steam power overnight, so because we don't really care. But yeah, we might as well switch to a system that is just going to just work. And probably at this point, we might... Because we can't burn dreams for power. We could burn jelly for power, to be fair, but because we can't burn dreams for power, we might as well just dispose of them use the use the carbon as an emergency backup.
Yeah, the system was designed with the assumption that we could burn.
Yeah, the dreams will be worth burning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So that's fine. We didn't. None of us looked at the numbers, I think. Right. Next thing. There is a water production area here, which, given that Sophia has a bigger and better one just down to the south. I think we might as well rip that out, and that will, as a bonus, stop the dreams polluting the cube belt from this system around here. So, yes, if someone could remove that system, please, that would be appreciated.
Yep, on it.
Okay, thank you. And as part of that, could you do something sensible with blue chests to pull any of basically all of the resources you're about to pull out and make sure they go to somewhere, make sure they go
Certainly.
back into the system, please. Thank you.
Yep, no worries.
So we don't need that. Right, I have noticed that we're producing far more water than we are capable of using as turning it into steam or liquid dreams or anything else. So the next thing, Sophia, are you still fiddling with the jelly production, or are you done with that?
I'm almost done. I can take a new task, but I will only start it in 2 minutes.
Okay. Right. In that case, could you make sure there's plenty of water storage on the near side of Tristan's pump? Probably only needs like 1 or 2 more tanks, just enough to make sure we've got some to tide us over, and then stick in a flare stack to dump any excess water, because as you may or may not have noticed, but the water pipes from your system there are overfull. They can't output because there's nowhere to put it. So we're going to need to start venting it, I think.
Can I not just add a tank here, and if this tank ever fills up and can't output, then I flare it right here?
Yeah, that'd be suitable. Yes.
All right, cool.
Next thing, Mark, I haven't spoken to you about anything yet, so let's move on to you next. Could you build up low density structure production, please?
Where?
That's what I'm just trying to. Yeah, that's the difficult question, because I've got this nonsense along here where I'm trying to produce rocket fuel with just the cubium recipes instead of being sensible and using cold liquefaction. So it might end up being fairly big. I'm sort of tempted to say on the bottom of the bus, but that's naughty, and we'll probably regret it later.
And how much do you want?
Not very much, because we're not going to have very many rockets leaving here. I I asked Sophia last week for something like 3 blue belts per minute, and he's built 3 blue belts per second. Sorry, 3 blue circuits per minute, and he's built about 3 per second. I think.
So, quick check. Is there anywhere in the logistics system where the cubes, both the energized and the dormant ones, are being pulled
I don't think
out
so.
of the belts input into a provider chest?
Not I'm aware of.
That's fine.
Some sort of system down here might be a good place to put the cubes in, because there's already some chests there. That works too, I guess. Yeah, that seems fine. So yes, where to put the low density structure productor?
No, first, how many do you want?
Oh, and how many? It's going to be about 5 or 10 per minute, so one every few seconds.
Okay, I'll start with 10 per minute and have a look at good ratios.
Yeah, okay. It is just. I think you're just going to be using the only or not. You're not going to be using the standard recipe because we don't have plastic. Was there an LDS recipe?
Nope. We need plastic.
Low density destructors. Copper, steel, and plastic, and we don't have plastic. Or you can make it from copper, plastic, and lumber, but that's gold, plastic, and lumber, but we don't have any of that. So, alternative recipes. There's the aluminium one, that's no good. There's a scrap recycling, a spaceship scrap, which is for Rosetta. Ceres recipe. There's another Ceres. That's a. Oh, hang on. I think there might be a light oil recipe for and that's just you doing those. A light oil recipe over here somewhere in all of this nonsense. Hello, Quagor. Yes, I am turning. Here we go. So over here, I'm creating petroleum gas by inversion. So as we get more yellow cubes available, we should get some petroleum gas available too. That was then. Why was I making? Oh yes, I was making that in order to make sulfur. So yes, I think the answer is going to be to make that. What we got here? Oh, and then also that's to making light oil as well, because you discombobulate things in the opposite direction to normal. Right. Okay. So there will eventually, hopefully, probably be some petroleum gas being produced over here. So I guess step 1 is going to be, could you please make that into plastic? So that'll need to be put onto the bus, passed down the bus a bit, into this sulfuric acid plant area down here, and then yes, made into plastic. That's a bit of a shame. It means it's another thing that's saying, oh yes, we're going to need a lot more yellow cubes that we don't have. But oh well, there's the fun and the challenge.
We have steel and we have copper plates, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, those are
So
both being
then
made of jelly.
the size of my build will be exactly like the first build you gave me last stream, 1 machine. Which makes 9.
That sounds
9
very,
per
very
minute.
likely to me. Actually, let's just make sure there isn't a jelly recipe for plastic, because you never know. What are you? You are microplastics and you're synthesized, which comes from magic glass, so that's not relevant. Spoils from that, fine.
There is
Alternative
one. Jelly
Plastic,
to plastic.
Ah, there we go. That'll be what we
Carbon
want then.
jelly plastic.
Cube jelly plastic. Oh, that's much better. Yes, let's do that rather than stealing all of my petroleum gas that I desperately need for fuel. Yep. Okay. So there we go. Carbon energized microcube and cube jelly. That'd be the way to do it then. So
Do we need that only? So shall I do that as well? And do we need that only for LDS or something else as well?
So far, we aren't aware of needing it for anything other than LDS, and I think we're nearly at the end of the chain. So yeah, just do it for LDS, but as always, do it in a way that can be expanded if I panic later.
Sure. Laurence,
Yes.
problem.
Uh-oh.
Flares. How do I make flares? Because, as far as I can see, we need to have gone to Ceres for that.
Oh, I thought we already had a flare stack that we were using somewhere.
We briefly did on Maluna, however, that recipe is no longer allowed.
Oh. Okay. That is that would explain why I didn't know where it was. So yeah, flare stack, as you say, is a castra probably. And yeah, okay. In that case, the answer is going to be tweak the power system. I will accept better ideas if anyone has any. Tweak
Can I
the
make
power
it into
system.
ice and dump it into lava?
Can you make it into ice?
I don't know.
Or was that what you're
You
asking?
could boil it and then condense it repeatedly.
I was going to say, let's turn it in. Let's use the steam engines that Tristan's been putting in over at the other end as a priority over solar when we've got too much water. We may well have to just stop producing, and we may have to stop doing the active cube re-energizing when we have too much water as well. That's kind of upsetting, and just drop back to passive cube re-energizing.
I mean, it shouldn't be that big of a deal to get rid of water, I think.
No, it shouldn't be. You'd think you could just run an offshore pump in reverse or something, but no.
Just take the top off one of the tanks.
Yeah, just let it
warm
overflow onto the ground. That'd be fine.
I don't think it'd just evaporate.
Oh yeah, probably. This is probably
Well,
quite a
it's
hot planet
fine.
given the lava. So yeah, that feels like an excellent idea. M8 points out that you can just burn off your dreams with burner inserters. That's a fairly good point. Would you be able? No, I worry you'd run out of fuel in the burner inserter, and it would eventually grind to a halt because it wouldn't be getting enough energy out of the dreams.
Well, no, because the burner insert will take its own fuel in, won't it? Ooh.
Yeah,
Yes, but the dreams won't provide enough fuel for it to carry on running.
Yeah, no, what I mean is, does it? Is it one of these sort of magic ones where it can grab enough to fuel itself?
I don't. When you first
It
put it down, it
starts
has a
with
little
another
bit of
way.
initial power, yes, to start it going.
Yeah.
But I think if you just leave it constantly trying to pick up fuel, and it's picking up fuel that doesn't power it, I think it will stop working. Feel free to for science this, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be the
I was
case.
going to say, I feel I should for science this because that's the sort of go-to solution. You put burner inserters for any kind of burnable fuel.
Yeah, but that's passing
Power
it around in a
generation.
square, isn't it? With a fuel that actually works.
No, not the miners.
No, I mean if you want to dispose of burnable stuff, you have 4 burner inserters in a square, passing it around in a square.
I'm talking about fueling steam boilers for steam turbines for power.
Oh
Is
yes,
that way
yeah, but
fuel
that's
out?
because you're picking up a fuel that actually works. Dreams don't work as a fuel because they have 1 joule; they're just burnable. So the burner inserter would pick up the fuel and try to load itself, but in doing so would use more fuel than it gained from picking up the fuel to burn itself, to load itself.
The reason, at least I understood, you always use burner inserters that way, is because if there's a complete denial of fuel and everything runs out of power and just shuts down, it can refuel itself and carry on again later.
No, because it won't. It probably won't have run out of power because it would have refueled itself before it ran out of power. It would have prioritised fueling itself. Your boilers would have run out of fuel, but your burner inserter would not have done.
Yeah, fair.
Burner inserters absolutely can run out of fuel.
Yeah, fair.
So, Laurence, would you like me to try to work on the power thing, or?
Yes, I think so. Unless anyone's got any better ideas for getting rid of the excess water.
And turning
Not
off the
really.
solar. Or
Yeah, so have it turn
solar.
off. Basically, my plan is turn the solar off whenever we've got more water than we know what to do with.
So you can measure these tanks. So they're
Right, that's that water
Right.
decommissioned.
We're making a little bit of 500 degree steam by combining our courage and fear, but basically no. And to be honest, we don't need efficiency. That's sort of the point. We're happy to do an inefficient method of burning the fuel over here because we're just turning all of the hopes and dreams into nothing. Because we want to get rid of the water. Therefore, we're very happy for it to be an inefficient method of doing it. Can't talk. Those are tank sphere. You only need to link to one of them because they'll always have the same mountain.
Sorry?
Because those are a fluid tank, you only need to link to one of them because they'll all always have the same mount in them. But never mind.
Sure, but now I can play with bigger numbers.
True. Right. So yes, I don't think burner inserters would be a good way of burning dreams because, as we've just been discussing, they would run out of fuel fairly quickly. Yeah, we haven't. Yes, we'd need. I think we'd need the Gleba tower in order to get the steam up to a really high temperature. But as I say, I don't think that's a problem because we could do with the inefficiencies. Hello, Peter. Welcome. 1 more week of being extra far behind the times. Well, I hope you can stay for a little while at least. Hello, Kartoffel. Light. Yeah, light. So we have. No, the light oil was related to the emotions. Oh yes, you're right. The light oil went into making the emotional tar, which was then for cracking into the individual emotions. Yes, you're quite right. But so the light oil is kind of required for this whole ridiculous process over here that will hopefully end up with a certain amount of rocket fuel at the end. I hope. But we need some yellow cubes to come in first, and then to sort of get everything kick-started and running nicely with any luck. So the flare stack used to. We've had a flare stack, but that was on Maluna before the Maluna updates, so we don't have that anymore, which is why we're going to have to try and find a different way to get rid of the water. Dreams are indeed burnable, yes. No, I'm pretty sure a burner inserter can't grab fuel without fuel because they definitely eventually run out. You know, let's for science this. A burner. I'm sure I can make a burner. Oh no, we'll need wood to make a burner inserter, won't we? Because we've got Maluna. I can make a burner inserter in my pockets. All right, we'll do that, and then we'll test it because it's always fun testing these things. Trump, 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 trump. Right, so I'm going to put down a burner inserter here, and I'm going to give it a box as well because otherwise it's not going to be able to do anything with it. I'm going to make a wooden box. Where have I got wood from? Oh, we'll put that there. Right, so this burner inserter has some dreams in there to be used as for. Okay, actually, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe dreams do have. Oh no, there we go. It's run out of fuel. I wasn't wrong. Dreams do not have enough fuel.
No, okay, that's fair enough.
So in the time it ran, to be fair, it did manage to transfer 17 items, and then it ran out of fuel. So
yeah, that fuel it was burning would have been you put in some fuel automatically with the.
because of autofill. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, and so it was burning that, and that was why the bar was moving slowly.
Yeah. Okay, no, that makes sense. So I could pick up a load of dreams from here. If I press the right button, I could anyway. And I could put some dreams in the fuel slot, and we can see what happens. And they just vanish because they're such a bad fuel that yeah. So they produce 1 joule each, and these things have a draw of 144 kilowatts. So yeah, that's not going to work. I should leave that there as a monument to hubris. Oh yeah, sulfuric bacteria. I probably beat up some volcano tower vent things.
Is stone intentionally in the system?
We have a stone belt, and yes, it's being used for one of the yellow cube recipes.
No. I mean, is it for bots?
Oh, no. I think it probably should be. It probably should be pulled out.
I'm just happily going through, you know, as one does, and sticking in lots of fun little
chests of shame.
Sorry,
emptying chests of shame. Yeah, excellent. Yeah. Yep, that's what I asked for. So seems good.
Exactly. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't creating an infinite loop of pull it out of the system, send it down the belt, put it back into the system. No,
as far as I'm aware, we shouldn't. I don't. Well, I was going to say I don't think there are any resources. No, I think I've asked for metals and circuits to be put into the logistics system in case we need to pull some out. But I don't think stone is one of those.
Yeah. So I've pulled iron ore, copper ore, and stone with blue chests, as well as the dream gubbins.
Sounds good. Thank you. While you're standing around in that area, could you take a look at this belt here, where we've got a disposal belt that's going. The disposal for iron is going on to the disposal for copper, and right now it doesn't actually matter. But I don't like that because it's going to jam up eventually if we use more iron than copper. So, I mean, I know how I'd fix it. I can tell you if you want, or you can just fix it in your own way.
I would just put in the words. I would make that one of those with that and that and that.
Or you just have it go horizontal. Or you have just have. Yeah, is that a disposal belt? Yeah.
It is, yes.
Yeah, that works too. Okay. Yeah, fine with that.
Laurence.
Yeah, it's easy done.
Are your emotions still in progress?
Yeah, I'm still working on having emotions. I've got as far
Okay.
as theoretically making dream fuel,
Got-
and I can't
I
remember.
was just looking at this
Basically
machine,
making dream fuel.
which is missing its cube input.
Oh yeah, you're right. That is missing. That is indeed missing its cube input and would not get a cube input. I shall have to fix that. Thank you for pointing that out. I shall go and try and
It's like
manage my emotions slightly more effectively.
it's like the theoretical physicist is that one is postulated to exist, but has never been seen in a lab.
Pretty much. I see what you did there. Actually, I've caught up with the pun. Right.
Ew.
Right. So where was I? I was making dream fuel, and then what were we going to do with? Oh yeah, used in making rocket fuel. So that requires cube dream fuel and liquid hope. Liquid hope. Do we have any hope? Yes, we have a pipe for hope. It comes down here. We have no hopes at the moment, but we have a pipe for one. And I should probably have a look and see what machine that's made in. That's made in an assembly machine. Okay, so that is going to be the final thing, the final step of the process. So I am basically there. So let's put that in there to give a little bit of space. And then I should make that go down one more, just to remove it.
Right,
So-
I have completed that job. What next, boss?
could you make some rocket silos, please?
Yes. How many would you like?
Let's start with 3. Because once again, I don't expect us to be exporting all that much from this planet, but I'd feel silly if I just said 1. So I think we'll start with 3, I think.
Makes sense.
Laurence, is this fine for location?
Oh, I see. Yeah, no. Because you're going to need the steel and the copper, which are way further down the bus.
Yeah, sure.
So
Okay, I'll go.
I'm trying to decide. I don't like building on the south side of the bus, but
Yeah.
also in this particular case, I don't.
I mean,
think
it's
I care.
small enough. I could wiggle the bells through, for example. I don't
You could
know,
put it here,
or-
actually. You could. I think I've got enough distance now that this machine is going to have the end product being the rocket fuel from Weird Cube recipe. I was really, really close last week to having all of the machines down. Not to have anything running. Oh no, nothing so crazy as that. But to at least having all the machines listed into place. So yeah, just stick it in down there beyond the rocket fuel machine, and then we can have rocket fuel, your low density structures, and the blue circuits that Sophia made last time. And we might actually be able, and then Mike will be able to put in the rocket silos, and things should work. Now, granted, we're going to need to work out how to make rocket silos, which is going to be, I have no idea at this point.
That's easy.
It's going to be. Oh, because we've got crushed iron ore in here somewhere already, haven't we? And
So you need steel. We've got on the belt already. Processing units on the belt. Pipes, which trivial. We already got the iron on the belts. Concrete mix. I can never remember, but it's
basically stone and iron, crushed iron ore, I think, something like that.
which is
Which
trivial.
we've got plenty of. Yeah.
And then electric engine units, which are not complicated, and I'm just trying to remember where they are, which is lubricant. So I sense they're going to be slow.
I feel like there should be a way to make lube out of jelly. I found liquid disgust, which is kind of close.
Laurence,
Oh,
I need
no.
a new job.
Oh, okay.
I added the power switch over there.
Excellent, thank you. Right, well, I've got an ongoing task for you because I have a terrible memory. Could you monitor the water levels and make sure we don't drown, please? Just sort of in general over the sort of coming Herman, and also ensure that we have enough power being generated because I'm mildly. Yeah, we don't have enough power being generated, so please put in some more steam engines. and
Is
boilers.
carbon on the bus?
Yes.
Yes. Do you want me to use the carbon? I was just gonna ask.
For now, yes. If we start to run out, then we can bring in crushed coal instead. But
I was going to say, do you want me to hook
coal?
coal up, crushed coal onto the bus because it's more efficient as a fuel?
Might as well, actually. Yes, go on. Yes, please.
Okay, that's
Obviously, it's going to have to be a new belt. I think that's just going to be for the power, isn't it? So yeah, feed it into that instead of the carbon
Yep.
once you get there.
anyways, but it's trivial to do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Right. Question: what has chat been saying while we're doing that? Yes, the cubic. You're quite right. The cubic emotion planet with the byproduct of headaches. That is a very, very good description of it. Voiding fluids with set rest water barrel and assembler still a thing to. I don't think we have a voiding fluid, recipe to void fluids. If we get truly desperate, we could make barrels, put the water into barrels, and then drop the barrels into the lava. But I'd rather not get that truly desperate because that's kind of horrible.
Listen, you might not want to be that desperate, but does that desperate want to be you?
Quite possibly, which is what I'm afraid of. If that does end up happening, then so be it. But I'm kind of hoping it won't, and we'll be able to find a slightly less ridiculous way of getting rid of the excess water. The way we're doing it now, it is expensive in coal, which is a bit of a shame. But oh well, c'est la vie.
I'm also ready for something else.
Can we make atmosphere on this planet? Vacuum boiler voids water to steam with only atmosphere. That will presumably use massive quantities of electricity, whereas I suppose we could use solar to generate the electricity to boil the water to put it through a turbine. That feels weird though. So yeah, yes, I'm indeed trying to learn emotions, and it's being a little tricky. I don't know when I'll ever become a real boy.
You got something else needs doing?
We've got to the bottom of my list. Oh no, there was the yellow cube supply limit we were talking about earlier.
I'll put that in.
Oh, you've done that already? Okay.
Was that the list for the whole stream?
It
Right,
was
night chat. Thanks for playing. It's been good fun, guys. Have a good one. Oh,
it was the full list of things I'd managed to get my head round in the 5-10 minutes of staring at this before we got started, of things that were broken. So kind of.
Didn't you say rocket silo has to be made?
Yeah, Mike is supposed to be working on the rocket silos.
Okay.
So
Yep, I'm just quickly plumbing together some.
can't dump that one
bolts.
onto him. Okay. I'll give you a more nebulous task. Have a bit of a look round and see if you can find things that are going to break, because I bet there's a couple. And have a quick look up and down at the machine, the systems to see where things are going to jam. And we were talking about doing some sort of cunning limiting systems with jellies. So perhaps have a bit of a think about where that's going to be needed and so on. And I'm also I'm very, very tempted to say let's make some more yellow cubes, because I am quite impatient. And the fact that we still... Well, I mean, there's a couple coming out. They're being made.
It's almost backed up to the to here. It's in the underground. Once it backs up to there,
For making...
any new ones will actually be fed through as well.
Oh, I see. So there's a chance that at some point in the not too distant future, I will actually start to get some. Oh, I see. Because we're only getting the ones that have been going around that have been used to make calcite in order to get and then be recycled to make them back into yellows to come down here. So the yellow cubes are for the benefit of chat who haven't been staring at this quite as intently as the rest of us. When we make the yellow cubes, which as I said is very, very slow, it's very, very slow, so we don't have very many of them yet. But we don't need them quickly. We need to have a lot, but they don't get used up. So they're being fed up here, where they're being used where they use the catalyst to make calcite, which gives us back a red cube instead, and takes a load of sulfuric acid, but that's fine. We can dig that straight out of the ground. We then pass the red cube round here, where it goes into these machines that take in some calcite, but they only take in 1, whereas the previous recipe makes 5, and that turns your your red cube back into a yellow cube. And then those can be, we're feeding some of them around here in case of emergencies to make sure we don't run out of calcite, and then we're feeding some more down here to go back out onto the belts along here to allow them to be used by the rest of the factory. But the thing is, because we've now got enough calcite, we're not feeding very many cubes we're not feeding any more red cubes round here because the system has stopped because it's jammed up on calcite. So this is just filling up and filling up and filling up, and we won't get any more yellow cubes down here until we manage to back this up completely, and this stops running. So we've got a little bit of a wait for that to go on those yellow cubes, but eventually we should start to get some. I sincerely
that bias to the right is probably unnecessary now.
Yes, I think you're right.
We'll want it long term, but we could remove it short term.
I think it's probably best just to leave it there as is. You've speed and efficiency moduled the difficult part of this recipe, so there's no more to be done there. Yeah. Okay, so we'll leave that for the moment. Yeah, I feel like you should be able to dump water into a lava pool. It turned, I believe, from a documentary I played a while back, it turns into cobblestone when you do that.
That was a good documentary.
Oh, M8 says there's a cube recipe for electric engines, Mike. So I feel like we should use cube recipes wherever we can. just
Oh, of
because they're
course.
there. You know. Hopes, liquid dreams, plus C, plus U, plus B and E makes rocket fuel. Probably.
Oh, electric engineers by inversion. Oh no.
Oh, is that blue or sorry? Is that yellow or blue?
Yellow.
Yeah, but
Okay.
it's one yellow makes 100 engines.
That might be
Yeah, we
enough.
can run it like 4 times ever, but
Yeah, so just nick those yellow cubes off the thing. Please don't put in an extra belt and keep sort of 300 of them stacked up on the way into a row of machines.
you crackled at the start of that. I just heard put in an extra belt to take 300 of them. On it, boss.
No guard is
also
observing
appear
that his
missing-
factories generally run on rage and frustration. That seems very fair.
We do appear to be missing rather a lot of blue belts. I'm just going to dump some down from the line for now.
Sounds good. Thank you. Yeah, exactly, mate. Yes, we're not going to get through two. Yeah, we're going to dump a quantity of cubes off to other planets from time to time, but we're not going to need a steady supply of them. So we're making them. We put in the infrastructure to make them relatively quickly, but we don't need them that quick. In fact, let's have a look. Oh no, we can't
Mike.
because it counts the ones that
Hello?
are being
It's
turned out
not
of machines.
supposed to work that way, but okay. Just
Have-
request like a stack or 2 you need on the planet. Just don't drop
Okay.
everything off.
I was going to say, have things not arrived?
The ship just arrived from Norvis, so it will just leave again because you stole everything, which might not be needed for the late stage we are at Cubium.
I have a
Yes.
question about the lime actually.
Fine.
Why is it refueling around Maluna specifically?
Because it had the highest density, I think.
Yeah, we worked that one out in the last stream because we had the same question. There's a slightly higher density of water asteroids there, or one of the
Yeah.
asteroid types there anyway.
Yeah.
So it was
So
there's a good reason.
interestingly, Lignumus has a slightly higher concentration in the transit just before you arrive at Lignumus, then it drops down to the same levels as Maluna.
A lot of the routes do have higher concentrations en route, and I think that's probably to make travelling a little bit more dangerous than just sitting there, which makes a certain sense.
Yeah, definitely logic there.
Yes, as stated, yes, the what was phone whinging at me. Right, yes, the crushed coal. Mike did the recipes and worked out the crushed coal is slightly more efficient because you get more crushed coal out than you put coal in, and therefore it's the best one to use for fuel because
One coal becomes 2.5 crushed coal, and crushed coal is still 80% of the energy density of coal.
Yeah, basically, roughly that. Yeah. So
Big
per coal you dig up out of the ground, crushed coal is the where is it? Crushed
Low
coal
power.
is the best out of the 3 different things we have here: coal, crushed coal, and carbon.
Low power?
I think that's because the expanded boiler system, steam engine system, is still being made. So maybe the accumulator system needs to be a little bit smarter because we've emptied the accumulators.
Yeah.
I have
But-
connected the
This-
everything together, so it should be charging them from the solar power for now.
Okay.
There's something about having this number of accumulators that just feels wrong.
Yeah, it's because when we got started, there wasn't a way to produce useful power on the planet without other than solar. And now we have oodles and oodles of water, but we didn't when we first landed. So we sort of started off with
I
solar
get
and
it.
just built up.
I completely get it.
But
Right.
I don't know what we'll recycle cubes into, but yeah, maybe we will. Oh dear, Peter's off. Okay, well, yeah, goodbye, and yeah, well, we shall certainly be having some fun with this. Right, so there we go. So the LDS production, nice. I do see what he means. One machine of each in order to just get enough throughput for the crazy low rate we're going to need to be launching rockets at. I will admit that a more sane way to do this would be to just bring in the rocket parts in the spaceship and drop them down. But all these recipes are here, and if we didn't do that, then we wouldn't even touch any of the emotion gubbinses. So it seems silly not to, really. So I think it's worth playing with them.
I'm gonna enable the cube belt towards the rocket fuel and LDS Okay.
Sounds good.
Let's
Tristan
block
reminded me
somewhere.
I need to add in some cubes somewhere along here. I forget where. Oh, it's that one. I can see there's a cube in the actual icon for the recipe. But let's go along here and make sure everything looks reasonably happy. So here I've got, we've got the inverted microcube. He's trying to run, but we haven't got the inverted microcubes. But this does seem, I think this machine has actually run, has it not? Yes, this has run 8 times, which is how we've managed to get some sulfur out of nowhere. Oh, I must have, yes, I put in a starter culture of sulfur, and now we've got a little bit more. But we need to start producing. This needs to run a lot more times in order to make enough sulfuric acid, in order to make enough petroleum gas to fill this tank up to the point this pump will start to run to push it over to here, where we've got two inverted microcubes in there. So that's actually managed to get some. So well done there. It just hasn't got any of the petroleum gas yet. So that's needs a little bit of a kicking. But eventually that'll start to work, and we'll make light oil.
Do we have steam engines on the line?
Yeah, well, like 100 or so. We're on there.
So that passes them over. That passes the light oil to here, where it gets mixed with the dream
Oh no,
concentrate to make
only
the
10
most
I
of the tar.
requested, okay.
Then we
I'll add that to 100.
we crack up emotionally to get hope, anger, and
Thank you.
disgust. The hope gets reconstitutes some hate in order to make anger, and in order to make anger. So we then got more. Is this anger as well? Yes, more anger. And we can then turn the anger and some liquid dreams into hate and fear. The hate goes back round here to be processed with the hope. I think. Were you hope with green hope? No, green is disgust. So process the anger and disgust makes hate. Fine. Then that comes over to here, where we turn. Well, then we turn that. We've got fear into loathing. No, fear into courage. And then we can mix the fear and the courage to make steam, and that gets rid of the byproduct from over here of the... What was I doing all of this for? Oh yes, because I needed the purple one, because I needed the hope, which then gets brought off down here and over to here to hopefully, pun unintentional, hopefully make some... What are we using the hope for? Oh, it's come over to here, because we mix the hope with the dream fuel, where the dream fuel is made from solid fuel and dreams. And we've got solid fuel being made here from jelly. Okay, good. Oh, and I need to feed some carbon in here, or I will at some point. So this isn't quite ready, actually. But it's getting there. And then that will eventually spit out rocket fuel over here. At least that's the plan. Whether it will or not is anybody's guess. But I'm cautiously optimistic. So let's finish some of these off like that. And what are you? Oh, yeah, you're the hopes. And hope was coming from this pipe down here.
You have no idea how much I want to build on the south side of the belt right now. Just because otherwise it's such a long way for everything.
You like... No, that's Mark.
Hmm?
I was going to say, but you like long belts. No, you don't like long... No, it's Mark who likes the long belts. You like overbuilding.
Yeah. Come on, remember your M's in your team. Come on. Oh, dear. Okay, so I can build like engine units and stuff here. Is that going to be objectionable? Engine units themselves could also be built using inverted cubes.
Let's... 1, 2, 3. Let's stick the silos in first. Actually, it doesn't matter.
Well,
yeah,
I need the
sure.
red engine units to make the silos.
Yeah,
So
but I was thinking we could ghost the silos in, but actually it doesn't matter. It just means we'll end up with fuel and low density structures and so on buffered a little bit on the bus, which I'm okay with.
Yep,
Laurence?
Yes.
Yes, we do need a better logic thing for the power system. So I would like to request moving the accumulators into somewhere confined space. Prioritizing steam, then accumulators, then solar.
That sounds good. You don't actually need to move them. You can use the copper cables to disconnect them, and then connect them up through the switches as required.
Sure. The problem is as soon as someone builds something around that, they'll just gonna reconnect, and it's gonna just fuck everything up.
True.
Unless we just move it away. And since there are no enemies here, I could just move it, over here or something,
That's true. Yeah. Or do you want to build it off the top of the existing solar array? Because there's quite a lot of... That sort of keeps things a little bit... Keeps the power stuff together that way. Or you could put it into the left. No, don't put it into the left, just in case we need to massively expand. I don't think we will, but just in case. What's all this stuff? Oh, this is making metals.
Having them up there to the right. I mean, out of sight, out of mind. You don't even really need to think about it.
Yeah, true, and it's out of the way of the resource patches that way. Yeah, okay, yeah, stick them over there. That's fine. Remember, the bots fly very, very slowly on this planet, though.
Yeah, I'll do them piecemeal.
Okay. I'm going to need. It has occurred to me that I'm going to need a Duff cube disposal system over here as well, and I haven't put that in yet. Where do we dispose of Duff cubes? Here will do.
8.5 LDS per minute. Done.
Cool. You're going to ask for something else to do now, aren't you?
Well, where should I put the plastic on the belt, or on the LDS on the belt, or are these belt stumps here?
Definitely LDS. I think don't do anything with the plastic yet until we actually need it. There's no point just adding things for the sake of it.
Are we making lube? Because we will need that.
Even for the low density, even for the electric engines with the cube method.
No, good point. Hang on, I mean, not that one. Ah.
You
Any
do good with Liquid Dreams then.
belt lane that is free?
Yep, good point. Never mind. It's fine.
I'll figure it out. That's all used.
Yeah, it'll be down here, and Mike has on true Mike form stuck his the coal dust one along the middle of the crushed coal one right along the place where you're not supposed to put things. I think yes, he has. Mike,
Have I?
yes, let's count.
Oh, you're spacing it for the entire width of a blue underground. Fair enough.
Yes.
Hey, it's not my fault there wasn't clear instructions. I got caught in a ceiling fan.
Right, so I'll get rid of the grey cubes from here. So that's fine and good and should work. Then over here we need just to let out the rocket fuel because otherwise we'll have problems. So rocket fuel can be pulled out here to the right and go to wherever. This one should probably then be piped out to disposal belt, wherever that is these days. Ah, just down here. Fine. There we go. Right, so that's that one. We've got the cubes being handled, and we've got the dead cubes being handled here, and the live cubes being handled, and any dead cubes that come out this side also being handled. So I think that's correct. HPTD points out there's also the electric engines with carbon recipe available, but that's not that. But since there's a cubium recipe, I feel like it's rude not to use the cubium recipe. You do also have cubes, so I need to put in another one of. No, I need to put in another one of these here. Oh, ugh. So you're just taking out these purple cube fuel things, like that. Those go to the right, so it goes around that way. And then any Duff cubes that get passed out here will come through here and can then be passed onto there, like that. Lovely. It's easy to forget. Easy to forget. You can end up with Duff cubes in all kinds of silly places. A mate is pointing out that lots of these recipes can be very, very useful on other planets as well. So, for example, like for making electric engines on Norvis, so which seems reasonable. Yeah, that's a nice simple recipe there. Oh, I need to bring in carbon here. That was the other thing I was thinking, because these guys are going to require carbon in order to do anything useful at all. Oh no, this belt is supposed to be the carbon input. Okay, even better. Oh dear. I'm going to have to do what I just told Mike off for.
Laurence! He just can't get the staff, doesn't know how belts work. It's shocking.
Right, so there's the carbon input. So that's going to keep these very, very happy. And they can produce all the carbon. They could get the carbon, they can produce all the jelly they need, and we can stop just endlessly using this thing. Right, so that's good. Then as we carry on along here, you're bringing in the 2 fluids. Fine, we thought about that. You're bringing in those cubes and passing out the other cubes. I haven't put in an output for those. That's a problem. So let's do that. And actually, no, I prefer it the way it was, because then I can have an underground pipe there for future expansion purposes. And I can have a belt running down here to take them away. So this will only ever get rid of red cubes, so that's fine. We can do that. Those can be brought out like this. Where do the red cube? Where's the disposal belt for red cubes? So they get fed in over here. Oh, okay. It's just the same disposal belt. Fine. That's
Yellow
nice.
cubes are backed up enough to all be passed through now.
Oh, sweet. Right, so it just gets dropped down to here, like
Until you send red cubes back, at which point it'll draw some through.
But then we'll also get more out because there'll be red cubes to use up. So that's actually will probably, will it help? It might even mean more coming through. No, it probably won't mean more. Anyway, things will start to work. So that's the important thing. Right, so there we go. That can get rid of my red cubes there, and then that coming out there. This one does not do. This one's just the 4 liquids. There's no funny shenanigans there. This one is a cube recipe, so I will need to bring in cubes, which means I'm going to need to move that out of the way, like that, and then we'll have cube. So if I bring in the cubes here, like this, then I can't do anything with them, so I'll need to get rid of that and that. But that's fine, because I can put an underground in there, because those are both, it's the same liquid coming out of both of those. Oh wait, that's not going to work, because I'm going to need the disposal system as well. And I don't know if I'm going to need more than one of these machines. So in that case, I guess I better run this pipe here and take this to here, and then that can go from there to there, and having done that, there'll be room to put in a long inserter here to take out any solids. And there's only ever going to be one solid, and that's dormant cubes. So that's going to be fine there. Then we can pass that way. And this means if I want to extend this further to more machines, I can carry on like that. I think that's probably going to work. We may have some issues with these things, and we're definitely going to have issues with if we try and put in more because of this pipe that goes. Wait, what? No, we're not going to have issues. That's going to be okay. Probably going to be okay. I think that's going to be okay. So that's my input, and then cube output will come down here in the same way all the others have, and be dropped onto the disposal belt down here, like so. Right, and that should be that stage's cubes. Drunkard's version of fear leads to suffering. Yeah, fear leads to courage. I think is reasonable. There's a saying, isn't there, about some kid was talking to his father in some probably fantasy series, saying, "Dad, can a man be brave when he's afraid?" And so the answer was yes. That's the only time he can be brave. Lapser is talking in foreign. Okay.
Is it intentional that you're dumping jelly cubes here?
No.
Okay. You are.
Yes. Wherefore art thou? Oh, here. Oh, that's right. That should be doing anything except that and jelly cubes. Thank you.
That's not jump. That's whitelisted.
What? No, it's blacklisted. So it's not letting through. It's not letting through energized cubes. It's not letting through cube jelly. So it'll only pass through. Well, it'll actually pass through any dead jelly, which is actually a good thing. Convenient mistake there. And it'll pass out any dopey microcubes as well. Although I don't know why there would be any on here, because it doesn't seem to need. This is not a cube.
We are looking at different inserters. That's why we're confused.
Okay, fine.
That's okay.
That jelly should be consumed properly down the end because it'll. I hope.
I'll sort it out.
I'm just thinking it should turn into hopes and dreams as it comes down here. Oh, no, some of it's got. Oh no, some of it's got through. Crap. That needs to be both types of cube.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Thank you. So where was I? Oh yes, I was looking at chat. That's where I was. Yes, I've put the fail-safes should be in the machines. So in this one, if the cube switches state, it'll dump it out and it'll be dumped onto the dump chute down here. This one doesn't matter because yellow cubes don't shift states. The one over here, there's one over here somewhere that's taking. Yeah, these two are taking in. They're taking in blue cubes anyway, so any grey cubes can be dumped out and it'll be absolutely fine. So yeah, I think they are all safe.
You're okay with me for the inverted energized and dormant cubes to be just logisticking them like that? Yes?
To be honest, given you're only going to make like 20 of them, and you can run it like 3 or 4 times, I think I'd actually prefer you to hand insert them.
Yeah, right.
Because there's going to be so few. They're so valuable and awkward. It's almost like arcospheres in space exploration. Not quite as difficult to get, but of that sort of. At the moment, they're of that sort of feel of that sort of almost of that order.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, and on the belts as well. Oh yeah, yes, you're right. I have not finished this. This one is unfinished, and because I missed out the have a disposal of anything what ain't a blue cube. That should go there. Thank you. You're quite right. I did miss that bit out. I remembered it wherever the last place I did cubes was, over here somewhere. Yes, I remembered it here and here, but yeah, forgot it on this one. You're quite right. That's not cubes. That's not cubes. You are cubes, but you got disposal. You're not cube. Well, you are these sort of cubes, but you've got a disposal. Right. I think that is basically okay. And as you you can notice now, the sulfur along here has got a bit longer. We've got a bit more sulfur available now, so we're getting gradually closer to the point where we'll actually be able to make some light oil. I might set this to. Well, it's at 5,000 actually. That's already fairly low. How much does this make each time it runs? It makes 300. It's not many. I think I want to boost productivity all the way along here. Probably as far as actually making the rocket fuels. Just because there's so little of all these resources that getting a bit more out of each step would be very, very valuable. That said, as Tristan was saying, we've now got a full belt here of yellow cubes, so the yellow cubes are just going straight past like that. Lovely. Although there are some red cubes going back, which is going to, as Tristan said, going to lead to some yellow cube consumption. But it's also going to lead to getting the yellow cubes back again. So I think we're going to be. I think we're going to be getting more back out from here. So more are going to be flowing down here now that the system's starting to run than would if they just disappeared.
It might be a very brief negative, but going 5 minutes is going to be a positive.
Yeah. So the thing is, we're then also taking in yellow cubes here and here in order to make the red circuits and the blue circuits. And we're taking in red circuits in order to make the blue circuits, so there's more and more and more consumption going on there. But we are gradually getting these getting the yellow cubes through, and then eventually, if we're very lucky, nope, they're going to all go up that way. Eventually, if we're very, very lucky, some tiny, tiny fraction of them will make it through over to here to allow us to make the various products that we need down this end of the universe. Okay, I think I'm now prepared to leave that and just sort of wait and have a little bit of wait and see and let the system churn, and hopefully we'll eventually get some bits and pieces coming out at the other end, and we'll be able to test and make sure all these systems are actually working. Just make jelly from cubes. I guess they're sugar cubes. Maybe they are sugar cubes. That would make them fairly tasty. Yeah, there's a little bit of Gleebery feelings around this place. It's a bit different though, because the cubes are with the cubes being a catalyst, it means you get them back again, and then they flip themselves yet again as well. So it's all a little bit weird and different. But yeah, there are certainly shades of Gleeber going on here. We've got too much water again, or still. Actually, there's only 24,000 in this tank, so... But, yeah, this is completely full to the point where... Yeah, these machines are all jammed on... Well, these ones are all jammed on the outputs. There's a few of them working over here. But I don't... Yeah, we can't rely on this to be a system for renewing our cubes. Fortunately, over here, we can use the just leave them in the box method of letting them refresh themselves. So as you can see over here, we've got these ones that, for example, are down to less than 3 minutes to go. That stack is at 4 minutes. That one's at... Ooh, less than a minute. So those will eventually find their way back out. And we do have plenty of blue cubes at the moment. So things are ticking over well enough. The system is basically working. We're just, yeah, very short on the yellow cubes, which are going to be what we need to actually get rockets together and get things starting to launch. I'm also still not quite sure whether this whole recipe from here to make the rocket fuel, whether this is actually going to work nicely or whether we're going to find that we've got too much hatred or something and it all jams up and just doesn't work.
Are we
It remains to be seen.
pulling red cubes out of the logistics system for reprocessing anywhere?
Logistics system, no.
You can put them onto the disposal belt.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We're also not putting yellow cubes into the logistics system.
Yeah, that's fair.
I told him to hand feed for those because he's only going to need like 4 of them.
Yeah, which is fair. Okay, in that case, I will put them onto the logistics system. Not logistics, the disposal system.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, the intention and hope was that it would be a bit like the one we had in K2SE running down the middle of the space station, where you can just put anything you want on it to get rid of it, and it'll sort it out nicely as it goes along. And that seems to work well.
It was an initial idea, definitely. I'm subsequently a little bit about that as an approach.
Will I need buffers for all of the emotions? I probably need somewhere to buffer my emotions, yes. At the moment, it can be buffered in the pipes. I sort of want to see how out of ratio everything is going to be, and whether this is going to have a chance of working. I suppose actually I could just run a what's name planner over the
rate calculator over it.
Yeah. Rate calculator. That. So we see from this that we're going to get some power. We're going to get some hope out. We're going to get some cubes out. That's fine. All of that is fine. Down here. It's not. The problem with rate. No, the thing is, it's not rate calculator that I want, because I don't care what speed the machines run at. It's quantity calculator, ratio calculator rather than rate calculator, because the rate doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't bottle up my emotions. What if it's just hope? Am I allowed to bottle up my hopes and keep my hopes as dreams? Explosion is fairly likely at some point. Okay. I feel like we're now at a point where things are probably going to just work TM, or just not work, and all there is left to do, apart from we need to make the rocket silos and feed in all of the ingredients for them. But other than that, it's just a case of waiting for enough yellow cubes to be made to make all the machinery run and find out if we actually have rocket fuel. So at this point, I feel like anyone who doesn't have anything to do might as well go and do something on another planet. As a suggestion, perhaps designing some city blocks on Norvis to make some of the more expensive recipes using both cubes and Igrian science machines.
We're not supposed to be designing Igris. Cubium stuff. Yeah,
I know,
Absolutely.
but true. But I feel like we're not going to need a particularly large number of cubes over there. So I think it might actually be okay But I accept your point, though, that we shouldn't. So
I suppose it's not using anything from here. If it's design it so that if it has cubes, it'll do that. If it doesn't, it'll do the one without cubes. Recipe.
true, yeah.
You're back.
And then it's drop cubes in at some point.
How will we leave? We will design this over with the over the satellite system, or more likely in a blueprint editor. Eventually, we will leave because Mike is in the process of building all the bits and pieces required to make a rocket silos, and then we'll be able to use those to leave. So for now, we can't leave, but we can still do things on other planets through the magic of the satellite's view, or whatever it calls it, map view. I don't know what we'll call it in space age. And then so we can do design work while we're still edging our way towards being able to leave the planet properly. Ooh, we've got some of these cube things. Fuel cubes have come through.
Ooh.
Oh, but that's just made from cubes and dreams, so that's not quite so exciting.
Oh.
We still haven't got any hope. We're still currently hopeless, I'm afraid.
I feel very atted at this point.
Hey, I did say we.
On behalf of all of us as the team, you know how it goes. We as a team have succeeded. I, as an individual, have screwed up again. Is that not how you do it?
I wouldn't say this. No, I wouldn't say this. I don't think anything's been screwed up. I think it just hasn't happened yet.
They're not specifically. Oh, never mind. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
No, but building planet hoppers is considered cheating until we have the systems built up to allow us to leave the planet under our own steam. So we're not allowed to use planet hoppers yet.
Steam.
Okay, under our own rockets.
There is no I in team, but there is a U in butthead. Yep.
There is. There's one. I can't explain without drawing a diagram. So never mind. Oh, thank you for the follow, Small Zone.
You're thinking
Good to
about
hear
the
A.
region in the A.
The A-hole.
The
Yes.
legs, yeah, exactly. There's the I. It's in the A-hole. Yes.
Yes.
Well, I know.
But there are two in Martini, so everyone back to my office. Unquote.
Yep. Yeah, so adding things like "but there's a U in butthead" is the reason I'm not welcome on management courses.
Aha! The sulfur it hasn't backed up. Well, it's backed up round the belt. The machine's output buffer is not complete. Well, at least if the machine's output buffer is full. I don't know what it fills up to, but its input buffer isn't full, so I suspect it probably isn't. But this is getting quite close to actually producing some petroleum gas that can be outputted. Except it's going to need to run up almost 20 times before we'll actually get any. But it's getting close, and this is kind of there it goes. It runs again, and.
I will
slow.
start
Oh,
to
this is all the problem.
place some stone blueprints on Novus, so prepare for some lags. I'll try to give it the minimum.
Oh,
Like,
I like how
take the
your
time to-
warning is just telling us you're going to do it at some point, and then just doing it while you're telling us.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it's.
To be fair, when nobody's in combat, it's only mildly
Yeah.
irksome. So I shall forgive. Will productivity multiply? I'm assuming not. My assumption is that the cubes are going to be like this. Will be like the Covarex process. If you put productivity modules in Covarex, when the productivity bar fills up, I think you get one of the additional extra output ones. So you don't. It's not like you get an extra 41 every time it runs. I imagine the cubes are going to be exactly the same, and when this bar fills up, because the bar presumably has filled up at least once by now, I'm imagining you're not. I don't think you'll get another inverted dormant microcube out, because that feels like it'd be very, very unbalanced.
Didn't we find that the magic glass on Igris wasn't like that? It is as if the recipe has run an extra time, and you get an extra 50 magic glass and 50 stone.
I don't remember for sure. That does ring a bell though, so I think you might be right.
Laurence.
Yes. Okay, so Quagor says he's got Quagor is suggesting that we should try and make a fuel throttling setup for long ships, for ships to prevent ships taking so long to refuel.
Right? This stone belt, actually in fairness, that's a Tristan one. Is that at the right elevation? As in the right northing?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure that was in there before quite a lot of other stuff. It may have been in there before
It was, yeah.
where the bus was.
Which is why I sort of then swung at Lawrence.
I think it's okay.
You think it's okay? All right.
Although,
okay.
no, actually, no, I take it back.
No, it's fine. We got confirmation from Laurence that's at the right height.
I did say think in the sort of the context of I am looking at this and trying to work it out.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! 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 Oh no!
I'm going to go probably not then. And why don't you take it down to? Why don't you do the sensible thing and take it down to a lower level on the bus?
I don't want to. Right,
Because he's Mike?
Yeah. Because he wants to be difficult. I know. I'm used to it.
No, I started putting it in at the height it was at. I hadn't realised that somebody else had screwed it up. Right, okay.
You do realise this is just making me want to give you a job to go in and fix it, don't you?
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm fixing it.
This is unfortunate.
Which bit?
Your face. Oh, there we go. Now it's cleaning itself out.
Oh.
Yeah. So one of the problems here that I didn't see on a previous on a planet that has certain similarities, should we say, in my space age run, is that these cubes are often very much out of order. In that you're getting along here, you can see that they're not in order of freshness. So they're getting despoiled as they go, or despoiled in different ways as they go along.
For that part Mike was pointing out, the issue there is that someone has decided that the top of the bus has moved up by 1 square.
Yeah, there's been a few little funkiness going along.
The stone was the bottom line of one of the bands, and someone said, "No, I'm going to keep a clear band at the top," and so the in between has shifted up by 1.
I see. I think
because here you've got undergrounds there with the cubes being the top one, and therefore the stone is the bottom one.
Yeah. So on that. Oh, I don't know how it happened. Yeah, it does.
We're all looking now. Mark's about to have a bad day.
Yeah, it does look like Mark. Actually, yes, I think you're right. It does appear to be. Well, Mark appears to be the first person who's put a belt in the wrong place.
Actually, in absolute fairness, there's been enough stuff put in and torn out in that bit.
Yeah, that's true.
In fairness, it could well be someone who...
Quite a lot has happened over there.
Yeah. And also, in sort of double fairness, even now, like, you start putting the bus down and it's all very chaotic. This is still chaotic. Like, it's not changed.
Yeah, it's because we've tried the problem. Yeah, over here we've then tried to put in the filtration and pulling out of grey cubes and things like that in here as well, which has made things that bit worse.
It's where on Maluna I started out by just going 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't remember.
Yeah,
one
that helped.
2 space 1, 2, 3, 4 space 1.
Yeah.
Like just so that it's all there.
Yep.
Yeah. I think I thought I
complained last stream that I couldn't really recognize any real bus layout.
Well, that was when the bus only got up to about here.
Yep.
Yeah, I think putting in some more belts like that would have been a good idea, and I have to admit I'm not quite sure. I had a feeling I'd done that somewhere, but I've just looked along the bus and there isn't any anywhere, so I clearly didn't. So maybe I'm thinking of a different planet. Yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately.
Yeah, well, it's not the end of the world.
I was going to say we've got nearly 300 petroleum gas in here, but it seems to be disappearing. Yeah, Mike, points for effort, but very few points for actually putting in a system that'll work.
Careful.
Yeah, it's...
Because that belt should always be full.
Got it. Fixed it.
I mean, it'll work briefly, but it'll never get used. But
yeah, fine. I can do that instead.
Yeah, I mean, I'll get in the way if I want to put in further future
I know.
production, but I don't think I will need to at the rate, given the rate this has been happening at so far.
There isn't a clean way of doing it. In fairness.
Yeah.
I suppose I could do There we go. That's laggy. That.
Yeah, that's fine for the time being.
Yeah. It's. I accept wholeheartedly that it's inefficient. In fact, maybe it should be on the other side to remind you to move it up. If that ever needs to be done. But it's fine, whatever.
I think the next yellow cube. The next yellow cube. The next yellow cube.
Are you being impatient?
Yes. Absolutely. Very. Very, very much so.
It's a day and a Y again, is it? 2.6. 13.8.
That's number one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Kartoffel of Doom is taking the blame for the weird belt. That's fine. So we don't have to blame any of us.
Awfully nice of you.
And yes, Quago is quite right. Well, this yeah, it's a bit spaghetti. I'd like to deny everything, but I don't think I reasonably can. Mike has at least piped the stone out here to bring it down to the bottom, so it's a little bit. It is tidier, and it's tidier now.
Yeah, you're the boss, and you said do it, so I do it. And I understand why you're surprised. I am following instructions correctly, so I do completely understand the surprise there. But that's not the point.
I'm glad you're at least a little bit genre savvy, self-aware, other sort of similar things. How's our water getting on? Still got 100% water.
I want to do a thing.
Maybe we should just start putting water into barrels and throwing it in the lava.
Oh.
It is indeed a starter base, but in that it's the base we started with. But I'm cautiously optimistic that it won't actually need a rebuild, because I don't think there's much more to do on this planet. I don't think this is like Lignumis or Maluna, where we're going to be coming back and going, oh, actually, I want to rebuild all of this to do things more, better, harder, faster, stronger, and other daft punky things.
Yeah, in fairness, the main reason we did that with Maluna was because of the mod update.
Yeah.
So until the mod update, it was working. I mean, there was an argument about was it fast enough and so on, but it worked.
Yeah,
I think it was fast enough.
But it was basically fine, yeah. No complaints, I think. We'd have needed to do something with it to get the exploration science in.
Yeah.
But we might have been able to just tack that onto the end of it. I don't really remember for sure. No, the thing is though, Kartoffel, because cubes are a catalyst, you don't burn through large quantities of cubes. We'll take 500, 1,000 cubes to each planet that's going to need them. At least if Mark lets us have any FUPs. We'll take the cubes to the planets that need them, and then that's it. We'll just leave them there, churning away and working, and the systems will work. So yeah, we'll need to make a load of cubes, and every so often we'll come along and say, "Can I pull out 1,000?" And then after we've done so, these machines will go nuts for a little while, refilling the stock. But basically, we're not going to be. I don't think we're going to be getting through that many cubes. They're not a consumable. Like, for example, the on Igris, we're going to need a steady supply of the magic fluid being taken away in these barrels, which means we're going to have a loop system where the barrels are taken out, then the barrels are brought back. The barrels are emptied on another planet. Barrels are brought back, and they go into here for refilling, and then they go round and round and round. So we've got a steady supply of magic fluid is going to be needed on other planets. The cubes are not like that because they are because they're just a catalyst. We'll take them away, reuse them. We'll take them away in bulk, and then they'll just go round and round and round in circles on the other planet, and we'll never need any more. Iron and copper ore are broken. Is that the one I?
They're not.
Well, the copper ores stopped being produced.
They were stopped because we had plenty, and they should kick back in.
Right. So.
And they haven't because they're full of cubes.
Yes, because the breaking bit is that you've removed the waste extraction for cubes. That's what's broken it.
No, yes, that was also removed, but it was turning the whole thing off when we had plenty as well.
Yeah, it got broken.
So it's a yes and, not a no but.
Yes.
Broke it.
Specifically, it is supposed to turn off, and
but it is then supposed to turn back on again.
The jelly
bypass. Yeah. So I understand the objective. It would be, and yes, it's the combinators that logically do that. You starve the input of jelly. Yeah, that makes sense.
I should
Right,
do something
that's now
similar
working again.
further down here, actually, come to think of it. There's a somewhere along
that.
here that's making jelly. Yes, this one.
That.
So at the moment, we are just slowly churning through little bits of carbon in order to make massive quantities, in order to keep the in order to just turn it into the hope into junk and into dreams. So this is a bit silly. So actually, given that carbon and I suppose cubes, but mostly carbon is the only input we care about. But then actually carbon doesn't go off, so I should turn these machines off when we've got enough jelly. So let's do that. We're reading here, and that's turning this.
Do you want to look at how I've
off.
done the ores? Because it's basically exactly the same.
Probably, but I want to think this through first for myself. But then I'll go and have a look and see if we're doing it the same way. So I could control these machines and have them only kick in when there's less than mumbly on here. So at the moment, this is kicking in when there's less than 5. If I have these ones kick in when there's less than 100 or less than, then we'll always keep some fresh. But there's no point in doing that. There's no point in keeping this fresh. What I actually want to do is only run this when there's a shortage of. If I want to add that with the checking when there's a shortage of solid fuel over here, because if we've got a belt full of solid fuel, then there's no point in running any of these machines. There's no point in making jelly from either this one or this one. So let's go and see how Tristan's done it and see if it's the same. So over here,
but otherwise, yeah, sounds.
He's
similar.
monitoring how much is on these belts and going, if there's a shortage of that or that, then turn on this one. And then over here, if there's a shortage of jelly as well, then yeah. Okay, yeah, it's exactly the same idea. Good. That's mildly reassuring. So I put that in there. I don't know how long cables can be in this game. One there's there and one there. And then we'll link from there to there and to... Nope, not long enough. There, and there to there. And from here, we will read all belts. So then that'll come down to here, and we say when there's less than mumbly solid fuel. We'll check what mumbly is in a minute once we get the combination in there. I can click on that, and then I can click on. No, I can't. Why have I not got a? Oh, because it's not connected to anything yet, probably because that cable doesn't appear until this appears. Fine. Let's tell this one. To drop onto the onto the near lane. So we'll get a little bit more on there. We've got slightly better numbers, slightly more. We can have slightly higher numbers, and it'll take slightly longer for it to get through it all. That was a blue belt. That's not what I was asking for. So this is going to output a. This is going to look at inputs rather, signals, and we'll use a green tick like Tristan did. Why not? If green tick is greater than 0 and jelly is less than 5. Then output a green tick over here. And then we run another red cable from there to there, and we tell you to run if green tick is greater than, is equal to 1. Let's just use equals 1. There we go. And now I don't need that red cable. We'll leave those in there to suffer, that's fine. I don't care about that. And then over here, we want to say when solid fuel, actual solid fuel is less than 10, then output a green tick. I think I've left a, there we go, that should be a 1. And then over here, that should also be a 1.
Full.
Yeah, I think a 5-second warning is the absolute minimum that counts as giving a warning. Just going careful as you click does not count. I mean, I know I said it doesn't actually matter because none of us are in combat, but also if you're going to give a warning that is actually a warning.
Don't listen to him, Mark. I believe in you.
I mean, I can just omit the warning.
That would almost be better. Note that it did say almost.
I don't even know
No,
how
you
to
don't.
respond to that.
still not getting any significant amounts of petroleum gas in here, which is very upsetting. Oh, actually, the pipe is not filling up. This machine is okay. So we've got full output and probably full input now. So that at least is as full as that gets. But every time it runs, we're getting more. We are producing more petroleum gas than we're burning, than we're using up in this loop. But it's just so slow. Yeah, a fight with the design is a type of combat, I think, Kartoffel. Yeah, I did suggest going off and designing cube-based science recipes. I don't know if anyone's actually doing that, but I did suggest
I'm
it.
getting close to asking Mark if he has one that he wants me to make, but I'm just adding something to the science area first.
Yeah, I'm not doing it because it's a novice. So I'm doing like clearing old mines, adding new mines,
Yeah.
stuff on novice. Like
4,500. What? This is a ridiculous recipe. 4,500. It produces 300 each time it runs. It's going to have to run 15 times. I'm going to go and steal 15 yellow cubes from somewhere.
Isn't that 3,000 each time it runs, not 300 each time it runs?
The recipe produces 300. No, the other recipe produces 300. What's it? I don't want to steal them from here, really.
Oh, Hujima flips. Those.
Yes. Making the petroleum gas produces 300 each time it runs, but it takes 400 of them to. What? Pick the stuff up.
Right. Where is steel? There is steel.
Right, there we go. I've put 15 cubes in. Hopefully that'll be enough to actually. I need to. No, I've done that already. The thing is, though, an nth of this is being stolen to make the sulfur. So we're using 20 sulfur each time we run, and each time this runs, it produces 2 sulfur. So we need to run this 10 times. So that means it uses 300. Okay, so we're actually only making any net positive petroleum gas when the productivity bonuses tick. So that 300 just goes straight from here into here to make the sulfur that was then used in order to go back round again. So we're only actually making.
Warning.
I like it. With negative seconds worth of... Oh, no, never mind.
I don't like it. Don't like it very much at all.
I thought you'd already done it.
Yeah, you said warning, and there's a lag spike, and then about 5 to 10 seconds later, there's an even bigger lag spike.
Yeah, the second one, which was like 5 seconds later, that was me. The other one was.
Yeah, I guessed.
So if it's
So
only
someone placed something on my warning just to blame me.
Yep.
So it's only an 18% productivity
I did
bonus.
not
So
do
we're going to
any
only
such
get
things.
this. So we're going to get. Well, both of these got an 18% productivity bonus. So we're going to get about 1 in 5. No, 2 in 5. 2 in 5 times it runs, we'll get an extra thing out. So it would have been 15, but actually it's going to be 5 times that divided by 2. It's about 40 times. I'm going to have to run about. This is going to have to run about 40 times to make the 4,500 light oil, petroleum gas that's going to be required to make this, which will then allow us to make 3,000 light oil, which is a lot of light oil. So that might actually be enough to tide us over for a little while, and maybe things won't be quite so horrific by the time it finishes. But in the meantime, this is horrible. It's just going to take forever to build up the first chunk of things. I do kind of feel this is going to be a planet where we go, okay, that's nice, we'll just leave you for 3 days to churn through and actually make enough of these damn yellow cube things. I put 20 in there now, so it's going to be a little bit. It's going to run for a few minutes at least. Oh look, we've got an additional one has found its way through to here in the meantime. I'm also going to steal any possible available yellow cubes for the time being, just to go into here, try and get this to run enough that we'll be able to start doing things.
Okay, once the bots are finished placing everything, you will have 3 initially. Sprocket cell has been made. Hooray!
Hooray! So the thing that's making the yellow cubes so slow is so yellow cubes, like the blue cube, even more so than the blue cubes, because the blue cubes do technically get destroyed in order to make yellow cubes. But yellow cubes are only a catalyst, so you never need to make more yellow. Well, you never use up your yellow cubes. They just go round and round in a loop. But because we don't have very many of them, because they take a very, very long time to build in this system here, we don't have very many of them flowing around, and they all get sort of clogged up in places like the red circuit production or the blue circuit production or any of the more things further down here. So there's a number of places where the yellow cubes are just getting stuck and not going round and round the system fast enough. We are steadily making more and more of them with all of these machines here, but it's rather slow. So we could. The thing is, we could speed this up by just putting in more machines, or by, as you say, putting in bacons. But we're going to get to a point relatively soon, I hope, that where we're just going to have where we're going to have so many of them that it would have not been worth it. But then on the flip side, this is taking so long and is so frustrating that actually it might have been worth putting in twice as much. So this has already been tripled since we originally started it. So we just had this block at the bottom, and Tristan's tripled it. I do think it would be a good idea to double this again, because the rate these cubes are coming through at is woefully insufficient. And I think it presumably is just them all sort of building up in the various belt buffers around the factory.
I'm seeing some cubes decay that great long belt along the top.
Yeah, that's a risk, and it doesn't really matter.
Things destroyed.
Why are things getting destroyed on Cubium of all places? Oh, burning trees.
Fire.
Warning.
Yeah,
I'm not convinced it is worth expanding the yellow cubes.
It depends on how patient we are.
Mark has decided we do not play today.
Yeah. Yeah, I often say bacons just because I like bacon. There's a proper cube oil recipe. I don't remember a cube oil recipe that needs a recycler. There might have been some alternative recipe for oil. There might be one of these steps in here somewhere. Could have been done differently. I don't really remember. So we got to. It was the hope that was the thing that we needed. We needed more. Oh, so there's a... Yeah, so that's what we're using at the moment. Solid fuel from hopes and dreams. We can make a hope barrel. We can make rocket fuel from dreams. No, it's not. That's not what we're using. We're doing that a completely different way. Because we don't have enough hope for that. We're using this to try before we get the hope. We may turn... No, that's making holmium out of hopes and dreams. It's making belts. There may have been something that used a recycler. I don't remember what it would have been. We can also make EM plants. We can't yet, but we will eventually be able to make EM plants out of hope, dream, courage, concrete, jelly, and cubes, and holmium. Oh, for the sulfur. Oh, maybe. Maybe there was a sulfur recipe that would use recyclers and would have been better. Because it does sound vaguely familiar now you mention it. Oh yes, you're right. We could recycle destabilized cube matter. So I could make a load of sulfur, because you can do this in your pocket scissors apparently, and that has been unlocked. But rather unfairly, it requires a recycler, a steam recycler, a bioluminescent or a biorecycler.
It lives-ish.
We don't have steam recyclers or regular recyclers.
It's
but I could do it in my pocket scissors. So, but then that's just making sulfur. So that's probably how you're supposed to kickstart the recipe. If you can't find any of, if you've destroyed all of the active vents in your area and can't get any sulfur from them. What have you lived? Oh, you're making rocket silos. Excellent. Just what we needed.
Laurence, if you need a bunch of cubes, if you take them off the top of the tower that's making the calcite, that's probably fine because you're just going to turn them into red cubes, loop them back in,
and they'll find their way back in. Yeah, I nicked a load from the I think it was red circuit production area, and now actually that has been enough. The machine is running constantly now, and
yeah, it's whether you want 10 or 50.
Yeah. Well, at the moment, also there are now some waiting on the belt to go into the machine over here. So it looks like I've actually built up enough that there's... it looks like having chucked all of those in, they're coming through fast enough to keep it happy, as of right now.
You are taking all of them into that machine.
Oh, am I? Is that how the priorities are set now? No, it's not.
Well, you set it.
No, some of them will go. Some of them will go into red circuit and blue circuit production still.
Oh yes, yeah, but any that come along here are going into that.
Oh yeah,
machine
yes,
rather than
absolutely. Yes,
continuing to-
yes, I have deliberately done that.
Warning.
That is true. Let's see what numbers we can see up here when mark happens. I only saw 20. No, and there's a 19. It dropped down to 9.
It didn't refresh often enough for me to see a number. All right?
Yeah, also that. Of course, putting more sulfur into here will help, which I've just done. I grabbed all of the sulfur that Mark put onto the other side of the belt, and I've put it all into this machine now. So that's going to help a little bit. Oh, we've got up to 1.6 thousand. That's like nearly halfway. No, sorry, it's a third. That's a third of the way. So progress.
We have a problem at the other end.
Oh.
The disposal belt is backing up on cubes, which implies that we've got too many cubes in the system.
Yes, it does. So we were talking about this before, and someone was saying they wanted to build a system to fix that. I think. Where's the recycling recipe?
I've stopped it from adding more to the system temporarily, but it's also only taking off one side here.
Oh, thank you for the resub, Ario. And did you sub as well, Dippy? Sorry, I must have. Oh yes, so you did. 30. Was that before the start of the stream? 2 hours ago? I'm not sure. But thank you very much. Yes, 32 months. Nice. That's a very long time. And thank you, Ario, for your resub as well. Yeah, so I seem to have broken it a little bit. The Twitch notifications should be making sounds. They should be going through, but they seem to not be. Also, I'm not getting the sounds either. That was something I was meaning to play with, but as is traditional, I completely forgot. Sorry about that. I should have a play around with that, but probably not during a stream. Somebody remind me tomorrow, please, or tomorrow evening. Squeezing it in at a time when I've actually got time to mess around with things is the awkward part. But yes, I will try and actually not be so terrible at noticing these, noticing alerts when they come in. I've got a load of ice now. Don't want that. Oh, it made sound on your end. Okay, that's the expected level of brokenness then. I was expecting it to make a noise for you guys, but not currently making a noise for me because it's broken. I guess the short-term answer for the cube problem is to put in an additional set of cube chillers over here, and then have a system that stops putting extra cubes in unless there's an actual genuine shortage. It's measuring the actual genuine shortage that's the hard part, of course.
I mean, we can just... Oh, that might be the problem. Mike is pulling them out of the system, out of the logistics system. And I'm putting them into the logistics system because we need to...
I did ask if anyone was doing that, and I got told no.
No one was at the time, and I didn't realise you were pulling them out.
Okay, fair enough.
Right.
Sounds like Tristan has made a mistake. That's fine.
Why are you putting them in the logistics system?
Because we want to supply them to other planets.
Yeah,
we can
do it by inserting them into a rocket. You can't. The logistics bots can't fly between planets.
No?
Are you sure?
Yes, they can.
Science demands.
They can provide the rocket silo with them.
Not on this planet, they bloody can't. Have you seen
and they can do that when
bot penalties?
When there's enough, and they wouldn't just take off the belt when there isn't enough. We need a different way of limiting.
I think we can just assume there's always going to... I think we can just take them off the belt. There are a lot on the belt, and if it does grind to a halt because we've taken them all off the belt, then the system that's building them isn't reliant on cubes, and we'll just make more of them. So I'm
Yeah.
happy to just pull them off the belt. I'm not happy to have them in the logistics system, especially when you put them in the logistics system at one end of the entire bus, and the rocket silos are probably going to end up at the other end of the bus, and bots fly very, very slowly on this planet. And we only have 247 logistics bots anyway, so no, that would be absolutely horrible. Let us not do that. Hello, Dr. Nightman. What is your question? If you've got a question about buying the game, then the answer is yes. Yes, you should buy the game. It is very good.
Yes.
I recommend it. I'm only 4,000 hours in or so. So I mean, you take my recommendations with a pinch of salt. But I'm not be sure. Might not be quite sure yet. But I think so far I think it's worth it. enough speed research for robots that might be able to fly between planets. Yes, maybe. Right, have we got any petroleum gas yet? We've got 3,000. We're 2/3 of the way there. This is actually starting to work. I think going over and nicking all those cubes from the red circuit production area has put them back into circulation now. The red circuits are actually being produced as well because we've done some. We've done. I don't know. Oh, the blue belts have been extended. That's why, and we're actually using them. Thank you. The warning was in plenty of time that time. I just went anyway. So yeah, the yellow cubes are actually circulating now, so the system is basically is kind of running. Well, it was running until just then. So yeah, it is much better. I'm going to steal these again. I said I'm going to steal these again. Give me. Some of that. There we go. If you just buy the Space Age DLC, I get. I don't know for sure about that, Dr. Nightmint. I think the DLC is a separate DLC that you need to have the original game for. Steam will tell you when you try and buy it, assuming you buy it through Steam. Steam will definitely say this is a DLC. You need to have the original game if you do need to have the original game. And I'm pretty sure Space Age and Factorio are separate things, and you need to have Factorio to play Space Age. It's a DLC, not an upgraded version.
Okay, rockets have been made, or cells have been made. Do you want to place them somewhere? Do you want me to place them somewhere?
I'm happy for them to be put in, I guess, just sort of here, column going up this way.
Yeah, sure.
You're going to need... you're going to need to feed in the low-density structures, the blue circuits, and the rocket fuel, once those are made, of course. If they all go up one side, then we can have, I guess, cubes can probably go up the other side, and... we're going to need barrels of Dream as well to send those away too. We should actually. How heavy are Dreams?
Are they rocketable? That's the question, isn't it?
You can fit 10,000 Dreams into a rocket. So yeah, one rocket silo for cubes, and we'll have to see what we can do about cubes versus sleepy cubes. But maybe we'll just load in whatever and. Load in cubes, and if they go to sleep in the rocket, we don't care. It doesn't matter. We'll just keep loading stuff in until it's full. And then another rocket silo for Dreams, and then a third one for We Will See as we get further to it.
The other cube, isn't it?
Sorry.
The other cubes.
Oh, the yellow cube. Possibly. I haven't found a use for those elsewhere yet, as far as I'm aware. Oh no, there was that's true. There were two science packs that required them. But we won't be taking those just yet. But yes, in theory, we might need to do that eventually. How many of these fit in a rocket? 100. Okay. You can only fit 10 yellow cubes in a rocket, so better hope we don't need too many of them elsewhere, because that's going to be quite pricey to launch. But yes, you're quite right. Eventually, the third one is going to be for yellow cubes. I was going to look into Liquid Dreams. So Liquid Dreams take 3 Dreams and 200 water, and you can then put 50 of those into, so you can put 150 Dreams into a barrel, and you can put, I think, is it 100 barrels into a rocket? Yes, 100 barrels in a rocket. So it's 150 Dreams worth, so it's 150, 15,000. So it's 15,000 Dreams in a rocket if you put them in barrel, or 15,000. Or 10,000 if you put them in as Dreams themselves. So I take it back. We're going to be putting them in as Liquid Dream barrels. Or actually, no, we're probably not.
Mark,
Yes.
is there something on Norris you'd like me to start on?
Sure.
No, we'll be doing it as dream concentrate barrels. Will be going into the rocket.
Could you? So we have to have a discussion about the cubium science recipes and cubium recipes in general. As I laid out in Discord yesterday, I think the recipes are just too overpowered to generate basically everything from carbon or copper or from carbon or coal. So
So
I would want to restrict the usage. So I suggest we go for the that we have to export the dreams from Cubium and are able to use the cubes, but not. So we are not allowed to make jelly somewhere else, basically.
Right. Okay. So you're thinking. So you're thinking of shipping out the dream concentrate rather than making the dreams out from jelly. Oh, of course
Yeah.
we wouldn't. Yeah, we wouldn't need to ship dreams out that way if we were the dreams
Yeah.
out if we were doing it that way.
And
So
I think that's
at
a
that
bit
point,
too overpowered. And I like the mechanic from Icarus with the magic fluid, where you have to just not use the recipe as standalone on another planet, but have to do some logistics or something else with it.
I thought you were talking about some of the you were talking about some of the other recipes like making engine units from dreams or whatever it was. I forget which one it was, but some of these feel all the blue or red circuits from stuff.
Yeah, what I'm saying is basically you can use the energized microcubes or dormant. So the microcubes are exportable from Cubium, but you're not allowed to make the cube jelly, like the infinite cube jelly recipes, because with that you just generate material from energy, basically.
Yeah.
on
Oh,
any
yeah. It was
planet.
the iron and copper ones. These ones over here, where you're just basically you're just turning
So-
or
Yeah.
possibly carbon
Even
or
Not even for recharging the cubes.
Not even for that, yeah.
well, for recharging the cubes, we've discovered
very
it's basically
quickly.
easier just to let them recharge themselves.
iron has effectively stopped flowing because there are cubes on the iron ore line. I have no idea how they got there.
These are filtered, so.
Yeah, so there's nowhere where there's side loading a belt by accident. So I got nothing, to be honest. I had no idea.
Iron stopped flowing. What are you saying? Stop flowing?
The iron ore has stopped
Iron.
flowing into the. It isn't flowing properly into the into the crushers.
I mean, it could have
Well,
been
it's the plates
quite
has
early
stopped.
when.
Yeah, I
They
reckon some
got-
probably just got accidentally nudged onto there or something was being
Yeah.
re-was named.
Yeah.
There we
Fair
go.
enough.
I've tidied it up.
Thank you.
Are you not
Yeah.
on the planet, Mike?
I am, yeah, but I'm right down the other end of the belt, which is about 400 miles away. Yeah, I'd noticed that it stopped flowing, and I was very confused.
I'd noticed there wasn't very much flowing, but I just assumed it was because we were making it very quickly, and it was just all being used, and it was being used up quite quickly by the rocket production. So for what Mark was saying, I think I largely agree that if we go off to other planets and then start producing iron and copper ore like this is very, very cheesy, and I think we shouldn't. What about producing the jelly for dreams for producing science packs though? I mean that feels more like it is just part of the intended
Yeah,
way
that'd
of
be
using
okay
it.
with.
But also on the flip side, I can see how it does feel like it's making a lot more science almost rather trivially and quickly and easily.
I would start for going the export route. So we basically, Tristan, I would ask you to make one of the science recipes on Novus with the Icarus, so magic fluid and cube recipes in mind, and do the energizing locally without
By waiting.
By waiting, exactly, and import the dream concentrate via the landing pad.
It's essentially doing do it the Igrian way.
Which science would you like me to make?
That is a good question.
I assume purple or yellow.
Those would seem
I
like
would
the logical ones to
say
start with,
red,
yes.
just to start at the beginning again.
Oh,
no, kidding.
So
No,
red's
actually,
not
there's
really-
logic there because there's a sort of as a sort of proof of concept almost.
Yeah.
So for Igrian stuff, there's not much point doing that for red. Because it's fluid which you've got to transport over, which is far more expensive than just
Yeah,
a bit more iron and copper.
but same for the dreams, right? We have to
Yeah.
import the dream concentrate, so we have to import 2 liquids to get the improved recipes.
Yes.
So I'd say start with the utility, also yellow,
Okay.
Yeah.
and
It's funny
Yeah,
how
what-
even in playing vanilla, I tend to find that purple is almost the hardest one. Tends to be the hardest one to upgrade and get running fast enough. Even though yellow is significantly more complicated and expensive, but purple always seems to be the one that's the struggles. I think it's just because it requires things on massive quantities.
And try to use a mixed fluid station for importing Igrian magic
Sure.
fluid and the dream concentrate.
The concentrate will be coming over in barrels, so you don't,
We
and
can
they're
unbarrel
just
up in the
steel
plant
barrels, so you
area,
don't.
like we're doing with the Igrian.
You can unbarrel it if you want. You don't have to. It's steel barrels. Nobody's going to care.
No, but I agree with Tristan, we'll use the same mechanic. You could even use the same station and have a
It's working.
multi-provider station here.
Yeah, that will need reworking, but yes.
Chuck, chuck, chuck,
Yeah.
chuck, 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 chuck. Very, very
And
slowly,
we want
but
to do
it
that
is working.
carefully without wasting any fluid.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll have to find a way of disposing of the barrels over on Norvis at some point, which is, or I mean, it's 2/3 as efficient. We could ship the dreams over as dreams, but no, I think sending them as fluids, especially as given the headaches that producing the rocket fuel is being at the moment. Although it's getting gradually easier as we start to produce more and more of it, as the system gets running, and because we're getting more and more yellow cubes into the system in general. So yeah, we'll have some barrels over there eventually.
Laurence,
Yes.
I have moved the accumulators away. So we have
So you
2
have.
spots here as well as here that has some logic. They don't have set reset latches. That's like an upgrade if you would like to commission that. Then
Okay.
that's possible.
So it's just sort of it's just buzzing switches then, is
Warning.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I think it should probably work, and it looks like it does. But
Yeah.
yeah, I just want this to be approved that you're happy with this.
Yeah, I think I'm happy with the concept, and because it's not working on the exact amount of power in the accumulators, the switches might not buzz all that much because it's going to be dependent on how much water we've got, and there's going to be a little bit of hysteresis from there, I think.
Tristan, I'm
Yeah,
happy for you
so-
to separate the build in the city block.
So this part here takes both the accumulators, like the network, as well as water into account.
I didn't follow that, Mark.
You could keep the flying robo frames here and move the yellow production out.
Okay. I was going to design a new one, but yeah, I can do that instead.
Since we're providing the robo frames on the network anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we want this system here as a backup if we run out of either of the supplies?
I think that's a good idea. I would just disconnect or disable the station for now.
We'll set it as a very low priority.
Yeah, no, I want to know when this kicks in, basically. So I would
Okay. Well, low priority and an
disable the
alarm
station
system.
for now and see if the other one is running.
The trash belt is stuck because at the moment we have too many cubes, which is an very awkward position to be in. We think it's probably because Tristan and Mike set up fighting logistics chests over here. So that's ended up with...
Yay! I blame Pete.
I thought we were blaming Tristan because it was his fault. yeah, so we ended up with a load of cubes being brought from here to here, and that meant there were too many in the system, and so it's jammed up a bit. Eventually, I was going to say eventually it'll sort itself out. I don't think it actually will. Except in that, well, yeah, maybe we could put in another copy of this stack. I don't really know what else we can. Yeah, the cubes are. As I said, because the cubes don't get used up, so we just now have too many cubes.
I mean, you're gonna export quite a few.
They get turned
true,
into
yeah.
yellow ones.
Well, yeah, well, we're making them slowly into yellow ones. That's true, and we can put a load of them into one of the launch silos over here. So that'll get rid of some of them.
Right, rockets are now, well, I mean, being made's putting it a bit strongly, but they will be made.
Problem is, we can't put them into the rocket until there's a request for. Or can we? Yeah, no, of course you can load. You can load into a rocket preemptively, can't you? So yeah, just whack a belt up there and start loading them into the rocket.
So
Yeah, Mark, if you just take a belt from the cube supply and start loading up one of the rocket silos, it doesn't matter whether they're which sort of cubes end up in it. Well, grey or blue, because they turn into each other. And I think you should just be able to chuck them in, and there should be enough stacks in there that it should be able to just load up with a load of whatever.
Do you have a cubium ship ready?
No, I haven't actually built a ship. That'd be a good idea. Yeah, I should do that at some point. That was something I was going to do between streams, but I don't seem to have had any free time because life, mostly.
It's not very far from Volcanos. I mentioned you could almost just hijack the Richard Dean.
Yeah, I might do that for the short term. We'll borrow this one. It can fly over to there as well and load it with some cubes. It's got a decent amount of space available. We'll take it if we put one rocket's worth of cubes and one rocket's worth of dream barrels in there. Then I think it's going to take up 2 stripes, and that's probably going to be okay. I don't know how full it gets when it's leaving Volcanos.
It has some space still.
Okay. If the cubes, it doesn't matter. So because when you have cubes in a chest or any other inventory like a rocket, they just sit there like this, gradually decaying, and eventually one of these will turn into this stack is the one I can. Eventually, a stack of these will turn into a stack of blue cubes, and you'll just have some blue cubes in the rocket instead. And then if they decay again, they'll just have some grey cubes in the rocket instead. They'll switch back and forth. It's just what's in the rocket or what's in the spaceship, whatever will just gradually switch back and forth. It does mean that on any planet where you want to request them, you'll need to probably need to request both grey and blue cubes. Otherwise, the ship will arrive and they'll be in the wrong state and you won't get any. But that's kind of okay. I don't think that's a serious problem. It's just how it'll be.
Ooh, but that's going to be a problem for the ship request. For the all requests satisfied.
That's true.
Launch.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit weird.
You say this request or this request satisfied.
Oh yeah, true.
Or you manually send over, let's say, 500 cubes, and that's your lot.
Why are there dreams on this belt?
Because cubes are only being brought over at deliberate times.
Yeah, there's another one there. There seems to be cube dreams ending up steadily on the belt. Or at least, it could be the problem that we had from last week that has now been fixed because that entire area has been ripped out. But also it might not be.
True. Alright, so...
I don't see any more really far back up the belt, though. So I think we might be alright. But
it's not that, because that was a bad idea, although it also wasn't. Is put in a thing here, blacklisting live cubes. Or I just do it as a splitter.
Yeah, I mean you'll be taking out grey cubes there as well. That doesn't actually matter as such. But
yeah, so you then just send that down to the.
Too far.
Where is it?
Yeah, there.
Hang on, it's there.
I'm not sure what Saphir's doing here. Are you side balancing it, Saphir? Okay. Doing it weirdly, but sure.
I'm using the blueprint book, which is a proper one.
Okay. Doing awful things to my bus. Oh dear. Oh well.
There we go.
What's the fluid you're sending over, Laurence?
Concentrated dream juice.
Dream concentrate?
Yeah.
Dream concentrate. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. I'm just trying to find it. That's liquid dream down here somewhere. Let's hope. Yes, dream concentrate, indeed.
Okay.
Which we don't seem to be making. That's curious. Either that, or I say we don't seem to be making. Either that, or we're slurping it up very, very quickly. It's coming from down here. Oh, I see. We've just not got enough machines making it. That's an easy one to fix. There we go. That might be enough. Might need some power for those as well, to be fair. There we go. that should speed up my dream concentrations. All right. No, we haven't got any. I don't believe we've made any plans for the next planet. I think we might be thinking of one of the vanilla ones because we're going to do two modded planets and then a vanilla planet and so on. So I think we may be going to go to Gleba or Fulgora next, but we shall see how that goes. We haven't made specific plans yet.
We are not receiving any rocket fuel at the silos.
No.
It's
let's
a very slow.
see how that's getting. Oh, it has made some light oil though. How's that getting on? And the light oil has made some emotional tar. The emotional tar has made. Okay, we've backed up on disgust. I'm afraid. Oh, I may need a disgusting tank. So this has flowed over to here. So we've not made enough anger to crack yet. So yeah, I'm going to need to put in a disgust tank. These recipes. Right, I think I might need to do a little bit of redesigning of this pipe work as well, because at the moment this. Oh, hang on. Yeah, this should probably come up here, and then we've got pipe there and there. And then, do I have any tanks in my pockets? Is no. Then we can put down some tanks. I said we can put down some tanks, not create. Put down. So put that. Yeah, if I put that. Nah. I don't know where to put this. Let's put it there, and then another pipe like that. There we go. So now we can fill that up. We can put all of our disgust into this tank here to get it out, to sort of stockpile it now out of the way, while we wait and see how the general balance of other things goes. So this does mean we've managed. Oh, we've made quite a lot of hope though. So that's been brought all the way down here. Aha! We are. Not making. Why have you stopped? You've run out of solid fuel because you've run out of. All this has stopped. Why is this all stopped? Right. So if there's less than 10, output a tick. So we're doing that. Oh, and then I didn't tell these belts when to go and stop. I think. We've got trash going around. Oh, it's because the disposal belt has. I don't think it is because the disposal belt has filled up. This should have kicked in. Yeah, we need to fix that disposal belt because it's just jamming everything up. We've still got some jelly on this belt, but... See, all these boxes are full of cubes. Oh, the cubes are starting to flow again. Well, that's been turned off. That's good, so we won't get more cubes coming in at least. That's a good thing. Oh, this has just been a big sink on it because we're flooding new cubes out into the rocket system over here. So we filled up those boxes. Fine. I don't know why you put filter inserters in there or filter the different boxes because they're just going to get swapped over anyway. All right. The problem is that we don't have enough output along here. I think. No, actually, it's not. No, I'll take it back. That's not the problem. It takes too long for the cubes to decay.
Mark, do you have a preference for where? What city block I fill in? Next to the other one or somewhere completely different?
It's pulling them through gradually.
Give me a second.
Some red cubes on there. Pulp dreams sound like I don't know, some sort of some sort of popularized thing rather than sort of the rather than the classic. I don't know. I'm not sure where my train of thought's going with that, but. I feel like maybe gathering up enormous numbers of cubes off this belt will be a start, but then where would I put them? And would they just sort of then clog everything up again once they came back out? So if I start just stealing all of the cubes from here, this is a sort of this is a very temporary, will probably only work about once kind of fix. But things seem to now be flowing.
Trust me anywhere.
Better.
Okay.
So I could, at this point, I can put in another box or two here with more inserters that are filtered to just the live cubes. And then when they get placed like that, I can dump inventory like that.
Tristan, I meant producing the like not copying all the RoboFrame stuff, but importing them.
Okay.
Basically,
Is that stuff just
don't
for
limit this one. Just export the RoboFrames and do the science in a separate one.
Okay, that's a city block with one machine in it then.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of defunct cubes stacked up everywhere.
It produces it, a single machine produces it 4 and a bit, even with a productivity module in it per second.
4 per second.
Yeah, the rockets. We've not put anything into. We're not trying to put anything into the rockets just yet. At the moment, we're putting the cubes that have been claimed by the rocket system has just they've just been put into some chests. So actually, no, we have filled a rocket up. So we have filled a rocket, and we filled 2 chests over here as well. I could remove these limits, I guess, and we'd get a few more into there from that. I don't know what's going to be a good way to sort this out though, because we're going to want to have a steady stream of blue cubes going along here. But we also want to be able to take them from the other end, and we want to feed more in whenever we're taking them. So I don't know how we're going to get this to be sensibly balanced, because we've got a lot of caching space in these chests along here. But the problem is, well, we've got what 16. We've got 16 chests worth of grey cubes cached at the moment, and apparently that's not enough for the way the system is the way the system's trying to run. But then we have just taken an enormous number of blue cubes off from the other end.
With the liquid stations, be sensible with the liquid amounts you're requesting.
Yeah.
And I can take it up to 18 chests, but it's not going to help a significant amount. There we go. 1 chest basically full. The problem with the cubes taking so long to spoil. Yeah, we could. Thing is, we can't. We don't want to just expand the cube re-energizing system that we've got here, because if we do, then we'll just get more cubes in from over here until it becomes a problem again. We need a smart system for. Maybe we look at how many are in these chests waiting to be taken. All of the chests, and we then only allow more cubes through when there's n available there. So let's link them all together, because I think that's a starting point for anything we might want to do in the future. That bedoing too many times, I'm slightly concerned. No, I think it's alright. I think it's just the game sounding glitchy. Pass that over to there, and then copy that, paste it in there to get all the cables again. Alright, so...
Laurence?
Yes?
Do you mind if I double the steam power?
No, not at all.
I'm waiting for another job, please.
Do you want to have the puzzles I've been scratching my head over a little bit and trying to work out how to solve?
So what's the puzzle?
So the problem is we have too many cubes in the system at the moment, and we don't want to have too many cubes. So the challenge is to find a way to feed in extra cubes when they're needed, because either they've all been crunched down into yellow ones, or they've been put onto a rocket, so we've got a shortage of them, whilst also making sure that the disposal belt doesn't jam up as it has done at the moment. I think we need to have possibly another copy or two of this system to give a bit more storage space for things to be.
That's the obvious.
That's the obvious starting point, but that's not going to fix it in the long term. That's just going to be a sort of a short-term fix.
Yeah.
If you want to extend it vertically downwards and make each of those chains longer, I'd be fine with that as well. But then I've cabled them all together now, so we can look at that and we can go, okay, at the moment there are 6.4 thousand grey cubes in there, and so we could say if there's less than 2,000 grey cubes in there, then allow some more cubes to flow, or grey cubes plus blue cubes in there, then allow some more to flow in from the supply, or something like that.
Yep.
That's my current best idea. If you have a better one, then I would be happy to hear it.
I currently do not.
Okay.
I mean, the obvious one is as you say, count, and then when the number goes low, put more out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only place we can... Ideally, we'd have lots and lots of blue cubes in the... Well, actually, I say ideally. We could potentially have lots of blue cubes in the middle chest waiting to be unloaded, or in the top middle chest waiting to be unloaded. But at that point, they're all going to be going off in those middle chests, and that's going to cause other kinds of weirdnesses. Although they are going to get pulled back out again to go into the outer chest if that does happen, at least if there's room. So,
Yeah.
It's tricky.
Tristan, 600, not 3,000.
Okay. So I needed way more than this. Oh, you're talking per minute, aren't you?
A minute, yeah, sorry. And
Right.
it's always per minute.
Okay, so 2 machines.
Yep. Well, 3, I think.
Okay, I'll go for 4 because they're in
Chemistry.
pair.
Yep.
So that's having...
I thought it was a
some
silly
effect.
number.
Hopefully over here, that means we've now been able to unload... No, it wasn't.
Can always
Where's
ask,
the
you know.
problem?
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, where had we got
I
to?
was thinking about other things as well.
Here we go. It's got up to 2,100 again already, which is good. This has churned through all of that. Okay, we've used up all of the all of the emotional tar, but we do have a lot of hope available. But the disgust has gone up to 1,400. This is my concern. I'm worried that we're going to end up with more disgust than we can turn into anger or hate. Yeah, because we don't currently have enough. We don't currently have enough hate to turn the disgust into anger. And more hate does get produced over here from dreams and some of the anger. But as our byproducts go, we don't seem to have enough of that coming through. How did this even kickstart in the first place? Oh, because we've got some hate coming out of here, right? That's anger coming out of here, right? I'm going to let it run a few more times, but I have this horrible feeling we're going to gain 1,400 disgust every time we run this system over here to produce a load of hope. So that's a concern. However, I'm hopeful here that we've now managed to produce... Is this up and running again?
Warning.
Not quite. Why not? Because this disposal belt is full. Because we haven't got anywhere to dispose stuff to down here. Right, I know Mike is working on that as we speak, so that's probably why it's flowing a bit now.
I've doubled the size of the storage bins effectively.
Cool. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can see. Actually, I can see my dreams vanishing before my very eyes now. So, so that's good at least.
Yeah. So that's dialed down the. Well, it's double the storage. It is not a solution. I feel.
No, the concentrated dreams is a solution.
Yes.
Okay, so this is now running again. Although it's not going to run for very long because we're going to run out of cubes soon. But when we do run out of cubes, we'll have no more dreams left. So we'll be able to. Yeah, there we go. They'll get cleared up like that. There we go. We've now got jellifying again. So there we go. Some jelly gets dumped. It goes around here, and then we get to the point where we've got enough jelly, so a little bit of it leaks around the outside here. Lovely. And then that comes up here. We can make it into solid fuel. And solid fuel comes out like that, comes around here, gets grabbed up by that machine, chucked in here. How many solid fuels do you need? How much? Blimey, you need 50 solid fuel for dream fuel. That's a lot of solid fuel and a lot of dreams. Okay, I think this might be a. We've got a nice steady supply of jelly coming in now, though. So, well, we did briefly. Yeah, there we go. We've got enough jelly coming in, I think. Basically a yellow, basically a half blue belt of it, and these are now running. So it takes 25 cube jelly to make 2 solid fuel, and then it takes 50 solid fuel to make 50 dream fuel though. So okay, when it does, it takes a lot of building up inside it, but when it does kick, you get a lot out the other side, and then that'll come around here, and you've got a fairly. And then you got, okay, then it takes 100 dream fuel to only make 15 rocket fuel. Dream fuels don't get, dream don't fuel doesn't go a very long way, it turns out. But, oh well, as I say, we're not going to be launching enormous numbers of rockets from here. So I'm kind of okay with it being a bit slow. I don't know if it's going to be unmanageably slow, but I'm sort of okay with it taking a little while to get up and running properly. I do want to put in a hope tank. Here. Like that. So we can stockpile some hope in this tank here. Just to let this run as much as it can and wants to. Now it's not going to run again for a little while because we're still trying to stock up enough petroleum gas in here to allow that to trigger again, and that means a lot more yellow cubes. So we still need another 50 yellow cubes or whatever it was to come through from here. But you know what? They are churning around a little bit more quickly now. There's a few stockpiled up here for the red circuits and the blue circuits over here, but they're coming through a little bit more quickly because we've got slightly more of them than we had before. They're being gradually recycled over here. I assume the cube crushing is still cube crushing is still running fine. The question is, will all of that shenanigan I pushed for over here make enough to make 1 rocket's worth of fuel? And I'm cautiously optimistic because we've got a lot of hope in this pipe, and there's only 10 in there, but there's quite a lot of hope available around here. I think there's 3,100 hope plus whatever's in the pipes. So I feel like, and then going into here, this only it takes 100 hope. So that's 31 times 15 rocket fuel. And that's enough to launch a lot of rockets. So I am very hopeful. In fact, so is the whole system. So I think things should be okay. It has occurred to me that if I ever need to put in another one of these, there's going to be some spaghetti problems around here. But I don't think I am, because of the aforementioned, we don't need to make the rockets all that quickly. And this is... Okay, it takes 30 seconds, but that's a rocket fuel every 2 seconds. So that means a rocket every couple of minutes. And I think that's going to be more than enough, given what this planet's like.
Warning.
Okay. So, yeah, despite all of the problems we had getting this started... I was pressing move while pan the camera while during the warning, and it got stuck. Right, so despite all the problems that we had over here getting this initially kick-started, I'm optimistic that we're going to have produced enough hope to make a huge amount of rocket fuel and keep quite a lot of rockets going. I do think we are eventually going to be overly disgusted, and that's going to be where the system eventually jams up and breaks. However, I think it's going to be a while until we get to that point, because we're going to be able to run this like 15 times before we do. So I think this will probably be okay. Yeah, I think we're going to want to launch... So what we normally try and do is we have... Normally it's not the rocket parts that are the problem. And these things, you can build up 2 rockets in each silo. So we get... Those happen fairly quickly. So you can launch 2 rockets from each silo very, very quickly. Normally, it's these bits that are the problem. The things that you want to load into the rocket, and you tend to have a shortage of. But we're going to have all the bits required to make rockets buffered all the way along all of these belts. So we're going to have a good amount of supply there. And if we end up wanting to launch more than that, then that's fine. If we want to have more rockets, then I guess we just extend this upwards and put in more rocket silos. That is a thing we can do if necessary. And you're quite right. We are exporting the concentrated dreams, we are going to be exporting the concentrated dreams. So that is going to be another load on the rocket silos, or on the rocket launches. But I don't really have a feel for how quickly we're going to be wanting to launch those. I guess that's. Tristan, do you have a feel for what sort of rate of liquid dream you're going to want to have? Like how often you're going to want to launch a rocket of it?
It's 100. I need 32 per second per machine, 4 machines. Call it 100 a second, because it's overbuilt slightly.
Okay, 100 per second, and we fit. I don't even know how. I've lost. Oh, I'm looking in the wrong place. Here.
So a couple of other things to note. One is you can't wire 2 science enhancer machines. Just an observation.
Okay, that's interesting.
The other question for Mark: how are we planning on getting cubes over here? Because obviously it's a one-time delivery.
Oh, true.
100 per minute. So you want 2 barrels per minute. And we can. That's 50 minutes per rocket per science pack. So that seems reasonable. So we're going to be launching a rocket roughly once every hour for each type of science pack we're using this recipe for. I think we should be able to manage that. I say should in that sort of tone of voice, not as sort of a not in a sarcastic way, but as in this is still quite a lot of stuff. Cubes.
So as a note, for this to run flat out, it needs about 3,000 cubes.
When
Obviously,
you say this, do you mean the entire system?
Yellow science.
Right, okay.
At which point, the oldest ones refresh in time for the next run.
Yes, there's 5,000 cubes in the system right now.
In the not including what's on the belts and stuff.
Not including what's on the belts.
Sorry, how many cubes did you say, Tristan?
3,000.
3,000. Okay.
Sorry, 7,000 cubes when you include these chests over here.
But obviously, if it has 1,500, it runs at half speed.
3,000 cubes is 30 rockets. Oh, we've made a rocket.
Hooray!
Now we just need another 29 to satisfy Tristan's yellow science production.
Ooh,
So that's
here,
one off, of course.
It's got dormant microcubes in its output.
I don't see that. I see that as an inevitable and not actually a problem.
It depends on what it does with them.
We'll ship them up. We'll ship up dormant microcubes.
No, it's got
In the output of the rocket
in the trash slot.
production.
Which one?
Got one.
Next to the progress bar.
Oh,
Right
yeah.
of the progress bar.
Oh yes. It's weird.
How did they get there?
I'm guessing that those were active ones that then decayed.
But they should never go there.
They shouldn't, but they did.
Yeah.
There
Could it be
is an
a
entire
tick
rocket's
timing
worth
thing
of dormant microcubes.
Could it be a
Is it-
tick timing thing where some live ones were put in as the only live stack decayed, and the rocket was then full?
Could be.
Oh, could be, yeah. I don't know.
The fact that it has happened, and those are in it, that's a trash slot problem. But the fact that it's happened means that it's something that we need to deal with. So,
Yeah.
But I can't.
Let's wait for the rocket launch.
Yeah. Well, my concern is that it will. If you put an inserter against a silo, does it pull stuff from the inventory?
Yeah.
Ugh. Oh, that's going to be a headache.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
because we
you
can't just
run it
take
for the
out dormant
tax code of one,
microcubes
and
because
it
we need
only
to put dormant
unload if
microcubes
there's
back
more
in
than
again.
100.
Yeah.
We wanted to have dormant microcubes in it, so we can't take them out.
Yeah,
You-
it's
That
disposing
size
the
of
trash.
one, and if there's more than 100 in there, because there's 106 at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
It relies on all of the stacks in there being the same type.
They were mixed before, and
They could always be mixed.
Yeah, I know. So
Mixed is probably the expected state for them to be in.
But then it
So
doesn't seem to be breaking anything. So
no,
So the
that's why I asked if we have a ship requesting them already, because I wanted to have a look if what the rocket will do then.
Mike, have you ever used a main bus before?
Yep. Many times.
What the hell's going on over here?
Where?
These vertical bolts going straight through the middle of it. That's not how you do a main bus.
Yeah, it's the end of the bus.
No, it's not. As is obviously the case, because of the fact there's other stuff beyond it, and I've just come in and complained about it because I wanted to put something beyond there.
Fine, it's fine.
It's not, because it's wrong, and it's awkward, and it's in the way, and
It's
you're a bad
fine.
person and should feel bad.
Says the chap who has multiple bus-related sins already along here.
There's a difference
we've got-
between making a mistake and doing something deliberately wrong.
Yeah. Yes, one of them is additional charge of gross negligence. Pipeline overextended. Dream concentrate.
Okay. Yeah. Alright. I don't know how to tell where it's overextended. You
There
can
are
tell
big
by how...
flashing icons.
No, how much it's overextended by, you wazzock. Okay, it's 573 off 320, so it's rough, almost double what it's allowed to be. Oh, I see. Do you mean the icons, the flashing icons, are where it's limited
If
to?
you yes,
So if I remove that piece-
that is my understanding.
Mark, that's basically ready to go in now.
Yep. I would like to have
one of them light up for if there's not enough of the fluid.
yeah, I would like to have a warning if the right part kicks in, and
Sure.
Oh, and
even-
extend it up that way as well. Oh, it's just
even only a warning, so we have to manually enable it maybe, because I really want to check if the the default the dream system works
Okay.
sufficiently.
I'll do it with. Yeah, I'll set up a combinator
Yep.
that you turn on and off as necessary.
So on that there, and then somewhere down here I broke it again. There's a load of pumps here, but I don't know. Yeah, here we go. Here's the next one. And another underground there, and power down here as well. Can we reach?
Do you maybe
Oh,
want to
that's-
use the top station as well for some inputs?
I don't
Just to
need
increase
to.
throughput?
So
Okay.
I changed green circuits on the left to the flying robot frames
Okay.
because that makes sense.
All right, and power.
And otherwise left it as it was.
Power. Right. Okay, so that should allow the dream concentrate to flow probably most of the way along here. We'll see whether we need to fix that at some point in the future. Right, where's the bus happening? Goes under there, so bring that to there, and there, and there. That and there. Right, and then, okay, the steel is almost arriving. So put that there. Go, and about there. Right, so that'll allow us to start making barrels. We'll start making something like this, fill up the barrels. Need a bit more power. Always need more power. If I put it there, it'll probably get in the way later, but it won't for now. So I'll do for now. Okay. No, we don't. I don't think we don't need to switch over to coal liquefaction. I think the producing rocket fuel from with this recipe, I think is going to be fine until we fill up on disgust, and then I'm not quite sure what we're going to do. We'll need to have another look at the recipes and see if there's any way to use up more of less of the, maybe make more anger or hate, or use it. I don't know. This is going to need some looking at anyway. But at the moment, we can stockpile a certain amount of disgust in this tank. That'll be fine. It's only at 1400 so far, so seems to be all right.
Okay, so I've been thinking about this problem down here this problem generically about having too many of the regular cubes in the system. Thus it's all backing up.
Yes.
And the short version is, I'm not convinced it's a soluble problem if you maintain the constraint of basically never having a position where you don't have a cube available on the belt to use immediately. And my logic basically boils down to, you have to think about the scenarios where everything is running flat out, so you've got to have a whole load of cubes constantly moving around. You've also got to think about the scenario where everything's gone to sleep, where you don't want loads of cubes churning around. But you have to have some level of constant movement, because the cubes are on a 90-minute cycle, 1/3 of which are awake, 2/3 of which are asleep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so...
Lessing any other external interference, that is.
Yeah, one possibility is to just have them always flowing round, and then being kept and have enough at this end to store all of the cubes in the system and just leave them and have them always flowing. But I don't think that's a good way to do it. I think.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you could restructure your system there so that the cubes never have a bit where they're at rest on the belt.
Yeah, exactly. That's roughly what I was thinking, but I don't really want to redesign it like that. I think that'll be a bit too much of a pain.
I get you.
And also, you need to have far too many. You need to have far too many sitting still in the recycler at the bottom, waiting to recharge themselves. So
only under certain scenarios.
No, if you wanted to have them constantly flowing around and always leaving when they were decently fresh, you would have to have an enormous amount of waiting at the bottom for them to recharge.
Something like that system up there to help nudge them along.
Yeah, the problem with this is I don't think
this
isn't churning through them significantly more quickly than just leaving them in a box does, which is why we abandoned that idea.
Yeah, true.
I think the answer might be to not worry quite so much about exactly how many live cubes are on the belt. What if we just monitor on the boxes as they are, and say when there's less than 3,000 in all of the chests combined, put more stuff allow some more stuff through, because we're clearly running low on cubes in general. Now it does theoretically mean that we could end up in a position where a chunk of the belt doesn't have any cubes on it, which would be a little bit unfortunate, but doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It would then sort of catch up again afterwards.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying about if you relax that constraint of there must always be active cubes nearby.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that everyone on the belt has to have active cubes. It just means they have to be there somewhere. So that,
yeah, because if there's a shortage of cubes because they're all in the state of currently regenerating, then at some point in the near future you're going to get a lot of cubes flowing through.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I think I agree. I think yes. I think you're right. If you say just put more cubes in when there's nothing left in the storage system down here, but if the storage system is quite full, then we've got enough cubes, even if they're not in the right state.
The sort of fun thing is the system right now is working. Cubes. This statement is going to be untrue, but bear with it for a second. Cubes are not destroyed. They just flow round.
Pretty much.
The untruth in that is to make inverted cubes.
Yes, and to put them on the rocket.
And also to put them on rocket, but that I think is a separate case because you're in. Are we expecting to be continually drawing from the supply?
Not continuously, but Tristan is going to require about 30 rockets worth of cubes for his yellow science production system to run constantly.
Yeah. So in that case, is there a world where we just lay another pipe down the belt? You don't take cubes off the main out of the main system. You just have a secondary supply.
I see what you mean. And run another cube belt directly to the rockets.
And my logic essentially is working on the idea that you have a working system where you add a cube in for each one that's destroyed to make an inverted cube, and those do not get destroyed. So you get to a certain level of those and you call it good. And then you effectively leave it as a contained system.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Couple of thoughts. One is that we then have to trigger it whenever another cube a cube is destroyed for making yellow cubes. That seems doable. The other part is we will eventually want to start taking yellow cubes out of the system as well by rocket. Just as that makes things a bit harder. Oh, actually, that doesn't affect anything because you'll still be putting the blue cubes in whenever you make a yellow cube.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
At which point, it's literally put an inserter there with a really long cable to link to the base.
Yeah.
And the way I do it,
you could use a couple of radars to run the signal if you don't want to run a long cable as well. People keep begging us to use radars to send signals because they think we haven't realised.
No, we're not going to do that. Comment baiting.
These days, all this modern stuff.
Yeah, basically.
It's every fibre of my being to not insist on us barreling fluids and putting the fluid barrels in trains as Whoop intended.
We're putting fluid barrels into rockets. Will that do?
Warning.
We need 2 planets as well.
Why are these underground pipes not getting built? Have we not got any underground pipes left? Cubium is missing 38 steam engines, 5 underground pipes, and 2 boilers. Right. Okay. Well, I noticed Micah started making steam engines somewhere. I thought for I can't remember what it was for. Was it electric engines? Yes, here they are.
Yes.
So we should put. I'll pull some of them out of that machine and put them in a red chest. I want you to link to the district network and run when. It's a bit bizarre that you make steam engines in order to make engines, but never mind.
Yeah,
I'm used to this planet being weird.
There are many bizarre things about this game, in fairness.
Yeah, but some more so than others, and this planet is particularly weird.
This is true.
So that's that.
So my thinking here, sorry, just to complete the piece, is essentially to have lost it. Where's it happening? There it is. To have on these inserters, because these are the ones that are taking cubes in, limit them to a stack size of 1, and then whenever they pick something up, they just send that as a pulse. Now, I appreciate...
One side note to that, do you see the machines next to them with the blue cubes on them?
Ah, right, yeah.
They're feeding back in as well, so you'll need to send negative pulses on that one.
I'm suddenly waking away from that because that relies on a memory cell, which...
We have bad history with.
It's the risk of power blip. Because my initial thought was, just stick one there, and whenever
yeah, but it's not a fixed number. You know what you could do?
Yeah, exactly.
You could have... no, this would require you to have a known somewhere where you're guaranteed to know you are going to have cubes. I was going to say you could have something that takes out of a chest, or puts a cube from the belt into the chest every time one is released by the cube crushing, and takes one out of the chest every time one's destroyed by the cube crushing, and then also another thing to top that chest up to 20 or something.
What I like the idea of there is using items as a counter.
I thought you might. The problem is having a place where there's guaranteed to be a cube for it to grab and put into the chest.
Yeah, that's the...
I mean, possibly taking one out of this chest is almost guaranteed to have one. So you could have another chest next to that it takes.
Because we're talking about cubes that are being destroyed. It's there.
No, because you need to have because you need to put one. You need to take one out of the system whenever something
yes.
something is undestroyed.
Yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. That one is, as you say, the one that is statistically speaking most likely to. It's not guaranteed, but I don't know. It's part of me, as much as in my day job and so on, I sit there and insist on mathematical certainty wherever possible. When playing a game, I prefer to not quite go to the same length.
A little bit of fluff factor is acceptable. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, otherwise you end up with the boss. Like today, I spent something like 4 hours going through the mathematics of our financial system, finding weird and wonderful possible flaws. Basically, because someone had annoyed me by insisting that it was perfect.
Oh, there's a patch of lava there. Ah. Sorry. Carry on.
That's right. That's a thing. Anyways, then to spend another few hours in the evening trying to do mathematical proofs of cube storage systems.
One spends the evening.
I mean, in fact, it sounds like a good evening to me, but it's not quite the escapism that you look for when playing a game. Anyway,
yeah. So I think
is there a world where? So okay, I'm going to speak out loud.
Where you finish the sentence,
lapsing into silence. Well, yes, this is what happens. I stopped to finish my train of thought rather than just jabbering on, which is great normally, but not great. Not good for stream. So anyway, my logic goes: rather than having take one in, take one out, you basically have a buffer, a giant buffer that keeps track of the system, where you've got it's an ether hopper clock. So you've got 2 chests which pass items between them. I'll work out the details in a second. And you use and they've got a lot of items in there. You can use an offset.
Right.
From
okay. I see what you
the
mean.
midpoint. Yeah. So you're not worried about those items being present or not, and therefore when you are under, you pull one out of the chest, and then it's holding that position. It will only improve itself.
Yeah, I understand the sort of thing you're getting at. Basically, it's a memory cell, but you're using chests of items to store essentially to store the numbers instead of using combinators, because they're less likely to have a power shortage cut.
Didn't they change the priority for combinator power use? Like in the last few
there was something about that.
months?
I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. There's still the risk that the thing will die. I mean, I like the idea, but getting 10,000 cobble or whatever. Do we have any waste product here?
Water.
Waste solids.
Oh. Dreams.
Mark,
Yes.
is there a reason you appear to be thinking about belting the yellow science across?
Yes.
It feels like that's just going to mean the less efficient one runs again.
My thought process was to empty the outputs of the machines and then delete everything, basically.
Do we not want it as a lower priority backup?
Yeah, that's why I didn't connect it yet.
Okay.
I wanted to have the option to do it, but I'm not sure to do it now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd use something like iron ore.
I trust in your system.
Yeah, should be fine too.
Trusting in the supply is a different thing. Right, I'm going to see if this summons over a magic fluid train.
Do you want me to explore the concept?
Yeah, by all means.
All right.
And I think this planet's going to be okay, just sort of ticking over as is for a little while.
Yeah. this current setup is.
But if we want to, but shall I run? I'll run
Well-
another belt the full length of the bus to get the cubes from over there, so we're not
Yes.
pulling them out of
Laurence.
the rocket system. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout.
How long until we get cubes on Novus and concentrated dreams?
If you want relatively small numbers, I could launch a rocket of each. Now I could launch
Yes,
2
sir.
rockets of each now.
Yeah, any just to kickstart it, just to
Okay.
make sure it runs.
Yeah. Do you want to request? Probably best requesting dormant microcubes because that's the state they spend 2/3 of their time in, and they seem to just be there at the moment. How we're going to do this in the long term, I'm not sure. But yeah, request some dormant microcubes and request some barrels of dream concentrate, and you will get them.
I will request them on Novus, and I'm doubtful I'll get them.
Okay, if you request them on Norvis, no. All right, I shall go and give the Richard Dean Anderson a bit of a poke and set up some additional requests on there. So we
Thank
want
you.
to after Vulcanus, we want to add a station, and it's to be Cubium, and then I'll move that up to there. So it's after Vulcanus. Then we want to add. Request. So I need to add a section in here, which we will call Cubium pickup. I suppose I should put it in block caps since it has Cubium pickup, and then right. So we want to get dormant microcubes, and we want to get barrels of concentrated dreams. Looks liquid hope, liquid hate,
What's our plan with the barrels?
dream, disgust, courage, anger, sulfate.
We'll store them until Mike goes to full grow and we get recyclers,
Okay.
more or less.
Conk. Dream concentrate it's called. Right, so we'll have
Laurence,
200 of those. That's 2 rockets. Yes.
we have very good news. If you take a peek here at this water or
One
electric power
second. I'm
pole,
just fiddling with your rocket.
the water is steadily going down, slowly but surely.
Oh, nice. Awesome. That's what we like to hear. Because that means we can churn through the cubes a little bit more quickly. And yeah, water is a byproduct, as we're all aware. Great. Thank you. So is that just because we've now got many steam engines and that's powering the entire factory?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Good work. Thank you. 290,000 it says at the moment. And I will take your word for it that that is a number that is decreasing.
Well, if you take a peek over here, this one is empty.
That's a good sign.
So the jelly production here, or cube re-energizing, is going well.
Excellent. And that'll hopefully take a little bit of the strain or whatever we want to call it off the other system. Nice. Well done. Thank you. Let's get to Igris.
Is it radars that send signals?
Yes.
Alright. How far can they send them?
Same
Planets
planet.
wide.
Same surface, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Warning.
Oh no! You got the reference! Hooray!
No, no. Right, what are we waiting for from Norvis on this ship? Oh, those are not going to be coming from Norvis, silly game. Those are going to come from Cubium. Off we go. Oops. Alright, so we go to Vulcanus and right, we need to wait here until all requests satisfied. I said, oh, just being slow, okay. And also, I guess I should probably copy these circuit conditions. I wish you could copy an existing station thing to a new one, because it's a bit of a faff having to do all these individually. Circuit condition, water
Mark,
is...
Yes.
I have done a thing.
Oh, I see.
I added a circuit condition for these.
Okay.
Yellow ammo.
Is that right?
is
I have no idea.
greater than 700, and that, or if that is less than 500, and that should be an or.
At least you're aware, so you know.
Okay.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Oh.
I think I'm going to stick in an or inactivity as well. Because I don't want to accidentally just steal Saphir's ship if this planet breaks, which I feel is entirely possible. So we'll go here until we've either been there for 50 seconds, or we've run out of water, running low on water, or we've both filled up on all the things we want to get and got more ammunition. I should probably put an and in here of ammunition, actually. So let's do that as well. Circuit condition, ammo is greater than 700. Otherwise, it can sit in the relatively safe orbit of Cubium. It's probably not that safe while it builds up some more ammunition. Where is it at the moment? It is on its way to Vulcanus, where it will sit for 80 seconds. Are you going to actually do anything useful here? Yes, you're going to get some more orange science and some more calcite. Okay, fair enough. I think that's a good enough reason to sit there. Saphir, is there a reason this ship doesn't leave Vulcanus if it's got all of its requests and only but always waits for 80 seconds?
The 80 seconds, I think I calculated some, like, if for the second launching of stuff, if it needs to launch two.
But I was thinking it would. But if it's got all of it, if all of its requests have been satisfied, then what's the point in sticking around?
Has all requests been satisfied? We're not looking for that. I think.
No, it's not, and that's what I'm querying.
But it's not though.
I thought the point of having so many silos was it was one volley.
Well, it's taking 2 volleys to get all the calcite up, but I mean that's not and some's on its way, I assume. But no, my question is, why is it time rather than all requests satisfied that it leaves on?
I don't remember. I think now they should arrive now, and that should be the 80 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. That's
I think I wanted to make sure because I don't want it to. I don't remember what I did way back, but
fair enough.
You know, if I need to like think back to what I might have thought, I might have come up with something, but I honestly don't know.
Okay, so, yeah. All right. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'm happy to just leave it as is. We're not worried about it.
I think I think it's equivalent of 2 launches.
It is, yes. The second launch has arrived basically just at about 75 seconds or so. So, yeah, it makes sense. Right, it has arrived at Cubium. Hurrah!
I think, for the issue was that you were initially struggling on blue circuits and something else, so we didn't want the ship to wait indefinitely for...
Oh, yeah, I understand why there is an 80-second countdown there. Why it leaves after 80 seconds. I don't understand why it doesn't leave after 80 seconds or when it's got all the things it wants.
Yep.
That's the difference.
I also don't want it to stick around further because I don't want it to like build another rocket or something and then it shoots one rocket and then it shoots another rocket.
Yeah, you're still answering you're still answering a different question to the one I'm asking.
Oh yeah, I wasn't paying that much attention, I must admit.
So I see. Yeah. The question was. Oh no, never mind. It doesn't actually matter. It's just leave the ship running as it is because it isn't broken. It's just a thought.
Maybe I was paranoid about something and I thought this was gonna make sure that stuff wouldn't break. I don't know. You also consider this is my first time in space exploration. I'm not that familiar with the rocket launches.
It was more,
so...
yeah. When I ask a question like this, it's not a how dare you do such a stupid thing? What are you thinking of? It's more of a is there a reason why you haven't done this? Is it something we want to change? And is it and so on.
I don't know if you have suggestions. Please implement them because I don't really care.
Okay. I mean, I'm happy to just leave it as it is. To be honest, I don't think it's not going to cause any problems. Unlike
Also, this is like, you know, what, 3 months ago? I can't remember.
fair. Also, Mark, what are you doing? Why am I down to
Good
8
morning.
FPS? It was even lower than it was even worse than previous ones. Oh, well, never mind. Right, I need to catch up with chat because I've been looking at other things too much. Right. Yeah. There's a question quite a long time ago that I sort of skipped over because I think we got too busy talking about what Mike was trying to do with the cubes, and that is, aren't there other uses for Disgust, like turning it into weaponry? And I think you're right. So let's have a quick look at that for now. That's a cubium thing. So Disgust can be turned into. You can put it into barrel. No, not really. It can be turned into spoilage, but not really anything else. I think the hate can be turned into angry ammunition, but that's not particularly useful because I don't have enough. It's disgust that we've got too much of that I want to get rid of. So I'm not sure how to deal with that because disgust is going to be produced at a fixed rate by this emotional tar cracking, but then the only thing that uses it is turning it into the anger reconstitution, and we haven't got enough hate in order to do that because we're making the hate out of something else down the flow, and that's only being made based on the amount of anger we have. So that's problematic. Disgust has been at 1.4 thousand in the tank, but that's because this one over here hasn't filled up with enough petroleum gas yet because there aren't enough yellow cubes yet in order to allow this to run, to allow this to run, to allow this to run. So we've only actually run this machine once so far because we're making the petroleum gas so slowly due to the now complete and utter lack of yellow cubes. What's going on with them? There's one running along there. Maybe it is still kind of working. I assume the blue and red circuits have just stolen them all because they're not being used. I might have to go over and liberate those in a moment. Anyway, yeah. So that where was my point? I'm sure I had one. Yeah. So this system hasn't run a second time yet. We're still waiting for it to build up enough petroleum gas to do so. So when it does, we'll then presumably end up with 2.8 thousand in here. Now, what I could end up doing is just putting this into barrels and then dropping it into a convenient lava patch, which feels a bit wrong, but that is going to be a possible way to get rid of it. Why was I not? I know we can't run the bus past here, but I did need to put a little bit more on the end of it, and that was what Mike was getting in the way of. So that was the problematic bit. And you'll notice I have actually been able to fit that in over here. That blob of lava there, notwithstanding. Maybe that's where I should put the hate. No, disgust. That one. Doesn't the freshness change depending on how fresh the stack is? Maybe. The freshness of a stack gradually goes down, and if you put more stuff into it, it will average it all out. Beyond that, I don't know what you're asking. There's a carbon reawakening part disconnected. So the carbon reawakening down. If you mean this one down here, there used to be, and probably when you sent the message, to be fair, because we got distracted quite a long time by this and the spaceships. This was all jammed for quite a long time because we had too much water. Now it all seems to be running and actually working quite nicely. So we have a load of jelly on the belt, wibble wobble wibble wobble, jelly on the belt, and that is bringing in any of the dull cubes that are coming in. Maybe we should prioritise downwards. Saphir's done his weird thing here where he's only taking half of the belt in because I don't know why he does this.
I was gonna fix that. Oh, stupid.
Lies. I've seen you do it before, and I didn't understand it then either.
Yeah, I know, and when I played ahead a bit this week, I actually fixed it.
Right,
so I
okay.
just thought I had. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's the problem with playing ahead, and it's totally the reason I don't. It's not because I just don't have time in my life. Right, so yeah, this is taking in now by priority. This is taking in the dull cubes coming along here and trying to recycle them because this system does it a bit more quickly. That might upset Mike's counter system over here, but oh well.
I mean, what? So what I've got. So
actually, no, it won't because you're working on the total number in there. Never mind, I didn't say that.
Well, have a look at what I've got so far, just as a point of interest. So, top left. Oh, so this top inserter up here that I'm hovering over.
Yep.
if a negative signal comes through the radar, it will move one item of ore from that top left over, and that then immediately gets whizzed down.
Okay.
And then the reverse is true on this lower one. If it's greater than 0.
I understand the concept.
Yeah, okay, fine. Over here, specifically there, on the left-hand side, you've got pulse read. Everything's overridden. Words. Everything's overridden to a stack size of 1, just to keep it simple.
I don't know if I like it.
Good.
So anything which is put back in is a negative. Anything that's taken out is a positive. Doesn't really matter which way around, just as long as you're consistent in the in the system. So that's working, which means that what we've now got is effectively a state counter back in this first bit.
So essentially, what Mike's saying is over here we have whenever we there's a number of iron ore in these two chests, and whenever we take and it's going to go up when we take it's going to go one way when we take cubes out and go the other way when we take cubes in. So if we just take a load out with that system over there, then we'll end up with a different number in here, and you can run off that and tell it to put more cubes in.
Yep. And so
that's going to be the next thing to do, presumably, which is going to be to hook. Is going to be say if that is a wrong number, then send pulses to the appropriate inserters.
Yeah. So I'm going to connect these with green. And no, I'm not going to bother. So this is where I've got to make sure I get the maths the way around, otherwise I'm going to cause absolute chaos. What I want to do now is hook up this in. I'm just going to do it and pick one at random, like that.
Might not
be right.
Why don't you have that inserter load into a box rather than onto the belt? Because then you'll know how, and then you can see if the numbers seem to be about right.
Yes. So let's put a dummy inserter down just for that.
Well, because you could just move this one like this.
Oh yeah, I don't tend to use bigger dollies. I don't have a particularly good reason why. I just don't. Right.
It's just easier when things are hooked up with cables, particularly, or they've got inventory in them and those.
I know, I get you. The Piccadollies is a wonderful mod. I just keep forgetting it.
You just haven't internalized it. Yeah, there's a lot of things like that, especially 2.0 stuff that I just haven't internalized yet because I'm not used to it. Even though I've played quite a lot of hours. This is my second game since Space Age released.
Yeah.
Laurence, do you mind if I interrupt for a second?
I don't know. Mike might pop.
All right, Mike.
Actually, go for it. I'm going to swap it over so that it's more logically consistent. Where -1 means you're taking 1 out of the system, and +1 means you're putting 1 into the system. So I'm just going to flip that over.
Okay, go ahead, Sphere. He's run off now, so it must be a good time for you to talk.
Over here, this is reading the belt. And these machines are working based on the belt. However, stuff spoils on the belt. And the machines will then output even though they shouldn't because stuff is spoiled.
Yes. So it's this is the idea. At least once we've finished doing, or rather, once Mike has finished doing what he's sort of trying to do at the moment. It's not going to matter too much. We're going to try and have a fixed number of cubes in the whole belt cube system thing. And then every time one is taken out, he's going to put one back in again. So it's not really going to. There's not going to be a lot of belts. There's not going to be a lot of cubes flowing through from here. So it doesn't really matter whether they're awake or not. If we put sleeping cubes in, then they'll just get pulled out by the first splitter over here that checks for sleeping cubes, and then pass back round into the awakener. So it doesn't really matter. Also, all the cubes we're going to pass down to the rockets. We don't really care what state they're in too much either. I don't think.
Okay. So, I just thought I'd mention it because it was one of the things I had noted previously.
Yeah, no, it's a fair point. And yes, if we're chucking lots and lots of cubes in here still, then it would be good to have them awake when they go in. But at this point, because there's only going to be very, very small numbers of cubes being put in, I think it's probably okay. I may end up being wrong about this, but I think it's probably okay. I'm slightly more worried about the fact that there's going to be some cubes possibly expiring or virtually expiring in these inserters when they're waiting to be put onto the belt, but never mind. I should probably catch up with things people chat were saying actually as well. Second cube maker could overflow the first system. Yeah, I think we don't need a second cube maker. We can just run. We can run a second belt down the length of the bus, going basically from here to all the way over where the rockets are over here to load them up instead of trying to pull them off the main cube supply, and then just keep a completely self-contained cube supply instead. That's the theory, anyway. Yeah, radar signals are a bit easier, so it looks like Mike has gone with that in this particular case. It depends on what you've got set up, though, really. Because over on Norvis, and this is the one that people are usually telling me off for, and in the video comments saying, "Did you know you can put signals onto radars now?" And I say, "Yes, we know. We've just got, but because all this is blueprinted, it's just really, really easy to stamp them down a million times and have everything you need. So we just haven't worried about it."
But experiment went wrong.
Spaceships are indeed, yes. Spaceships are very overbuilt trains. They're trains that are so overbuilt they can actually leave the atmosphere. Actually, no, they can't leave the atmosphere because they just have to stay out of the atmosphere. Maybe they're underbuilt trains. They're trains that are so weak they can't survive being inside an atmosphere, and a normal train can. I was going to say, there we go, Exhibit A. This train is surviving being inside an atmosphere. We could try not counting we could try just counting all of the cubes on the belts. But that would be a lot of cabling and a lot of effort to try, because there's a lot of splitters on these belts, to try and work out how many are in here in total. We could sort of do something like that. We could even measure the number on the on sort of the input first few belts along here and assume that if those are full, everything else will be, and read the number on the outputs and in the chest. But yeah, just reading the total number in the chest, I think is probably going to be okay.
Not using enough power.
Just now, are you happy for me to add the dormant cubes as well as a requester?
Yes. Yeah.
Right, we're bringing as many dormant cubes in down here as we can into the carbon-based reprocessing system as a priority on the splitter down here. They didn't used to be because Sphere had set things up wrongly with a weird underground beltness, but now it's just sending them all down here by priority because this will wake them up a bit more quickly. So it seems to be honest, I don't know whether this is better, because this uses up resources that we don't actually need to use up. We're burning through carbon in order to make the jelly, in order to wake the cubes back up again, but to wake them up more quickly. But we could just have more and more cubes stored in this system and not worry about this system. I don't know. I feel a bit weird about it because it's sort of, I don't know what the sensible priority would be over here because they're. Yeah, this one's free, and if you put in enough chests, then it's going to work. If you put in enough chests and have enough cubes, then it's going to work fine. But yeah, and as it is actually, we're starting to back up a bit with the awakened cubes along here, and it's backing up back into this system. So a little bit, not too much yet, but it is starting to back up into here. So yeah. It's a bit of a weird one because the way the whole catalyst system works. Oh, congratulations on escaping Lignumis, mate. Well done. Okay, so the combinator update that we were talking about earlier is they're the highest power priority and have an internal power buffer, so they're at least reasonably protected against power fluctuations. That's quite nice. We haven't really decided on how to do space yet. We're still doing star-based with everything going to Norvis. Although, actually, that said, I think ships like... I'm trying to think of any exceptions to this. What's the dynamic storyteller doing? Are you picking up from anywhere else? No, that's just doing. Oh no, it's going via Vulcanus to pick up things like big crushers. So each ship seems to have its home planet that it is doing everything for. So a ship will go out to that planet, it will take anything that planet needs, and it will bring back anything that planet provides to Norvis. So every planet has a ship except Norvis, in theory. There's a couple of ones where we haven't got them because I haven't made any ships yet because I'm lazy. But in theory, each planet has its own ship that will take out anything that planet needs by going to wherever the stuff comes from. However, in the future, things are going to get a bit more complicated because when when the Tenebris needs something that's made on Castra, we don't really want to have the Tenebris ship going all the way from here up to here and then via Norvis to come all the way back down again, because it's rather a long way round. Although that said, maybe we do want it to have it doing that. But I suppose the problem comes up not so much when Tenebris needs something from Castra, but when Meraxis needs something from both Castra and Tenebris and Aquilo, and you have your ship having to do this sort of crazy all the way around all of the planets thing, whereas it would be much, much easier to bring it all to somewhere in the middle and dump it off there. Except we can't dump stuff off somewhere in the middle, because if you dump it in the middle, you have to put it on a planet, and then if you put it on the planet, you have to launch it back up into space again, and we'd rather not have to launch the extra rockets like that. So, at the moment, no, we haven't decided what the answer is for that. Yeah, there's so many places with the quality system being added in 2.0 or wherever you want to count it being added. There's now, you used to be able to double click on things to select them or deselect them. It works differently to the way it used to work in 1.1, and so my muscle memory is all hideous, is completely shot, and I double click on things and I should single click on them, and that's basically because of the quality system. When you want to, where can I select a thing? I don't know. Maybe in here. Yeah. If I let's deselect that. Right. If I select a thing in here, you used to be it used to be just click on it, I think, and now you have to double click on it. But there are some places where it's different, and I don't know. My brain is full. Yes, Mara, as Quagor said to you, Mara, yes, this is Space Age plus the Planetary Pioneers mod, which brings us up to something like 20 planets, or 20. Is it 20? Yes, 20 planets, or more than 20 planets, and more than 30 science packs. And so far, we've managed to get to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the planets. So things are going quite well. We're maybe a quarter of the way through, and it's probably only going to get harder from here on. So that's going to be good. Yes, you're quite right. Cubium should probably should look like a cube from here. It seems to vary. So here it's a sphere, here it's a cube, and on the space map it's also a sphere. And I think this is what the Visible Planets mod has gone from. It's used this graphic here, although perhaps a higher resolution version of it. And so it's a little bit indecisive as to whether it's actually a cube or not. Hopefully we have the space in the Richardinans, and I think we just about do. Well, it's emptied itself out now. Yes, it did, because it filled up and it flew off, so we do just have enough. It's getting quite close to capacity at this point, yes. But it does seem to just about manage.
We're getting occasional backings up, though.
Yeah, I know.
Why change that belt down here somewhere to a blue belt?
I know. But it didn't go over this corner for me when I checked. So
it's limiting the rate stuff comes in, which maybe matters, maybe doesn't. Yeah.
Mike, did you want to continue explaining?
Yes, I think it's working now. Just getting a few more resources to basically bulk up the.
I like how you've used a yellow inserter so you don't get too much stuff being passed through.
Thank you. Yeah, it's the kind of thing which is just it is what it is. Then it is very annoying. But okay, so let's just.
These these combinators. It feels wrong because it always puts the input on the top and the output on the bottom. So with the combinator upside down or pointing upwards, the input and the output look the wrong way around. They're not. It's correct, but it looks wrong. Because...
I know what you mean. Yes. Okay, so I think this is now working.
Yep, I see how that works. So you've got.
May I suggest switching signs to one that uses yellow?
So it's holding these two in balance. Sorry, it's holding them in balance. And that's more iron. Sorry, 2 seconds. I need a bit more iron ore.
I didn't follow what you said.
We are currently not using yellow signs, so we might want to switch to a sign research that does.
Yeah, potentially can. Most of them don't actually.
Yeah, that's I didn't know. I thought all the infinite ones would use all of them basically.
Right, there we go. So I'm just going to increase the amount of iron ore in that system. And then we can put the inserter back in the right place. Right, and then so that needs to be less than 1,000. Okay.
Ah.
Right, so through the radar comes a -1 if a cube is taken out of the main system and put
Yep.
into the cube inversion bit. A +1 is received from the radar if a cube gets put back into the system from that cube inversion construction area. That's then interpreted by the inserters, specifically the top and bottom ones, which will empty their relative box and have that whip around the system,
Yes.
thus making that a trace.
Is
Then
this
down
not? Is
here-
this not going to eventually get to a point where all of your iron ore ends up in? Oh no, it won't actually. No, I know. Okay, sorry, carry on.
No, I just wanted a larger buffer in play.
Yeah.
There. Just it's unlikely it was going to drift that far, but I didn't want to run the risk, basically.
Yeah. So shall I explain it? Because I think I might do it more quickly than
go
you
on.
will. Okay,
Yeah, go
so basically, whenever we get a signal through from here, because there's a right, let's start at the beginning and go through the whole thing, just in case anyone else new has joined the chat. The problem we're trying to solve at the moment is that sometimes we take cubes out of the system here to go into the cube crushing device, which smashes two blue cubes into bits and pieces. So and then we can reassemble some of those bits and pieces back into a blue cube. So we want to try and keep the same number of blue cubes on the belt all the time. So we've got those We've got massive lag. That's an unhelpful time to do enormous pace, Mark. Have we got control back? Yes, there we go. Right, so we've got a system set up here connected to all of the inserters that are dealing with those blue cubes. So we'll send a -1 whenever one's taken out of the system, and a +1 whenever one's put back into it. That signal is then sent over to down here, and whenever one is taken out of the system, a iron gets passed from there to there. Whenever one's put in, iron goes past from there to there, or possibly vice versa. Then whenever one gets, then we're monitoring the amount of iron that's in this chest, and this inserter is saying that whenever that goes below, whenever that goes below 1,000. Then that tells us that we've got a shortage of. We've taken some cubes off and not replaced them because the cubes do gradually go down over there, and so that means it then triggers that to take another cube off the belt here and put it into this chest at the moment, but eventually back into the system. When it does that, it also sends a ping from on this red cable to over here, and that tells the inserters over here to then put another one from here back into here to try and get the things back into synchronization again.
Yep, so it's a memory cell where the state is stored via items in a chest rather than by electronic circuitry.
Yep.
Hooray for old-fashioned technology. If you want to use pick and dollies to move that inserter back over, because I do not know how. Thank you. And then...
Rotate it.
The system's backed up on cube, so before you rotate it...
Yeah, so we've run into a
work
slight
out
problem
why.
here. It's backed up on cubes because all of the cubes are going into the other processing system. So what if, and I've just thought this one through, what if we take the output of the carbon-based processing system and put it into the input of the time-based processing system, and then they'll all just rattle up the middle, but we'll know they're there.
Yes.
Although actually, hang on, we don't need to know how many there are anymore. This is just a sign of there being too many cubes in the system. So if it jams up, there's too many cubes. So we just need to launch some more in the rockets.
There were 7,000 cubes in the system earlier. There are now 6,200.
No, there were 7. Well, yes, there were 7,000 in the
chests.
decaying system. There weren't in the whole overall total thing. So given that we now have a static number of cubes, well, we will have a static number of cubes in there once we disconnect the belt at the other end of here, which we haven't done yet and probably should. No, actually, we shouldn't yet. We just go, okay, this is fine. We just need to launch a load more on rockets to get rid of them, to get them out of the system, and then we'll have a fixed number in the system that is theoretically okay, and we can tweak that up and down a little bit as we need to.
Yeah.
Because the whole point of your system that you've just spent that time building up is that we don't need to know how many cubes are in the system.
Oh, yeah.
We just need to... It's just one in, one out.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
So, yeah, so we just need to take some out because we've currently got too many. That seems to be all right.
Yes. But what's interesting is that we've got virtually none of the dormant cubes Very, very few of those.
Yeah, that's because we've switched over to the active cube re-energizing, which is really quick. Well, comparatively quick. So it's just so as soon
I
as a
see what you
dormant
mean.
cube
Yeah,
comes in,
yeah.
it wakes it up again. It goes, wake up. You go, "Whoa,"
Got you.
and then we can use it again.
Okay, yeah. So, okay, yes. In that case, yes, you need. In theory, if you could always re-energize them, then you need 1/3 of the cube total.
Yeah, which is
Yeah,
why we've now
okay.
got far too many. So we just
Oh,
need to give
yeah.
more to Tristan basically, and he wants 3,000, so that's going to be pretty. That's going to be quite handy.
Nearest. How many are in stores over here? Not many.
I assume once someone builds the purple science version, that will also want vaguely 3,000.
Yeah, probably. Also, I need to do something about this system up here. So, I think what I'm going to do is instead of having these sitting on the belts. So what I did, I came along here and I thought, right, okay, well we've got too many cubes in here. We're stockpiling too many yellow cubes. That's the problem. However, it is a problem, but it is not the problem, because then I thought, well, why don't I come along here and just say, if there's more than 4 on this, don't pass any more in. That isn't going to work, I've realised, because we'll just end up with 4 at the very top of the belt here. And actually, that kind of would work, because then this top machine would trigger and it would make some red circuits when we need them, and then that'd be fine. But then so it would actually kind of would work.
Yeah, I was
but
gonna say,
also
I
I thought,
think
why
that
not
would
just
work.
pass them? Why not just loop them round and put them on a belt and come back down again? But yeah, I think it will work. I just need to go over there and liberate all the ones that are in there. It means we'll get a little. No, we shouldn't get too big a flood. We should always just end up with 4 of them stockpiled in there. So if I go in, I steal all the ones from there and all the ones from the red circuit production, all the ones from the blue circuit production as well, and put them in somewhere more useful, and put in the same sort of system on the blue circuit production, then things should start working again. There we go. There's 2 have come through now already because I just nicked them all. Then I'll do exactly the same over here. So red circuit, red cable, boop, boop. In fact, you know what? Copy that, put it there, and boom, that's set up already. So I can come up here and nick all of those. There we go. And now that'll let the next few through. But now I can having stolen all those, I can bring them all over and put them in here. At least put 50 of them in here. 51 of them if I do that. And now we can start making petroleum gas again. Is there anything else along here that's going to... In fact, I could bring these cubes back and put them in the recycler system just to get them into the places where they probably kind of should be, really. So if I put those in there and those in there, then they'll all get dumped out, and quite a few of them will go over this way to be made into more calcite, which is fine, but then some of them will come down this way. And now, because we've got... Yeah, so this should mean we'll actually, most of those will just end up going up here. Or some of them will. And some in here. Yeah, there we go. Some have gone up there. But now we'll get a sensible number in there instead of an excessive number. So that's going to be fine. And then we're passing these ones down here. Some will go up to this machine. So this one's got quite a good supply going on now as well, actually. But we don't, well, but yeah, I think that's now all probably okay. I do suspect we're going to end up with rather a lot on here, actually. So let's put in the same system down here. And I could paste that in again if I rotate it like that. And then that one like that, there we go. No, oh, fine. Do I have any? Yes, I do. There we go. So this is going to do the same sort of thing, except it needs to be linked to there as well. Obviously you can't reach. One thing I wish they'd done with the read all on belts thing was you could then link from the other end of where you're reading from and then link to another belt up here like this. That'd be really nice, but you can't. So I guess what I do is I remove no, not that tool. I remove that from there and have that run from there to.
We should be about to make some yellow science with a new recipe.
Ooh, we should come over and have a look in a second because I'm curious as to what you built up.
Yep. It occurs to me that this signal counting system has a potential flaw where if 2 signals come through on the same tick, it's always a +1 or a -1. It can't handle +2 or -2.
That's true. Yeah.
The question is how often is there's a grand total of, I want to say 3 inserters, we might be 6 inserters.
I feel like it's one of those things that's going to either always be fine or never be fine.
Maybe.
Because they'll either the machines will run in sync with each other or they won't.
Yes, but if they won't, then it's how often do they overlap.
Hmm.
And it's a single tick in the entire process, which is not a fast process. So it's a
Yeah.
statistically highly unlikely scenario.
Yes. But you know what they say,
Doesn't mean it
a
can't
50-50 chances come up 9 times out of 10.
Yes, that's bad maths.
Yes, but it's a pragmatism, so you can get away with it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, was it? No, it's million to 1 chances that come up 9 times out of 10. Sorry.
That's the one. Yep.
Yeah. And everything is a 50. Everything else is a 50-50 chance because it either happens or it doesn't.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
the classic.
I feel I need to talk about that. Not talk about what's going on over here. So this is using a lot of the new technology we've gained from our last couple of planets. Igris has given us these science enhancer machines, and these have a productivity. If you look over on the right hand side, okay, they have a productivity 156 of. These machines have a productivity of plus 156%. So every time they run, they produce 2.5 times the amount of science you'd expect them to. However, they do need to be fueled with this magic fluid, which you have to cart over from Igris. And this is Norvis at the moment. So we're having to bring that over in a spaceship and then drop it down here, pipe it out, put it in a train, bring it over, pipe it out to these machines, and that works. Then, so that's what's going on in that's what would be going on in these machines here if they were running. However, these machines are not running because that's not powerful enough for us yet. The next thing we've got going on over here is these ones, and these are using cubium recipes. And these are the same sort of general idea, but they also take in dream concentrate. So if we look at this one, you can see that this recipe takes in 2 processing units, 1 flying robot frame, 3 low density structures, and 2 magic fluids to make 3 science packs. This one takes in 2, 1, 3... and an energized microcube and 150 dream concentrate in order to make 8 utility science packs. So we're getting almost 3 times as much in exchange for bringing in that energized microcube and the dream concentrates. So now we're producing, so for all the initial ingredients we're putting in, we're producing about almost 7.5 times as many science packs as we should for the bits and pieces we're putting in. Now, the debate is slightly open to debate at which point a science pack becomes valuable or expensive enough to make that it's worth putting in all of these things that have to be brought in from other planets. Currently, I think yellow science is probably the most expensive science we make, so that's why we're doing it with these ones to start with. But we may reckon in the future that it's actually there are other ones where it would be better used. We'll see how we feel. But as long as we can keep the supply of dream concentrate coming over and the supply of magic fluid coming over, and we'll be recycling the cubes in another recyclometron that will look very, very familiar to anyone who's been watching what we've been building over on Cubium. As long as we can keep all of that running, this should allow us to just produce massive quantities of science for very little input ingredients, and that's going to save us an enormous amount of resources, which is really, really nice.
I will note that there is also a combinator here, so if we want to switch it over to producing not using cubes, we can activate that combinator.
Oh, okay. Yep, that makes a lot of sense.
There is an alert at the moment, as you can see at the moment, saying,
yes,
hey, there isn't any. You might
fluid.
want to turn the combinator on. I think at the moment we're fine not. If it's on and there is concentrate, then it will say, hey, there's some available. Why do you have this turned on?
Okay, nice. Excellent.
And I think it will also, I think I've got it set up to also disable running them. Can't remember now.
Oh, is it disabling passing stuff into them rather than?
I can't remember if No, I don't think I had.
No, there's no configuration set up. Oh no, you've got the you're doing it by turning the inserters off rather than by turning the machines off. Okay.
Yes, because you can't wire.
Oh, because you can't wire up to enhanced machines. You did say that about half an hour ago, and I forgot. Yes, thank you. All right.
I have a feeling we have to drastically increase the liquid dream or dream concentrate supply.
Yeah, I did the maths in my head to tell you how many science packs you were going to get, and it seemed like quite a lot. But we launched like 2 rockets of it up. There is more available if you when you're ready for it, and of cubes as well.
It's currently limited by the rocket building capacity, I think.
You're probably right. Yeah, we launched. Yes. Well, I put in a request for 2 rockets worth of fluid on the ship because we had 2 rockets that were going to be available. So yeah, after that it'll be it will be, as you say, limited by rocket capacity. So I suppose it probably makes sense to put in some more. I'll put in another copy of the rocket silo for the magic fluid, so we can have 4 rockets at once. Put that there, and then extend the belt.
Possible to make that fluid on site though?
It is, but Mark's decided that feels like cheating, so he'd like it to be shipped in.
Why? I mean, why is it cheating, Mark?
Yeah, then I can just make a blueprint, a city block generating copper, a city block generating iron ore, a city block.
Yeah, but there's a difference. There's a difference between making jelly for
everything.
science, for making dreams, for making science,
Yeah.
and making it for absolutely everything.
My suggestion was that we do make a self-contained system to do that, so that we can just paste in for the sciences.
Yeah,
That's
suggested
specifically making concentrate for science, not making
Yeah.
concentrate for everything.
Yeah, for science. Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, you're quite right, Yukito. Yes, we are aware that with the cubes you can just make the jelly over on Norvis, but Mark doesn't want any of this dream nonsense on his planet, so so we can't. Although maybe he'll change his mind if it turns out we can't get the dream concentrate over to him quickly enough. We shall see.
Yeah, I'll make sure to add it to Vulcano, at least.
Mark, for the
Yes, there
empty
is
barrel,
we're aware there's a mod for platform-to-platform logistics. We generally prefer not to change our mods around sort of mid-game unless there's a good reason to. It feels sort of we feel like we've sort of set off. We've said we're going to play with this set of mods. We're going to have this challenge, and so to then go in and change it because something's a bit difficult feels. I won't say it feels like it's not quite like cheating, but it's something we try not to do too much. Basically, it'll be interesting to see what the Metal and Stars solution for dumping stuff to planet and launching it again is. We'll get out there at some point, but I think we've been advised that a lot of the stuff there is not necessarily end game, but a bit overpowered if you find it too early. So we reckon that we'll probably go there before Aquilo, but after we've done all of sort of the inner planets like. So we'll probably try and do everything out. So we'll do Meraxis, Tiber, Fulgora, Gleba, Castra, Corundum, Moshin, Rubia first, and then probably go off and do Metal and Stars. Then come back to do Aquilo, Secretus, Rosetta, and then we'll be done, unless we find any more planets to add in, which we probably will, I expect. Getting it to be a cube in the red. That's weird. I mean, because that's clearly just a sprite. So that one certainly should be able to be a cube. And if we look around, there's the Stargate is a different shape, slightly different shaped thing. Or do you mean it was in the here that it wasn't practical to make it a cube? That I could believe. Although again, I feel like that is just a gently rotating sprite. So I'm willing to believe it. If somebody who knows more about these things says it's not possible, then I'm happy to believe them. But I'm surprised that it's not possible to just drop in a giant sprite cube here. Maybe it's something I should look into myself and see if I just go in and fiddle with the graphics inside the mod, see what happens. Probably I just break it, but it'd be interesting to find out. Okay, and there's a successor to the platform-to-platform logistics mod. That's worth knowing about, I guess, just in case we ever do add it in. And we've just left. Oh, I suppose I see. I have eventually worked out what you mean, HPTD. Yes, if you were able to link belts together, if I was able to link the belts together as I was suggesting. Yeah, I guess with it as it is, you can read multiple times off the same belt and do different things with that signal. Yeah, true. Oh well, yeah. Maybe. Did I finish this off, by the way? Yes, I did. So yeah, I guess that's certainly a reason to not do it that way. Right, I've talked about making the dream concentrate on Norvis. I'm glad to hear you've been enjoying the sort of general sort of thing, Goopy. There is a Planetary Pioneers mod available if you want to install it that will give you all of the mods, all of the planets, all the quality of life mods that we're using, because lots of people asked for it. So Tristan put it together. So if you want to try it out, then it's good. It's there to drop in if you want it. And or alternatively, if you're doing something similar, then you just fancy trying Cubium, then yeah, obviously you can just install that as well. I like Cubium. It's weird and different, and that's one of the things actually I've been very, very impressed about with all the mods so far, is that they've all been very different to each other. That we haven't gone off to another planet and gone, oh, this is basically the same as that other planet. We'll just put in the same sort of answers here, or it's exactly the same sort of logic and puzzles and so on. They've all been very, very different. And I've heard rumours. Somebody said that apparently there's a Discord server that all of the Planetary Creator mods tend to hang out on, and so that means they're communicating with each other and making sure they're all doing things a little bit differently. So that perhaps explains why it's been done quite so well. Talked about using the cubes to make dreams on location. Ruby at the end of the first. Well, we'll see. When are we going to go to Ceres? Ceres will be about the similar sort of time as when we go to Fulgora, I guess, because it's in about the same sort of place. So we're aware that we believe that Ceres is a bit of a puzzle moon. So maybe dropping all of us in on there might just be a bit overwhelming, and we won't have enough for all of us to do. Or maybe we will. I don't know. We will see when we get there. We'll do our normal thing of sending one person out to have a bit of a look around the place and get an idea of the sort of things that are required by that planet, and then once they've had a look and given it a poke and found out what's going on, then they can make a decision as to whether it's worth dropping all 5 of us in, or whether it'd be better off just leaving one person there and then getting on with it, with the rest of us sort of looking over to help, and then maybe drop things, maybe sort of adjust things on from the satellite view or whatever. We'll see once we've got somebody over there, basically. Just the cube inside a circle didn't look good. Fair. Okay, because it not looking good is an acceptable reason to not go for the other mod. What are the small buttons on the planet selection? These over here. Those are not to do with the planet selection. Those are to do with the those are YAML, which is a resource. Not YAML, sorry, YARM, which is a resource monitor thing. So I can pop this out and like this. And this tells us about all of the... If you've actually gone through and tagged the patches on the planet, which we keep not doing, except on Norvis, because we're a bit rubbish at remembering it even exists, but it tells you how much of all of the different resources you've got left on that planet. So these are all the mines we've got, and then it tells you how much... I guess that's how much of it you've used, or how much of it's more likely how much of it's left. So, for example, looking at this copper one, because oil is weird, we've got 10.3% of the copper patch left, which is 500,000. We're using up 1,500 per minute, which means it'll run out in a bit over 6 hours. If we look at everything in total, we're getting through almost 6,000 copper per minute, and we'll run out in almost 20 hours. So sometime in the next 19 hours, we should probably think about putting in some more copper mines, or we'll be in trouble. We've got 22 hours worth of crude oil and 15 days worth of coal. So it gives you an idea of how much resource you've got left on a planet, which is quite nice. Oh yeah, I remember I heard about adding in circuit conditions to splitters. I completely forgot that was a thing. Let's have a look at that, because that sounds like fun, and it's a thing. It's a why am I doing that? It's a feature I haven't played with since it was added. So all right, let's add a red cable from here to here and see what options we get. Okay, so we can set output side. So we want it to go to the right if what are those things? There's the yellow cubes. Go to the right if yellow cubes is less than 4. Cool. And then I don't need that one. So let's see. Let's give that a try. See if that's worked. I assume that's how it works. I don't know what would happen if both of these tried to be active at the same time. Maybe it would then just not prioritize. Oh, that's going to be a priority though, and I don't want it to prioritize. There we go. Here we go. This side, if that's greater than or equal to 4. So set output side to left. No. Try again. Do it right. No. Yes, do it correctly. So that should be that one if that is greater than or equal to 4. And lose that one. So, yeah, if there's 4 or more on here, then this should be automatically set to a right output, so they'll go along this way. Yeah, and there we go. Got the arrow in the correct place now. So that's set up properly. Don't care about input side in this particular one. That's a very good point. I had completely forgotten about this is a very, very new feature. It came in like it was post 2.0, so it wasn't in the original 2.0 release. It's been added in since then, and is a nice idea. Also, there's a red cube on there. I should probably come along here and set all of these to filter. What do we usually use? Something silly like a ghost solar wind particle. That'll do, I suppose. To have those go to the left, and same with you. Or I could have just copy and pasted these into these splitters. Actually, to be honest, that would have been much better. Is it only 2 weeks ago? God, I'd have guessed it was longer ago than that, but I will happily believe you. But yeah, wow, only 2 weeks. No wonder I haven't properly internalised it yet. Oh, the other way to do it, at least to get the things out briefly and quickly, is to add in a little piece of belt like that. So let's do that on all of these, and then I can consider going back and removing them later. Because I don't want to have, especially here, I don't want to have the expensive inverted cubes stuck on in a splitter like that. So we'll do that. Those will get built up and brought along. Right, so we've got some machinery running over here. We've got up to 4,800 in this, which probably means we haven't quite pumped any out of here. Now, this is still only run a single time. But we do have a lot of yellow cubes along here, and that makes me think maybe I should put in a second petroleum gasser, because I think this is running only a small amount of time. You know what would also be quite nice? If machines had a thing that told you what proportion of the time they're running. There's a term for that.
Uptime.
No.
No.
It's a thing you use in pulse width modulation systems. Oh, what's the term? Tristan will probably know, but he's probably gone off into a different. He's gone off into a different Discord chat because I kept talking over him because he was because I was trying to talk to chat.
Well, at that point, I think I should say
duty cycle.
I'm going to head off now. I think it's quite late.
Is it that time? It is that time. Gosh.
11.
I've been just kind of quietly monitoring this, and it is nominally working. I've just reset it because the other thing that can happen is if the belt backs up completely, then obviously it can't put anything down, and so it'll catch up later. But that does mean that it gets it's a whole thing.
If the belt is backed up completely, it might be a good thing if it can't catch up.
Well, yeah, exactly. It'll bleed things in later when it can catch up.
So
I'm
it doesn't
wondering
really matter.
if 2,000 items is sufficient, but it should be.
It should easily be, I'd have thought, yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually quite happy with that. It's a relatively elegant system.
Yeah, regular and Fuginator both came in with duty cycle. Yes, that is the term I was looking for. Thank you very much. It's how it is when you've got a word on the tip of your tongue. You know there's a word for it, and you should know what it is because you're an electronic engineer or something, but you just can't quite find it, and it's really frustrating.
Oop, wrong one. My bad. Thanks for the game.
All right. Well, good night.
Have a
We'll
good
catch you next time. Have you managed to keep a track of what you've been up to, or for the doc? Good, thank you. Because I don't seem to be able to do that and stream. There just isn't. I don't have the capacity.
No, I get it. I have indeed put some comments in the doc.
Great. Thank you very much.
Right. Good night, all. Have a good one.
Right. So that has now functionally stolen some of the petroleum gas from here to pull it out as turn it into sulfur because there's now a little bit more belt up here. However, I think putting in a second machine, now that we have a decent number of these cubes coming through, is going to make it worth it. Because now it'll catch up faster. And this is going to be the limiting factor for producing the rocket fuel, producing the rockets, I think. Although as we get more and more yellow cubes, I can make that go faster and faster. We'll notice over here there is no rocket fuel. We've used up all of the rocket fuel at this point. So until we've made another... well, this won't even start pumping it through until we've made another 200. And then we have to fill this up to 4.5... Oh, we've got 4,000 in there already, actually. So that's interesting. Clearly some of it... this has been up at... Oh, well, there we go. The 300's gone in there. And... Yeah, we're getting little bits of it being put through like that. So now we're up to 4,200, which is that to happen another couple of times and we'll have enough. But this machine is busily churning through the sulfur at the moment, trying to turn it all into... Sorry, busily churning through the petroleum gas, trying to turn it all back into sulfur so that we can keep the rest of the system working. The fact that this is now running basically flat out is slightly concerned. No, it's caught... I say it's caught up. I have a slight concerns that it may not be quick enough with only one machine running. Because we've pulled out all the sulfur that was in the buffer here, and it's still... Yeah, it's possible to... Why am I not just looking at the numbers? This is using 0.82 a second, so we're using about 1.6 a second. This is making 1.65 a second, so it's pretty close. But it might be all right. And it's never going to stall because we're only pumping it out of this tank when we get more than 5,000 in there. So I think it should be okay. That could probably be like 1,000 or 2,000 as well. So, but it should now. No, nearly there. I think this is going to be okay. It's never going to deadlock, and I think this is just about fast enough. And I'm kind of hoping that once we get this system running at a decent speed, we're going to dump through a load of petroleum gas into here. We're going to get a load of light oil. It's going to rattle through all of the emotions. Then we're going to get some rocket fuel being made. And then we'll hopefully get enough rocket fuel being made to sort of satisfy this system for at least a little while we wait for this to fill back up again. So, yeah. Yeah, 4 is basically 2 when you're busy building a factory. It's easy to lose a couple of weeks somewhere. We've all done it. We are now getting through the yellow bricks a little faster than we were before, but yeah, it's probably fine. Ah, there we go. This is kicked in again now. And with all these prod mods in there, that's going to produce a bit more than it would otherwise have done. And I've got prod mods in here as well. Off? I think the time scared Mike off. He was about to turn into a pumpkin.
Ah. Understandable.
So that's another dump of the light oil. So we're going to be able to make some more rockets eventually. I say eventually because this takes quite a long time to run. 90% now. Did it say here how long it takes to run? No. Just the long time. But then now let's pass it on to here. So this can now burn through that and turn it into the emotional tar. We can crack our emotions and extract our hope. And now over here we'll see that this will presumably, once this is kicked in, boom, and that's going to be producing, well, I say that should be producing some more disgust, but it doesn't seem to be. The anger or the hatred, is you anger or hate? I can't tell. I can't remember. I think this one's anger. Yes, the anger is sort of flowing around in circles and then going into here, but the disgust only goes into this one, and so yeah, we've now got up to 1.6 disgust, and we're still churning through the light oil that was made from that last load of petroleum gas. So it's going to be the disgust is going to carry on going up, and I don't think there's actually anything I can do with it. Rephrase that. There's nothing useful to do with it. I may end up having to put it into barrels and then throwing those barrels into the lava, which seems like a stupid thing to do with even a useless resource. It seems like a ridiculous thing to do with it, but I don't have any better ideas because we're going back in here again. Let's check it out again. We've got the liquid disgust. It comes out of emotional cracking. Sorry?
Which one are you thinking about dumping?
The liquid disgust, which you get it from emotional cracking. You can put it in a barrel. You can reconstitute it into anger, but you need hate to do that, and we're not getting enough hate through. I suppose I could prod mod the hate production, and you can turn it into spoilage. But that wastes some of your hope, and I need the hope. And the barrels can be recycled. That's about it. And in fact, that is it. You can empty them out. Empty it out again. I guess I could put. Where is it that we're using the? Right, it's here that we're producing the hate. So maybe if I put prod mods in the hate as well. Then we'll get enough hate to use up the disgust. These are all very silly. No, I can't put that there. I'll end up mixing my hate and my disgust together. I'm going to put in tanks for everything, just to... I don't think I need them. The pipes are probably big enough. But I think putting the tanks in anyway is probably a good idea. Just for a little bit of stockpiling. I need one for this one as well. Can't get it in there. Could put it up here out of the way. No, that's a bit silly. Which one even are you? Are you the anger? Yeah. There we go. Pipes for everything. Tanks for everything now. Tanks for the emotions. Or was it tanks for the memories? I forget. Yeah, so this is now up at 1600 disgust because we're still churning through that the last of the emotional tar. Okay, actually, we're still churning through some of the petroleum. Oh no, we've not got enough petroleum gas now to make light oil. We've still got 1100 light oil left. So yeah, we're probably easily going to get up to the total amount there. But if I put those in there, then potentially that's going to mean each time this runs, we'll get a little bit more hate coming out, and then we'll be able to use that to use up some of the disgust. I am a bit disgusted by its uselessness, and the hate. You can turn hate or anger, one or the other, into ammunition, which is sort of it's a bit weird and it's not very useful from here. But it's a thing you at least can do with it. And if it made a really really good ammunition, like it automatically made quality 6 ammunition or something like that, then maybe that would be useful. It'd be interesting. But the disgust just seems to sort of pile up, and I don't know what to do with all my disgust. The hate. You can the hate. You see, you can make angry ammunition out of hate, and you can turn anger into. Oh no, that's one I'm already doing. That's the one that makes the hate into anger. Then the anger can be used to make angry ammunition as well, and angry rockets, and you can use it for biter eggs as well, which I don't think I'd want to do particularly, but you can. But the disgust is useless. We discussed it, and it turns out it's useless. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a fair point. We could burn it. So we made spoilage out of it, then we could burn it. So you're right. That is a way. Actually, that's a better way of disposing it than putting it in barrels and putting it and then throwing it into lava. Slightly. It doesn't waste steel. Steel's free, but at least that's a good point. If we use it to make no, but that's a waste of hope, and I don't have enough hope. The hope is the one we actually need for the rocket. And from the emotional cracking, you get slightly more hope than you do in disgust. So, no, I'm not prepared to mix my hope and my disgust together, even if it makes spoilage that we can then just chuck into the burners. Yeah, I don't want to burn my hopes. I need my hopes for rocket purposes. But there we go. We've now got up to 1500 hope in the tank, which is good. And that means we can now start launching rockets like this. In fact, if I jump over to the Richard Dean, then I can go, do you have enough space? Yes, you actually do have enough space for me to double that. Because Tristan needs quite a lot of... Tristan needs a lot of dreams to concentrate on. No, the dreams are already concentrated, but he needs a lot of them. So we'll send him over twice as much at a time.
And that's a consumable, so that's a steady requirement. Except nothing seems to use yellow science. Well, not much seems.
Really? We just run out of sciences that use yellow. That's weird, but interesting.
The artillery does.
Yeah.
Basically anything weapon related seems to.
So we've got a load of planet discoveries that we don't really want to do yet. Cube mastery requires cryogenic science. Planet discovery, don't care about that. We don't actually have very much left to do at this point in the way of sciences. It's all just efficiency improvements or go to the next planet. I mean, efficiency improvements are worth having, sure, but I think mining productivity is probably going to be more useful at this point. So yeah, purple is going to be the next one to go for then. I think we can. It is possible to void stuff. It's slightly more convoluted now. I think what you can do is if you have it pumped into a machine so it can't get out, and then you change the recipe on the machine, then I think excuse me, then I think it gets voided, because we're being quite careful to avoid pun actually unintentional for once, that happening over here, where we've got this rocket fuel block that switches back and forth between making the solid fuel from petroleum gas or light oil, depending on what's needed, depending on which we have more of at the time. The idea being that if we have too much, so the thing was, if either of these pipes was completely full, then when you switched over, the machine wouldn't be able to push the resource out back into the pipe because the pipe's full. So then it would be voided. So we could do something like that. I could put an assembly machine on the top of this tank that monitors the amount in the tank, and if it gets to 25,000, then it starts flicking back and forth between having the recipe set to a discussed barrel filling perhaps and not, and that probably would void it. But in a way, that actually feels worse than putting it into a barrel and throwing it in the lava. So I think I probably won't do that. I did like the idea of turning it into spoilage and burning it, except that would burn through all of the hopes.
Tristan?
Yeah, you see we're up to 2,500 of it
Can
now.
I motivate you to upgrade this to a productivity module build?
Sure. Oh, you've ripped out that stuff.
Yep.
And we have rather a lot of cubes over here, as you may have noticed. So, yeah, we just need to... Basically, I think as long as we put a steady load on this system for the time being, shipping them out to by rocket over to Norvis, then we should be pretty much okay. We'll eventually get to a point where we've got a manageable number of cubes on this system. At that point, I think it'll be time to then run a second... I mean, I could run the second belt now, but it'll be time to switch over to using a second belt to take the cubes from the production system here and feed them into the rocket separately. But you know what? Let's add that belt in. This is getting sillier and sillier around this bit of lava here. Can we go around this way, do you think? No. Not without using a diagonal inserter, which would be incredibly slow. So it's going to have to come along here and then do this nonsense again, come across the top here, come back down again. This is getting sillier and sillier. We'll be going to... Well, if we go to Fulgora, we'll get the recycler and we could use that. That would work. And then, yeah, also, I've been told several times now that there is also something on Ceres that would allow us to do that. So if it is a spoiler, it's a spoiler we've been spoiled about 100 times now, because people just can't resist telling us things that are going to be coming up later. And I have to admit, I'm not quite sure where to draw the line on whether to consider something as be a spoiler that you shouldn't say versus just a nice piece of information about what's coming up. I think it's if it's something that we should know, then it's okay to tell us. Like if I've forgotten that you can do such and such a thing. Like if it's making the spoilage, if I've forgotten that you can make the discussed into spoilage, then that's fair enough to remind me. But I think something like, oh, by the way, when you get onto this future planet, you'll find out about this thing. That, I think, is a level of spoiler that we don't want to have. We'd rather find out ourselves when we get there. Oh, this should be lower down. Damn it. There isn't anything else, is there? Oh, there's another one, so it should go down in one. Should go down even further. Ah. You know what? Let's forget that for the moment. Let's come all the way over here and go. Is there anything else? No. This seems to be about as far as we're going. What even have we got here? Oh yes, rocket. These things. So it's going to come to. It's going to come to somewhere around here. But let's just do this for now. Go under that. Good. Under that. Good. All the way over to here. That. There we go. Yeah, we've had, as I say, people can't resist telling us about things that we haven't discovered yet. So, yeah, it's sort of inevitable with streaming. It's kind of inevitable. I understand that people who've played the game are excited about knowing things and want to share them and stuff like that. It's understandable, but I think we do try to avoid spoilers as wherever we can. don't think we actually then, if we're letting all of that through, we're not controlling anything from down here. So let's just disconnect all of this. Oop, not like that. Stop it. There we go. Right, so that allows all of those through. You are going to run all the time. You're going to run all the time. Fine. And that's now filling up this belt. Lovely. Well, it will as the belt gets placed. Yeah, I think, yeah, in theory, with Factorio, in theory, everything is in the Factoriopedia. So all information is gatherable from the very start, except for, well, there's a few researchers in here with big obvious question marks on them. So we'll find out about those as we get there. But in theory, basically all the information is available from the start. But it doesn't mean we know everything, because we're not going to go through and read the entire thing. Partly because it's spoilers, and partly because I don't think our sanity could cope with trying to hold that much information in our heads. It just wouldn't work. So yeah, not going to happen. So yes, it's try not to mention that sort of thing, basically. If it's a thing that we've gone to that planet, we've unlocked it, we've seen it exists, we've just forgotten about it, then I think it's fine. It's when it's something that we haven't had a chance to go off and find out about ourselves. Oh no, I haven't heard about Stellar Horizons. That's interesting. It'd be good to have a look at that then. Thank you, Quagor. Somebody remind me when it's when we're not in the middle of a stream and it's 11:30. But yeah, sounds like it's a good idea. We should go off and have a look at Stellar Horizons and see if there's anything they've got that we think we should add in. Or maybe even to the point of adding their mod to ours as well. Because if there's a few more if there's some balance tweaks, especially, then it'd be very worth having. Yeah, I've done that, Aereo. Yes, I did a series a little while ago with one of my friends. She'd never played Factorio before, or actually she's not that much of a gamer in general. So we thought it'd be interesting to see how she got on with it, with me going along as a construction bot, so sort of, following instructions and occasionally giving the little hints about. Again, it's the things that she should already have known but had forgotten because she was trying to take in all of Factorio in only a few weeks. So I was giving little bits of assistance here and there where appropriate, but trying not to be too spoilery. And that was good fun. It wasn't an enormously popular series, sadly, which I think was probably because I think a lot of people, when they're watching a stream, want to see. They often do it for. And Mike goes off on a tirade about or rant about this sort of thing every so often. That the stream needs to be sort of either teaching you something about a game, or it needs to be entertaining, or it needs to be something like that. And I think it was just a bit too slow because she didn't. It was all very, very early game stuff, so it wasn't as entertaining as it would have been, as we would have hoped it would have been. And it was because it was a bit slow, and it wasn't teaching anyone anything new because it was everyone already knows about beginner Factorio stuff. So it didn't do enormously well, which is a bit of a shame. But never mind. But yeah, it's out there. If you're curious, then please do head over and check it out if you want to see how it went for us.
Can you remind me what the rate checker shortcut is?
Alt X.
Thank you.
And then you need to be very careful or at least I need to be very careful when selecting it, because I usually get it wrong and either do Alt D or Control X, both of which destroy whatever I'm trying to find out how the speed of, and that's not ideal. Run out of yellow cubes.
I know it little enough, poorly enough that I don't have any risk of that because I don't even remember that it's X.
Yeah, I tend to fat finger it whenever I try and find it, and things go badly. Alright, so we've got to the point over here where we've run out of. Well, the cubes aren't coming through quite as quickly as I would like, but we've made up to another 4,800 gas now, which probably means we've pumped through a bit. How many times does this run now? This has run a third time while I wasn't watching, so now we're doing a little bit more emotional stuff over here, which means hopefully we're going to be building up at least a little bit of backlog of fuel. No, we haven't got any backlog of fuel at all. Oh, we've run out of low density structures. What? How's that happened? I thought that was a... Oh, it is running. Ah, yes. Because now we've decided that we want to take... Sorry, my brain froze. Because we've decided we want to ship out the Dreams as well, we're launching rockets a bit more quickly than I was originally intending to, which I guess means we're going to need a few more machines along here making all of the bits and pieces in order to make... we're going to need to make the low-density structures a bit quicker. And I was going to say possibly the blue circuits a bit quicker, but no, I think Saphira's already overbuilt that one, so that's going to be fine. But yeah, we're the system I asked Mark to build to make the low density structures is now no longer enough because he's rather increased the rate I need them at. So let's improve this a bit. So this is using up the plastic at 0.41. This is making plastic at 1.87. That is significantly faster. So, oh, and how fast is this using goop? This is using it at 1.25. This is making it at 2.5. So this again is even faster. So right, so what I'm going to do is, okay, so we've got plastic supply coming out here. So I could tap this plastic supply, but actually a better idea, I think, is if we bring this over here and up here. What's the input rate? I've got these the wrong way around. Yeah, yes, the copper is now going to be in the worst place. So actually, let's cancel that, remove this plan, and then run this up here, and this down here. There we go. And then I'll remove all of this as well because it's in the way. Then I can move. I can then move that down a bit, and I can put in an additional machine there and a machine there. And you know what the really fun thing I can do here is? I can now use the diagonal inserters here and here to get the plastic into them. I can spin that, remove that, and I'll use rapid inserters for the bulk inserters for these because why not? So that, and that. And then I'll have to use red inserters for taking it back out again because it needs to go onto the other side, like that, that, and that. Extend the belts, extend the belts. There we go. That will, oh yeah, and that will triple the production rate. So normally when you do something like this, in traditional Factorio, you can only get 2 machines being fed from one machine like this. But because we've got the diagonal inserters, I can get it up to 3 without any difficulties. And that's producing 1.87. These are using 0.41, so it's going to be about 1.2. That's going to be 1.23, which is less than 1.87. I could actually put a 4th one in as well if I sort of spaghetti the belts around to the side, but I think I won't. If I do need more, then I'll put that in as a second block above this one. Yeah, diagonal inserters they're fun. They're silly, but I like them. Actually, I'll put this down here just in case I do need to put in a copy of this, and I'll want to put it in directly on top of this one. Actually, you know what? I could put that there, and if will the cables reach if I remove this one? Yes, excellent. Shouldn't have done that quite so soon because we haven't got this out here yet. Oh well. Just wait for the bots to finish it all off and then it'll be fine, I'm sure. Anyway, so if I do need another one of these, and I can use underground belts to go under all of this and have the and carry everything off further up to and carry the plastic output, or more importantly, the carbon input further up if I need it. So yeah, there's lots of expandability available here. The fact that this is capable of running at twice the speed of this one isn't lost on me. With a bit of redesign work, that could be put in here, in between this one and the one that would go above it. But I think I won't go in and completely shred Mark's design for the time being, because yeah, it's fine. It just needed a bit of speed up because there's been some hunger and some additional requirements. Oh, I have unpowered this inserter. I probably should power it back up again.
No, I like it.
You across one? No. Thank you. Yeah, I thought it was a neat use of the diagonal inserters. Yep. What I was saying about the sort of going in and completely shredding it would be moving the jelly machine to above the plastic machine, so it'd be able to feed that one and another plastic machine above it because it's twice as fast.
Yeah.
But you know, it's the requirements changed a little bit after you made it, so I sort of understand. Because it turned out you wanted you wanted large quantities of more dreams to be had than there was capacity for in this. I don't know. I want to make some sort of vaguely Shakespearean reference, but I can't remember it accurately enough to do so. More dreams on heaven and earth, and all of that. Still worried about the rocket fuel. It's one of those things where I'm hoping that as we get more and more and more yellow cubes available, it's going to start running faster and faster and become less and less of a problem. Where's my carrot? Oh, actually, I'm nearby. So let's nick some of these yellow cubes because this is more than is actually required. So we'll take those and put them. Oh, they're all going past here, aren't they? I should investigate where those are going. Have some of that. Bump, 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 bump. Okay, we'll go and have a look at the city blocks in a moment. Ah, yes, over here. Yeah, we're stockpiling crazy numbers of yellow cubes over here. Jeez, we don't need this many. For the time being, then, let's... how do I work this out? I guess I put like a stack in there, and then I do that. We're still going to end up filling up this side, but it's a lot less filling up than it would otherwise have been. Yeah, I almost need to have a loop back on this belt here that drops them. If any that come past get put onto the disposal belt and brought back over here, and then fed back up into the yellow cube system. Is that a dumb idea? I feel like it might be a good idea. So I want you to filter out yellow cubes and put them back up there, like that. And then trump, 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 trump. Why am I doing it by hand? Oh yes, because it's quicker. That's why. And then down here, any spare yellow cubes can be recycled like that. So once again, I need to use the system I was using before. Oh no, well, I'll I'm going to do it on the splitter just because that's fun and different. And if I do set up splitter priorities often enough, then maybe it'll allow me to actually remember how. It'll remind me that they're a thing. So if we set the output side, we want to clear that. We want to send out an inverted microcube to the left. No, to the right. Get it right, Laurence. There we go. Inverted microcubes go to the right when there is more than... Prioritize output to the right, rather, when there's more than 4. Is this correct? So at the moment there's none. So it's not doing any sort of priority. So, which is what I want. And then when there's more than 4, it will then... Well, I was doing more greater than or equals to 4 before, wasn't I? So let's do that here as well. When there's greater than or equals to 4, then it'll prioritize to the right. Yeah, there we go. So that's good. So yeah, we need a few of them to come through over here, which they will eventually as they get used up. But that'll stop us stockpiling crazy amounts on this belt and also on this belt and anything like that. They'll all just keep flowing round and round and round, which is what you want from a catalyst when you have a limited number of them available. What we did with arcospheres before and that sort of thing. So we have, to answer Ario's question about how much research do we do on planets before picking the next one, for some of them we have a little bit of an idea about what sort of things they involve, what they're like. So I won't use Gleba or Fulgora as examples because we've been to those. I know all about them because I've done them in single player. So Ceres, we know that's a puzzle. We don't really know what's going on over there other than that. We'd read the box text like this one. So this one is a dark one apparently. It has bioluminescent flora and fauna. So there's weird stuff going on there. It's light. There's going to be some light stuff going on there. Meraxis, I believe, is the underwater one. Yes. So it's going to be so that sort of thing. And Tiber is the one that uses Tiberium, and I believe you can make just about anything with Tiberium, but I don't know how it works. So generally, we don't know we've got an idea of the feel and the theme of the planets. Castor is the combat-y one. Rubia is the one that Chloe hates. That sort of thing. We've got some little ideas about them. Those of us who've played Space Age have a bit of an idea about Gleba, Fulgora, Aquilo, and Vulcanus before we went there. But we're trying not to sort of base things too much on that. We've looked at the with the requirements for researching planets and the requirements for making their research packs. So we know what order where there's a requirement to go to one planet for another. So, for example, we knew you had to go to Vulcanus before you could go to Igris, and it's not just because that's the way the lines go across here. There was actually something you had to get the Vulcanus science pack in order to discover Igris.
Moshine uses Vulcanus and Fulgora, for example.
Okay. Moshine. So we can't go to Moshine.
I don't know where it is, but
there it is.
It doesn't. I don't have a note of it being behind them on the map, but it's behind them in the science.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So yeah, you can fly direct from Norvis to Moshine, except we can't because we haven't discovered it yet. And Tristan's just told me that we need to do the Fulgoran science packs in order to discover it. So we can't go to Moshine. So we can't go Moshine next. That is just locked away. We can't go there even if we wanted to. So we've made a list of that sort of thing. So it's given us an idea, a bit of an idea of what order we're going to have to do things in. We've also decided that we don't want to do 2 vanilla planets in a row because it's fun to go out and see the new and shiny. So we're trying to avoid that. Otherwise, we're trying not to have too much of an idea about the planets before we go to them. When we do decide to go to a planet, what we'll generally do is send out we'll send out the planet lead. So for Cubium, that was me. For Igris, it was Tristan, and so on and so on. They'll go out, they'll land on that planet while everyone else is still messing around with things on other planets, and then they'll have a bit of a look at the tech tree on that planet and get a little bit of an idea of what resources are available, what sort of things they're going to have to do. Then they'll call everyone else in and we'll have a massive building frenzy and try and get the planet up and running. Then we'll get to sort of the point where we're at with Cubium at the moment, where the planet is basically ticking over and is basically working, but there's a few things that need sort of tinkering with, but there isn't 5 people's worth of work to do on this planet anymore, which is why Tristan and Mark are now off working on Norvis. Is it flipped around in the emotions? Oh yes, you're right. I flipped it because as a dirty hack way of preventing that from happening. So yeah, now these should come along here. They should go 50-50 between these two, like that. And now, okay, I think only 3 went up there. Nope, I take it back. I didn't set the read. Nope, not that. I didn't set the read. So there we go. Now we've got a priority set on that side. I think we've got 4 up here, so that's the correct number anyway. So now we've got a priority set here, so any further ones will just flow back and go round around the system until they find somewhere where they can be used, which means we've now got actually a decent number. I was going to say it means we've got a decent number here, but that's because I came along and chucked in a bajillion into each of these, so they've both got 30-ish in there. So that's sort of irrelevant, but we'll hopefully get a decent number coming through to here because I haven't set any sort of limiter on this one, and I probably should. Let's do this one as well, but I'll set this one to 10 because reasons. So read, hold, right. Let's try and do this again correctly. So I want to set output side, and I want them to go to the right when cubes is greater than or equal to 10. Yes. So that'll now. We've got more than 10 over there now, I think. I don't know. Tell me. Yeah, what's on that circuit network?
We don't have any construction warnings, so it feels like something's broken.
Why am I not seeing a number on there? Oh, there aren't any on this belt because there's that belt up there as well. That's why. Right, I understand. So we'll link that to that, like that, and then we do read, hold, all, read, hold, all, and disconnect that one. There we go. Belt gets sideloaded, yeah. So I'd have been checking how many. Where was I? Yes, I'd have been checking how many were just on this bit of the belt, which wouldn't have been the end of the world, but we'll do what I was trying to do. So yeah, over here now we can see we've got 20. So it's just going to keep passing them around, and hopefully that means we'll now get to a point where there's just yellow cubes available for whatever needs them, whenever it needs them, and things are going to be a little bit more sensible. Oh yes, I was going to show Quagor the city blocks. So over here, yes, we've got many city blocks. So up at the top. Well, these are the empty ones, which is we're just waiting for us to build in. And this one is over water, so we just put in a bit of landfill to allow us to put down the basics of it. But there's no point in filling it in until we actually need it. A more normal one, well, this one's been filled with trees. This one is one that's waiting to be built in. So we've got stubs over here to put stations in when we need them. We can then have output. We can then dump stuff out however we want, and then build however we want inside the concrete area, and then try and finagle bits and pieces in to get things in and out. Oh, we haven't got. I don't believe we haven't started using the upper upper rail, elevated rails for city blocks yet. That's something that Mark is going to work on when we have probably when we start to have throughput problems, and we haven't started to have throughput problems yet, so we haven't needed it. To be honest, I don't know exactly what he's planning. I was going to say I assume it's going to be ramps that go up and then go over the top of the roundabouts. But I don't know exactly how. Maybe the upper level is going to come across at about this sort of point.
No,
and then ramp up and go out to them. I don't know.
If we switch to the other system, basically, I have to rip everything up.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Oh well. It would be yeah. We haven't done a second layer to get more throughput yet, but we'll. I suppose yes. Was that a rocket going past? No, it was Mike going past. No, it can't be Mike. It was orange though. Oh, I don't know. I don't care. Right. What I was going to say is yes. I suppose what we'd have to have is you have to have horizontal at ground level and vertical at elevated level, or vice versa, in order to get the throughput that that's the main reason for doing this, and then some sort of swapping ovary system in the blocks themselves. So yeah, you're right. It would have to all be ripped out because you wouldn't be able to have the roundabouts at either level. Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that Mark has started the stream with "I'm about to place down an enormous blueprint," and then the game has paused for about 2 minutes. So temporary. No, I hate the idea of using bots to bring the yellow cubes back round, because bots are very, very slow and ineffective on this planet. I'd much rather just drop them onto the disposal belt here. The disposal belt has plenty of capacity on it. It's fine. It can do it, especially it doesn't have to run them all that far. And then it's a bit then further down here is where we dump more and more and more stuff onto it. So I think it should be absolutely. So far, it's absolutely fine. I think it will continue to be. All right, so yeah, I think that's caught up with chat. Well, it can take a little while to catch up with chat sometimes. I'm especially when I've been neglecting you guys for a little while. So how are we doing over here? How much? We've still got 44,900, which is about what you'd expect because it's just pumping it straight through into here whenever there's some spare. That's up at 3,800, which means it's nearly, well, it's 3/4 of the way to ready to go, pretty much. And we've run 4 times now. Hurrah! It continues to increase, and this is still running. So we have only just run out of light oil for our emotional tarring. We're now up to 5,700 liquid disgust, though. So that's the tank is now 25% full. More than 25. Sorry, it's now more than 20% full. That's a little bit concerning, I will admit. A little bit disgusting. But I don't know what else to do about it, really. As I say, we can't really do. I mean, I could put more tanks in and just stockpile it until we get the dump systems. Yes, there's lots of different colours of smoke coming out of the emotional processing. You're quite right. It was one of the things I really like about I think it was one of the graphics updates that was. It was a very, very long time ago, but yeah, when they changed the chemical plants, so the liquid inside was one of the inputs and the smoke was one of the outputs. So you get some quite pretty effects. So over here we'd have yellow and blue. Here we've got actually that's a bit yellower than I was expecting. I was expecting that to be pink or red. Maybe it's something that's definable per recipe, because I'm sure I've seen different coloured liquid and smoke on those, but not this time apparently. And we need some more. We need some more fear. Oh, making some more fear. Is it going to be enough fear? No. Each time this runs, it cracks the anger down to 100 fear, and we're going to need. Oh, and it's going to need to run another 4 times for that to run. That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing that one going. But yes, I do like that I think, yeah, over here, so we've got white in the window for the I don't know, maybe that's the, what's that for? That's perhaps for the ice. And then we've got purple smoke coming out the top for the petroleum gas going out the other side. So, yeah. Whereas over here I feel there should be a purple in the tank, and then yellow smoke coming out the top. So it's a shame it doesn't seem to be quite as consistent as I thought it was. But oh yeah, here we go. This is a good one. Purple inside and orange smoke coming out the top, which fits perfectly with the purple and the yellowy orange there. So yeah, I do like it when they're pretty. That's it appeals to me. And then you get red flare and green flare here. Yeah, it's all very nice. Oh yeah, yes, Igris does have. Yes, Igris has some science packs. That's quite right. Yeah, that's true. Igris and Cubium was a good pair to do in a row, because then it means we're only going to be rebuilding all of the science systems once. So I suppose that's quite good. Oh, we've run out of crushed coal. That's going to be a potential problem. I mean, it's not going to be a problem because we've got all of the solar, but we haven't used up. What's going on here? Oh, we've jammed up on stone. Okay. Well, that's a problem. Let's set a priority here. Oh, it is already set. I turned alt mode off because I was looking at pretty colours of smoke. And other type noises. I guess this is going to be another dump it in the lava if there's too much thing. Okay. Okay, only rebuild the science once for Igris and Cubium then. Oh yeah, I'm sure that'll get redone at some other point in the future. But it saved one of the rebuilds anyway. Tristan is currently out able to do both of them. So what we should actually be doing is feeding this stone over here and using it as an input for cube production. And probably one of these cube productions over here, because they're the higher priorities. Is there room to whack a belt in here? There is. It's spaghetti time! Right, so we're going to actually rotate that there. Have it come up like... Oh, no, there, in fact, because of the belt. Because of the way that it is. So we'll do that, and then pull out all... Oh, no, not that last one. Pull out all of that. And I can do that, and that'll bring the cubes out there. Because then we're going to have a splitter in here.
It's interesting how the different researchers, based on how many science packs they take in, leave different amounts of science on the belts to be filtered again.
Yeah.
Because we're doing one that uses quite a lot at the moment, so the belts are fairly empty flowing back in. But when we've done smaller ones, they've been quite full.
The other interesting one is when you find one of those rare researches that doesn't take quite as long as everything else.
Yeah.
Oh, we're out of the Brobo area. Oh dear. Right, and we'll run this forward.
How low.
What's the logic here?
So
It's a very low
when
question.
Yellow Science was the only one in that set, it was basically the belt was a quarter Yellow Science, which was ridiculous.
Is it still needed?
That bit probably isn't. A bit of it is possibly sensible.
I was going to say, does it matter if the belt's a quarter Yellow Science? But I suppose it does. You'd still be able to load it all back in at the top because it can't be coming out faster than a green inserter, so it must be able to go back in as a green inserter.
Not necessarily if the supply is also Yellow Science, but yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah, fair.
But the actual issue is more the exploration science, because that is the only one.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And it's set. Just because it's sort of a fairly arbitrary order.
All right. So we can pull the stone out from there and bring it over to here to be made into cubes, which is hopefully going to be an eternal sink. Or at least if the rest of the factory is running, it's probably going to be a more or less eternal sink. Actually, no, it isn't. But there's nothing else that uses stone. I may have to put in another. Have we gone anywhere near a lava patch? No, we haven't. We've got lava over here. Lovely. But that's rather a long way off. It'd be a bit of a palaver to get it over there. Could bring it down here to this lava patch. That's probably closer, actually. It's going to be the easiest one to get to. Yeah, let's do that then. Let's put in that as well. And we'll say apple priority to the left. And
here, Mark, where you got
Oh, a green
long
belted all the way
tail.
down there. Crikey.
lots of exploration science.
Oh yeah.
Let's just make that a blue belt coming in there. And then a green belt coming out here. And then a blue belt. It feels very, very wasteful to be doing this. Let's put in another split here. And a belt coming over this way. And another splitter in here. With an input priority. This one has an input priority of right. So we're just going to be, we're going to be essentially pulling, we're going to be using up as much of this stone as we possibly can into all these things before we finally go, you know what, can't do anything else with it, and chucking it into the lava. Because I don't really want to chuck it into the lava if I can avoid it. Because that seems so wasteful. Oh, if I go straight. There we go. Just got it. Yeah, I know, but it's wasteful. Especially when we're digging up stone, it then feels very, very wasteful to just throw it away as well. But hopefully, there we go. There shouldn't be that much coming through, in theory. It's just a little dribble from the byproducts of the stone production. So having this entire thing as a green belt is absolutely ludicrous. Let's save some green belts. Why am I doing this rather than doing... Where is it? That one. Boop. That's much easier. All the way down there. Also you. Stop it. I don't know where I selected a green belt from to get this, but I apparently did. I know we're not actually going to run out. There's 23 million. We can potentially get like 100 million stone out of these patches, but if we I don't want to waste it. It just feels wrong. I know that sort of Factorio's Factorio gives you weird feelings about how much resources, what resources are actually worth. It is very, very strange. I know that, and but yeah, it still feels wrong to waste stuff.
That's where my brain broke with my solo run on Fulgora, because you can't just destroy everything.
Yeah, it does feel a bit wrong. I will very happily admit that. Right, we've got just about enough yellow cubes coming through here. Oh, 10 is not enough to go down far enough down the belt to feed both machines. I'd need to be feeding them back round if I wanted that to work. So let's actually make that 20. There we go. We've got a nice healthy supply of yellow cubes going round and round in a circle now. Now that I've implemented the circlomatron, I'm quite happy with that. And of course, now that we've had the machines chugging away for approximately forever, making more and more and more of the yellow cubes, and we've made 183, 158, so it's 300 and... my brain is asleep. 340? 400, we made almost 500 of them now, so it's gone pretty well. And yeah, quite a lot of them are stockpiled here, but this area is important, so I'm okay with this one stockpiling them. And then we've got all of the, and then we've got to just load more bimbling around the belt to make sure we never run out anywhere, which is quite nice. There we go. Now all of these are kicked in, hopefully. Yes. I could look to the green blobs, couldn't I? That's how I tell. I'm wondering if I should put in another copy of this to double the speed, double the rate. Now we've got enough yellow cubes available for it to work. Because rocket fuel is still a problem. He says as a rocket just departs. I saw the shadow fly across the map. Yeah, we have serious rocket fuel related, and still got low density structure problems. What? Why are you... Hey? Why is this problematic? You guys are using 0.4 each. Oh, I bet we had a... Did we have a cube problem? Yeah, we've probably got a cube problem in here where there's a load of drowsy ones on the belt. And now this can't pull in another... No, it's jelly problems. Because this one doesn't have any cubes. Right. This is the problem with, as I was talking about this earlier, the problems with the cubes not being in perfect freshness order is that you risk having this sort of problem with the where you get some still active cubes at the top, but then some dull ones just below it that won't get pulled through because there's active ones at the top. It's almost like we do need to have a constant flow of all the cubes going in and out of all of the input. There we go. It's kicked in again now properly because those handful of duff cubes got to the top, got removed, and now we've got fresh ones. But there's another couple of that's actually, there's a safety mechanism there. But if we ever do get any duff ones like that one there, if any of these expire on their way up this part of the belt, then it can cause it to get stuck. Like there's one in there. That's going to cause... Well, there's only one there, so it might be all right.
You can probably remove the red cable since you improved the throughput here.
Oh, is that to only load it up when it's...
Yeah, when it's lower than 50.
Okay. It should still be producing the jelly at twice the rate that the plastic machine is using it up at, though.
Okay.
So it might as well snooze. Yeah, so that one has now just about got past, so it's probably okay this time. But yeah, there is that worry of when a cube decays on its way up here. What do you do with it? And the only way I can think of to get around that is just basically link this to here and pipe them all back out again. And then maybe we have just a belt coming along here that is all of the cubes. And they get taken off and put back on again. And any of the ones that have gone drowsy get taken off at that point. And we could do that. It's a bit late to start thinking of these sort of things, of course, at this point. But it would work. But then you're having a lot of cubes that are just going to be they're going to be travelling along, going up and down and up and down and up and down. But then, does that matter? True, I could put in... Well, there isn't room to put in another inserter, though. I suppose I could put another one up here. Another piece of belt and then another inserter taking out the waste products. But it probably wouldn't help, I think. Because it's not so much when... Oh, diagonal inserter. Yeah, true. I could put that there and there. Oh, stop pressing escape. I've been playing too much Foundry, where that is the correct keystroke. Let's do that as well. Yeah, true. That would help. That will make it less likely to fail, as you say. I could put in another one here as well if I wanted, I guess, as well. I wonder if we get long diagonal inserters at any point.
No, I wanted one earlier, and so I looked.
Fair enough. It seemed a little unlikely. Okay, so now we've got the low density structures being produced at the rate that they are being produced at. The question is that enough? Is this getting... Yes, it is. We've got rockets all the way along here, and these are building it up. So, yes. We are... I was going to say we're full of rocket... Oh, well. It's fast enough for when there's no rocket fuel coming through. Which is not a helpful rate. So, now let's come back in over here and go, yes, I would like to have some more of this, please. Yes, that's a good one, Quago. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking. Why shouldn't I just put in another inserter? Why shouldn't I put in twice as much yellow cube consumption? What could possibly go wrong? In fact, you know what? Let's remove that, because this is the important one. Let's come down here and then set that to, if it's 2 instead of 20. So basically, this will carry on passing them through until it backs up all the way down onto this belt, which I think in the case of this machine, this system, I'm okay with, because this is kind of an important one. So do that there, and then that.
Just any idea how to increase our researching speed?
Go to Kleber.
That might
Spoilers.
be a few years off.
Do we want to, because if we
Well,
increase
actually,
our
let's-
research speed, then we're going, okay, we're now consuming faster than places are actually making it. I think we
Yes,
are already, but
we are already, and at least for the Norvian science, I would like to.
well, yeah, 'cause we can't just increase it by activating more machines.
No.
We could replace one column of machines with speed beacons. No, but we need more. No, that won't help.
No, we need more throughput.
Those aren't green
I mean,
belts
the
running through.
Norvian way would be to just copy and paste the whole blueprint, but then all the space stuff is tingled in here.
Yeah, yeah.
Why aren't you using green belts? Is it just because of the
Yeah.
rate of the inserters?
We are.
Well, you're not for the ones going around the outside.
Oh, because we're splitting the green belt onto 2 belts.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Okay.
So there's no point putting them
Fair
there.
enough. Yeah. No. Okay, that makes sense. So you are. Yeah. Yeah. You need a second. You need a second science storage system, or a way to pull stuff out twice as quickly in order to get more round.
I think my question there is: do we actually want that?
Or do we just want to do more science productivity researches?
Because the only thing we're researching at the moment is something productivity, or shooting speed, or that kind of thing. Infinites.
There we go. That should double our. I think that should double our rocket fuel production rate, because now we can fill this up twice as quickly. Granted, we're going to be pulling through quite a lot of YUSAD. Oh, I need an underground pipe there. Put one there as well for future purposes.
I think at the moment realistically the limiting factor is the input into the sorting system.
So yeah, It is spoilers, but basically the answer is go to Gleba.
Or other places that give us better machines.
Yeah, potentially. Would quality stack inserters? No, that wouldn't help. Yeah, you're not using the full speed of belt around the outside that you potentially could. You'd have to redesign all of your insert, but for the time being, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 science packs. If you put 6 onto each belt rather than putting them all onto one belt, you get more being passed through.
Yeah.
I mean, we could do that.
What have you done? I couldn't really tell.
Yeah, exactly.
Converted half of them to put on the other side of the belt.
Oh, I see.
And no, it's not.
So
No,
you
it's not-
could connect this belt basically to this
Yeah,
input
Yeah.
until we
Exactly.
need the second half of your storage system.
Yeah. Yeah, that's roughly what I was thinking, I think.
Yeah.
But she's not quite. I was... What is it? Yeah, because if you've got 6 science packs going onto each... Because I'm thinking that you should be able to get 2 green belts of science packs coming out of the sortomatron, and so 2 solid green belts then flowing all the way around the outside, and those are still they're currently still blue belts. Once that belt piece of belt gets placed, you're going to then want to upgrade the ones all the way around the outside to green belts as
Yeah.
well. Yeah, like that.
yeah, they are. They are half full green belts moving at blue belt speed.
Yes, but if
Yeah,
you stick
the
a second
issue
green
is
belt in,
then, but as Tristan said before, that the input for the recycling of the sushi belt is only 1 green belt, basically.
that's true.
Because you have always the splitters left and right.
Yeah,
Mm,
I'm now concerned that's just going to break it up there.
Yeah,
yeah.
We'll see.
So you're going to
We'll
have to
see, yep.
make sure you use enough science packs on the way through.
exactly.
Because you should only have a nth of the some of the science packs coming back round. So this
Yes,
particular
9 of the
research,
science packs should not be coming back through at the moment.
yeah,
Now it's a little iffy on that because if
There's
there's
9
slightly
actually-
more of one of them,
yeah, you shouldn't be using 3/4 of them should be being used up approximately. Okay, Area. Well, thank you. Yes, I think we're going to need some luck there. Also, regular. Is that? I don't know if that counts as a spoiler, but it's a it's something that Sophia and Mark and Mike don't know about yet. So I think it counts as a spoiler. You're not supposed to talk about the toys you get from future planets. We just had this discussion. You're not supposed to talk about the toys you get from future planets until we've got to that planet and discovered them ourselves. So you can mention things that we've forgotten about, but not things that we just haven't discovered yet.
it's a nightmare to implement it. But if we had quality science packs coming in, then that would help because one science pack that goes through lasts longer.
True. Yeah. It would, but as you say, it would be a nightmare to implement.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is more science going in now. I can't remember. Was it just the first 3 columns that were lit up before? Because we've got onto a 4th one. I don't really remember.
Yeah. So basically, everything south of here is new.
Okay. Yeah, so that's an improvement already, and we can leave that chugging through, and maybe it'll get better. Exactly, Aereo. Yes, it's if we've unlocked it and forgotten about it, then that's okay. But if it's if it's a future thing that we haven't played with yet, then we don't know about. We in theory we don't know about it, so you're not allowed to tell us about it. Why, when I had 1 copy of this, was there enough sulfur? And now I've got 2 copies of it, there's not. I assume it's just we're trying to... Oh, actually, there is enough, because all of these have got green lights on them. I assume it's just we're filling up... Yeah, we're filling up buffers in them, I suppose. So they're trying to get up to their 40 or whatever it is they're trying to hold. So we just need the whole system. The system is just playing catch-up. But it is a bit... Oh, we've got some orange happening now. What's orange? What's an orange? I thought they went yellow when they couldn't output.
Low power.
Oh, low power probably, yes. Yeah, we're still short of crushed coal because we're using it all up. Yeah, it's all getting turned in. Because we're refilling the carbon system. So yeah, because we got so low on, because the coal crushing stopped because we had too much stone, which I've now dealt with this belt. We then had the carbon all disappeared, so that meant we've now been putting all of the crushed coal into refilling the carbon system, which is nearly there, by the way. So we're a bit short of crushed coal. But then why wasn't the solar and the Sophia? Why wasn't the solar and the accumulators kicking back in? Oh, the accumulators are all discharged. No, they're all fully charged.
It was flickering green and orange, so it was.
Oh, it'll have been a switch doing funny things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, it's happened.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just because we didn't use it all up and all the machines were running, I'm just activating the next row.
Okay.
I mean, it should work. The system.
I think it's because we didn't run out of water. We ran out of coal. So it also needs if there's a shortage of power. Oh, you've got an accumulator with a reader on it.
Yeah, but we have it down here. So
Yeah.
here
If all the accumulators together can't provide enough power output rate,
We have a lot of accumulators.
then
I mean, you might be right. It might be
all the
that.
solar panels, maybe. I don't know.
We
No.
have 1.6 gigawatts of accumulator output, and we're using 160 megawatts. So we've got 10. No, it's not that then. Maybe they just didn't get linked back in properly. If A is less than 100, then.
Oh no, it'll be the accumulators that are outside that are always connected can't supply enough. So then the switch closes linked into all of them, or
And then why doesn't it keep running off all of them?
because that there's then enough power to charge up the one that's on the outside that's measuring.
An accumulator won't, from the solar then maybe, because the accumulator
Yeah.
won't charge from another accumulator. But maybe it was daytime, so we had it. So the solar was active, so it charged the accumulator back up. So it then turned off again. The switch here this switch is flickering at the moment. And yeah, we're having power shortages depending on whether we've got that kicked in or not.
Yeah, so its accumulators can't provide enough, but because it's not all the accumulators, it's...
Yeah, fair. Yeah, so it's because it's happening at daytime. Otherwise, the outside accumulators would stay discharged, and it would stay plugged in. So we've only got power at night. Good.
So what you're saying is you want an SR latch.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Basically, the system doesn't work because we just get this pulsing power problem. That as you're seeing at the moment. So, would an SR latch work?
No,
Would
it just flicker slower.
You'd get exactly the same problem, but it would flicker more slowly. That's a tricky one.
The problem is you're trying to make accumulators lower priority.
Yeah. Oh no, do the accumulators need to be lower priority? No, I don't think they do. The accumulators can always be plugged in because they're always a lower priority than steam.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
So if I just link that across there for the moment, see, just a sort of for testing purposes. If we look back over here at power somewhere, then yeah, we're now okay. We are not running off the accumulators. Actually, I think we might have enough power now. There's a lot of steam engines not running. What are we actually running off at the moment? 1 minute. There we go. So solar is spiking wildly, but it's presumably buffering into the accumulators, so keeping them charged. Yeah, so now the solar is spiking on and off, but we've got enough. No, something weird's happening.
The accumulators can buffer it because there's enough of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Tristan, you broke the station when you copied
Which
it, or you didn't connect it, or something?
I copy pasted the other one.
This is very strange.
I did a priority.
Maybe once we have enough steam
Oh,
power
No,
again.
you you didn't.
No,
Oh.
yeah, but I put a station in, which I did by copying.
Yeah, but you didn't connect the green cable.
Where was it connected before?
It goes
If
to
it's
the
to a combinator,
LTN
then
input.
it should have. If it's to the pylon, then maybe I missed it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I think the system is now running off the accumulators when there's not enough coal power. So the coal is running flat out essentially, but the accumulators are topping it up when it's insufficient, and whenever the accumulators kick in to be used, the solar kicks back in to charge them back up again. So I think we are currently using as much steam power as we can, and then using solar via accumulators to top it up. So I think this is approximately what we want. But yes, as Quago points out, we will be using the steam power to charge up the accumulators if we have enough crushed coal coming through, which we currently don't. I'm not sure whether we still don't have enough.
That's fine, isn't it? Because the whole point of the system is to use steam power.
Yeah, true. Yes, to get rid of the water. We've still got. Oh no, we've used about half the coal patch now. It's gone down from 268 to 144. So, and that's probably mostly been today, because we've been churning through that. Because we've been churning through. Because we only really started churning through it today because at the rate because Mike broke this system, so we're only getting a dribble of carbon out beforehand. We are still ripping through the carbon at quite the rate, probably because we're turning it all into jelly, I guess, and rocket fuels and other such things. Yeah, might have to make Mike make another mine at the beginning of the next stream because that one's only going to last for another week at this rate.
We just about managed to finish the research before the yellow science went out.
Oh yeah.
160 odd left.
Yeah, getting through a lot of carbon down here. Oh, actually, no, we're only getting a little through. Where is most of it? Yeah, there's more carbon being used further downstream as well. And yeah, I think we could do with more crushed coal coming through. So we'll give that one to Mike for next week, I think. But as is, it's doing okay, but it's not doing quite okay enough. And as I say, we'll need another mine for it. This is still producing less sulfur than I kind of expected it to. Maybe because it had plenty of time to fill up all of the buffers beforehand when we didn't have any cubes available. So now that we've got plenty of cubes, it's a bit more balanced because let's have a look at the actual numbers rather than just eyeballing it vaguely. Yeah, we are gaining 0.01 sulfur per second. So that's very, very slow. It's going to take us a very, very long time to actually fill this up. However, there is enough for this system to keep running. We've got decent amounts inside all these buildings, so it actually doesn't matter. It's going to be awkward to try and put any more in, partly because the steam engine's in the way, but partly because we just don't have. I'd need to find a load more sulfur to bootstrap it, and ideally another 80 or so sulfur to get it bootstrapped. But as it is. Or I suppose I could put in another machine temporarily. That'd be all right. But as it is, it's running quite nicely, and it's just keeping it churning round and round and round. So that's basically okay. And that means now, how are we doing over here? Well, we're nearly half full of disgust, but we do have 20,000 liquid hopes, and that means over here we've got our one machine making 0.46 rocket fuel per second. And that is woefully inadequate. And for some reason, the low density structures are still inadequate. Has it jammed? It's jammed up again. Presumably for the same reason. So I'll put in a second one there because that helps a little bit. It doesn't really help a little bit. Right, okay, let's do. I'm going to have to do something a little bit more drastic here, I think, because this is not good enough. Which side are these going to be on? They're going to be on the. Yeah, so okay, that works. Only pass through, so I want to filter out the. Oh, this is going to jam up. No, it isn't. Probably. We'll find out. So I want these to come out on the right like that. Then I want this to go underground to give me space to play with. Then I want to put in one of these here. And that comes down here.
Why is that taking priority?
That goes there. And then we want to have an input priority of left over here. And then I'll do that and remove those two. So that will mean that we'll have a steady flow of blue cubes going round and round and round here, I think, hopefully. With any that decay will be taken out this way and dumped onto the disposal system, and any gaps will be filled up by new cubes coming in from here, most of which will hopefully be blue. We shall see once this gets built, but I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm also rather impatient, so I've forgotten where it was. It was this way, so I'll go to help it. No, I think there must be some discharged cubes on the. You might be right, actually. We'll go and check, but I think there's some discharged cubes underneath the underneath here. Although we'll check. Yeah, because there's no cubes in here, and there's no Oh, so there's no jelly in here. So you stopped for... Oh, but there is jelly. You're right. There's something else. Oh, no. This is filled up with destabilized cube matter, which it couldn't get rid of. I'm not sure why not. Okay, no, it's still sad. It's got 90 plastic in it now. Oh, we've run out of copper. Yep, you're right. It was something else, but still, that was. I think that was a worthwhile fix because it could happen again. Copper. Oh, we filled up on sand because we weren't doing any. We're not sinking sand anywhere. Ugh, says I. Rage, and other similar noises. Well, I guess it's going in this lava.
I did ask if you wanted me to do anything with the sand.
You did. Oh, absolutely. I should have dealt with that properly, but I didn't. I'm not blaming you unless you really want me to.
Oh, I broke something.
Where are these supposed to go? I don't know where the... Oh, there's one. Right, so that's supposed to come up there, which means it's supposed to disappear.
Yep.
I'm wondering about just
There.
removing the priority input on that. And just going, yeah, it might back up when there's a train delivering stuff a bit. Does that really matter?
It's there, and we need power.
I think it does. Yeah, I think it'll just
There.
like jam.
It
Badly.
won't jam, but it will.
Jam.
I mean,
It might slow the
Fine.
science down.
but I mean the priority should be.
Inserter, please.
I mean the loading of the other signs is always a lower priority, I think, because it will just take the space that's in the green belt left and use that.
I'm glad that works. I haven't seen dropping stuff into a lava, into the ultra dense lava actually work yet, because I think it's the first. This is the first one I've actually looked at after placing it. So I'm very glad that's actually worked. Where was it? Oh, it was down here. This is a possible place for ditching stone, but yeah. It's where we find out that we actually do need the sand for something. But never mind. I'm sure it'll be fine. Yum 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 yum. Psh, yum 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 yum. Psh. Right, so that should allow the low density structure to start working again. And yeah, whoever it was who said it, Quago, yes, you were quite right. Sand, I've built up a sufficient hatred for that I don't from Maluna that I don't mind so much. Although now getting rid of stuff on Maluna is okay because it's like the entire planet is functionally made of lava because you can just throw stuff on the floor wherever you like and it just disappears. So it's like yes, the entire planet is functionally lava. Right, hopefully this will be enough copper. We shall see. It's got plenty of time to cool as it comes along the belt, which is nice. Oh yeah, it's filling up. Filled that up completely now. Oh, that's jammed. That's kind of a shame. I was hoping that would just run all the time. I'm never quite... I feel like it should run all the time because it's prioritising from this side. So as soon as it moves at all, it should just flow round and round and round. It doesn't, but it appears... I feel like it should. Oh, no it shouldn't. I've got my priorities wrong. There we go. Now it runs all the time. Nah, it appears to have been me being an idiot and selecting the wrong option. So, that's much better. Trundle, trundle, trundle. And yeah, then when we inevitably get the odd duff one in like that one, it can get spat out as soon as it gets up to the right part of the system. Well, if necessary, I'll put in a side load. It's going to be awkward to side load to there because it's on the wrong side of the belt. I can't just make this feed in here or something. And I obviously don't want to side load the other way because that wouldn't work. But this should be fine now. Yeah, we've got a full thing of plastic here. Right, and hopefully that's going to be enough low density structures and enough rocket fuel. Have I got to the point where I need another machine making rocket fuel? Wouldn't be surprised. Or possibly another machine making more. Oh, I need. more machines making the doobery, the solid fuel. These are not fast enough. So, do I put more in feeding for this one machine? How are you doing for input amount? Yeah, you've got enough coming in. So it's actually this machine is too slow. How are you feeling? How are you feeding? Right, so you're yeah. So I do need more of the, well, yeah. Do that. There we go. So we are producing, yeah, we're producing enough solid fuel, but we're not producing enough dream fuel. But if I put in more machines using up the solid fuel, we're not going to be producing enough, because that's only just enough. So I need another copy of this. To go in here. And then we replace that with a belt like that. Belt coming back down there like that. Over here, that can just, nope, that can feed across into, oh, we need an underground for that. No, we don't, because we don't actually need, yes, that can carry on up. That can carry on down, which means we do need an top up the solid fuel. There's that and that. And then output belt, of course, carries on through there. So that should double my throughput. Is there anything I've missed? I don't know what that's... Oh. I do know what that's doing. So I'll need that. No. Copy that. Put it there. Hang on a minute. No, what's going on here? Oh, that needs to come down one further. And then go under to there. And then remove that, and remove that, and that. Okay, so there we go. That should double. So we've got, as long as we've got enough sludge, jelly coming through here, which I think we probably do, because I don't think that was being... Yeah, these machines are only half using the belt, which is why we've got all this stuff going off here. So I think we should just have enough coming through here to make all of these machines happy. Yeah, that cable is triggering a thing down here for kickstarting tweaking the jelly production. Oh, hang on, there's not... oh, maybe we might not have enough jelly coming through, actually. I might need an additional jelly production. Let's give it a moment to get started, and we'll see how it goes. See how it goes once it's got started. But I think this isn't. I think this is only. Obviously, this is only capable of producing a half belt of jelly, because we've got half the belt being fed back round and going up and round again. I could upgrade this to green, and then we get a bit more coming through. Let's do that. But it's probably not going to be enough. Do it anyway. And then, yeah, when we get these placed, then we can get rid of the gunge like that, the waste matter. And then I can't see what's on the belt because it's covered in upgrade icons. Oh, as I can. It's getting up to about, it's getting up to maybe the 4th machine. So we are making some, but not remotely enough. Now maybe the green belt upgrade will be enough. I don't think it will quite, but it'll certainly help. The next step would be to then copy this system and put in another one up here to make even more jelly. And that's certainly doable.
Guys, in Germany it's getting quite late, so...
Oh, it's quite late over here as well. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's...
I'm gonna head off.
Yeah, I think let's call the stream at this point. I think I agree. I should probably get some sleep as well, and well, things are sort of ticking over, kind of, maybe mostly, kind of, sort of. So yeah, okay. All right. So what have we achieved today? We have made rocket fuel from our emotions. Hurrah! We've expanded things on Cubium to start making things at the rate we would like to start making them at, including enormous numbers of cubes. But we still want to sap a few more out of the system over here because we do still seem to have. Actually, no, we seem to have about the right number now. Looking at this, so in that case, let's come over here. One more thing. Let's disconnect that, and then put in a belt here like that. And so now we can feed in the cubes from the fresh supply instead of pulling them off the belt of all of our cubes. And if we discover we need a few more cubes in there, we can always pull them off this, or we can just get them out of the supply. That's either of those is fine. So that'll allow us to start taking them from the main supply now. We do, as I say, seem to now have no longer have an excess of cubes, because if we look over here, we seem to have, well, they're all being fed around onto the other side of the belt. That's fine. I'm sort of okay with that. How are we doing on the top side of the belt? Yeah, they're flowing, and they're backed up to here. Yeah, I think that's good enough, and there's enough on the bottom side that we can get anywhere that's desperate for cubes. We'll be able to get them. Right, so that's ticking over nicely. I feel Cubium is now. I don't think it's finished, but it's operational. It is shipping out the cubes. It is shipping out the liquid dreams in the concentrate form. It's sending all of those over. We don't have enough low density structures and rocket fuel coming through, so I'm going to need to carry on babying that and possibly expand it all again. We'll see how it gets on after a little while. But I think that means it's now time for us to start thinking about our next planet. So that'll be something we'll do at the beginning of the next stream. We'll mess around a little bit and then probably send somebody off to another planet. We're not sure exactly where that's going to be yet, but we shall see. Yeah. Chat slow. It's a noticeable thing. I've noticed that when it starts to get late, I get a bit less chatty because I don't have enough brain space to concentrate on everything. I'm both on streaming and playing the game, which is definitely a problem. Which is why I try and stop when I get to that point. Where was it? Oh, it's here. I'm kind of okay with this just running all the time, to be honest, because it's never gonna stop. I think I'll just leave this for now and then maybe think a bit more about the expansion later, because at the moment it's probably all right, and I can probably nick the odd bit of jelly from here if I need it to kickstart the other system. So yeah, we'll leave that alone for now. I won't bother linking this one up here as well, because I don't think it's necessary. Yeah, so I've tend to find I struggle to game and talk at the same time. And the stream tends to suffer a little bit, and I should get better at noticing when that happens and trying to wind up. But there's always a bit more that I want to do, a few more things that need to be done, and so yeah. Over on Norvis, wow, we have lots more labs working now. That's quite impressive. Tristan's been doing more yellow science. Do you want to ping it, Tristan? Because I'm never going to find it otherwise.
It's in the same place as the old one.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
No, it's right next to it. One across now.
I'd still never find it. Yeah, so down here, if we've got a nice healthy supply of magic fluid and condensed dreams, then we can make yellow science with this, with a productivity boost of about 700% or something ridiculous like that.
The box to the left is also updated to be more productive.
Oh yes, we've got productivity modules and speed modules here, so we're making lots and lots of robot frames to then bring them over to here for making the science packs. Yeah, I say it makes science sort of a seventh of the price, but then you also have to consider the cost of bringing in the fluids. So I don't know whether that's entirely true and whether it's actually worth it for the Norvian ones. There's a couple of exosciences in particular where I feel it's going to be very, very valuable, but we haven't got to those yet, so that'd be spoilers. But for this one, we probably do just have enough of the resources that we could make it the old-fashioned way. But never mind, we've got.
I think making it with the Igrian stuff is well worth it. With the limitations we've decided and probably want to discuss our actual full decision on.
Yeah,
it's questionable about the Cubium stuff.
I think Cubium should be able to start exporting liquid in much the same way that Igris does, and have the same sort of bonus.
It needs 75 times the amount.
Oh.
There's a lot more Cubium liquid than Igrian liquid.
Right, okay. Maybe it's not
so
realistic.
It's designed for you not to supply that. However, there is a later game. We've unlocked it, but we can't do it yet. A later game way of making the liquid dreams here.
Okay.
So it may be that we go, okay, we'll wait until that.
Yeah, that's a possibility. And just maybe supply this to other planets, or other people can decide that they don't want to be quite as strict about making things from cubes on their planets. So they're happy to make the liquid dreams. They're happy to make the jelly to make liquid dreams, but they don't want to make the jelly to make the copper and the iron because that's a bit too easy. I can completely understand that latter feeling. Indeed, HPTD. Yes, that's exactly as we're discussing. That it's not making the jelly on this planet in order to make the dreams is putting a massive crimp on the effectiveness of the Cubium productivity bonuses. So But as I say, it's Mark's decision because it's his planet. We can nag him about it if we want to, but it's still going to be his decision. Right, I think that's about all we have to talk about. There's been lots of Cubium and a little bit of Norvis. Right, so thank you very much for watching. Please come back and join me again on Wednesday for the Foundry stream, where I shall be carrying on, probably making some more robots and panicking about not having enough steel. I think. Oh yes, I built an absolutely enormous blast furnace last time. It's a huge building, crazy thing. So I'm going to be trying to get that up and running and working properly and producing all of my iron, so I can turn my iron ore into steel instead. So I'll try and get that up and running. That's going to be my challenge for Wednesday. And then there'll be videos coming out Thursday and Friday as well, so don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel so you don't miss out on those. If you're currently watching on Twitch, please stick around. We'll go off and find someone to raid, see if we can find someone else playing space exploration or any of these sort of type of mod packs. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Good night. Good night, Postal. Good night, Quagor. Good night, Regular. Good night, HPTD. Good night, anyone else who's still around. Good to have you here. And thank you very much for watching. We'll see you next time.
Good night, chat.
Right.
Right, so let's see. Who can we find who is streaming something interesting? Raid and search and Factorio. Got to be lots of people playing Factorio, surely. There's always lots of people playing Factorio. Prepping for Fulgora, that sounds quite good. Entering the egg business, that also sounds quite good. Yeah, it's dropping on this one. It's top of the list. It must be good. Seems to have a face and a person talking. Right. Thank you very much once again for watching. Your raid will commence in 7, 6, 5, and other numbers besides.